Janet was scared out of her wits by this sudden turn of events. She shrilly screamed in fear, "Help! Something's latched on me!" Too late. A light shout rang out. Han Chuo was already face to face with Janet. She felt her entire body stiffen up as if it wasn't her own anymore, and slowly lost strength in her limbs. "Let her go, or you will bear the costs of our retaliation no matter the cost." The crippled Wind Archmage Billy rapidly flew over as he glared furiously at Han Chuo, shouting loudly, "I need to ask her about some matters. I will not take her life, so rest assured," Han Chuo said, carrying the fainted Janet as he responded to the quickly incoming Billy. "You promise not to hurt her." On the other side, Billy was afraid that Han Chuo would make a vicious move. He held back the raging bandits around him from rushing forward as he stared urgently at Han Chuo. "Of course, I'm not taking her life. Otherwise she'd already be dead." Han Chuo nodded and replied, then he brought Janet and flew away, leaving some words, "At most 3 days. She will definitely return safely, rest assured." Having finished speaking, Han Chuo ordered the Earth Elite Zombie to retreat. Together, the man and zombie left by sky and ground. They quickly drifted in the direction of Trunks and his group. Chapter 267. Chapter 267, Divine Body. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Chuo joined Trunks and the group on the way back. They didn't encounter any unexpected incidents, and went back to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band base in secret. The group seemed somewhat worn out after experiencing a grueling night. However, Trunks had already waited for too many years, he obviously didn't want to waste even a second. Those around who'd been an original member of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band were now gazing at Han Chuo with shining eyes. You people really captured Janet." When the sleeping Annie was woken up, she yelled noisily. However, she immediately paled and stuttered when she saw the unconscious Janet. Patting Janet on the cheek, Han Chuo intended to pour magical yuan into her body to wake her up from the coma. But his brows suddenly raised when he was surprised. Exclaiming "Oh" in a light voice, Han Chuo placed his big hand on the back of Janet's head. 5 strands of magical yuan as thin as silk swam inside her body, suddenly discovering that her body structure had some places different from an ordinary person. Her meridians were a bit more fragile, but she had a dozen more bones. "Bastard! How dare you take advantage of Janet!" Annie furiously cursed upon seeing Han Chuo press his big hand on Janet's back. "How is it?" Trunks was waiting for Han Chuo to wake Janet up. However, Trunks couldn't help but inquire upon seeing Han Chuo's face turn puzzled while Janet had yet to come to. "This Janet is very strange, her body structure has many differences from a normal person's." Han Chuo was astonished. He was even more careful after that, letting the magical yuan run a few more rounds. He finally determined that Janet's body was indeed the same as human being, but the composition of bones and meridians was different from normal humans. "There's really such a strange thing as this?" Trunks was surprised. He stared fixedly at Janet a few times over, then nodded, "It is indeed her. I've known her for several years now, this is definitely Janet. How can her body be different from normal human? There's no mistake about it. Her body is absolutely different from ours. I'm sure this Janet has some oddities," Han Chuo said with certainty. He then suddenly recalled the last time he fought Janet. Her deep green fighting aura had already scattered, but still had the ability to make his arm tremble. This had sown some doubts in his heart. After Han Chuo listed out the peculiarities about Janet, Trunks was stunned for a moment and then opened his mouth to say, "I actually know something about this." When Janet had yet to cultivate fighting aura, she actually already possessed a very powerful strength. "I heard it showed when she was a child." "I see, I know what it is now. Janet must have a legendary divine body blessed by the gods. Her body structure has been different from ordinary people from birth." Han Chuo exclaimed, suddenly remembering Fanny's remark about his body before. Han Shuo could have such a rapid progress was entirely due to the practice of demonic magic, but Fanny had mistakenly believed that he had a divine body. At that time Han Shuo thought the divine body talk was just gibberish. Now that he'd sussed out Janet's body structure, he understood there were truly some magical things on this continent. Oh my god! This female bandit actually has a divine body. According to the legend, those with a divine body will become an extremely powerful figure. I didn't think we could actually encounter one here. Trunks too was quite shocked as he looked at the unconscious Janet. Scared already? Quickly let us go or Janet definitely won't let you go easily. Annie clenched her tiny hand, shaking her fist at Trunks in threat. Shaking his head slightly, Han Shuo mocked with a smile, so what of a divine body? She was still captured by me. Wake up! Han Shuo lifted the restriction on Janet's body and patted her face, smiling cutely as he spoke. Janet didn't say a thing as soon as she woke up and instead turned to Han Shuo and cursed non-stop. Han Shuo felt really weird for such a pretty girl to spit out vulgar curses one after another. I'll leave her to you. She can move her mouth now. Han Shuo stood up with a wry smile, patted Trunks' shoulder, and walked out. When Han Shuo left the mountain cave, Odysseus and the other fellows were quite self-aware and followed him out. Only Trunks and some old comrades remained inside to interrogate Janet about Annie's past. Brian, it's been quite a while since we met, let's have a drink tonight. Odysseus walked out and immediately smiled at Han Shuo as he offered. This place was still covered in thick mist in the evening, but for some reason the mist up in the sky had gradually dispersed, allowing the bright and clear moonlight to directly sprinkle down. Almost all of the other mercenaries were sleeping as it was late into the night. The Odysseus gang were quite tired after a busy evening, so they all just sat down at the practice area. Good. Han Shuo had nothing to do and picked a random seat, sitting down cross-legged with Gilbert, Odysseus, and the others. He took out the wine crafted by the dwarves and handed it to Gordon's group. Even the water adept mage Aphrodite and the female elven archer Nia didn't refuse Han Shuo's goodwill. After a few sips of good wine, they all looked up at the moon and shared the desires and aspirations in their hearts. I want to become a great sword master. Sooner or later, I'll have everybody know of the name Gordon. Gordon, who'd advanced to senior swordsman, said proudly after a few mouthfuls of wine. I too need to practice my magic and become an archmage. As long as I advance to archmage, I can be bestowed a title in any country and become a superior noble. The water adept mage Aphrodite softly expressed her desire, a smile hanging on her lips. Alright, Brian, what do you desire? Odysseus turned to glance at Han Shuo. More powerful strength, money, privilege, and beautiful women. Han Shuo lazed around as he lay on the sparring stage, his hands resting behind the back of his head. He looked at the sky and responded clearly. Brian, you're really straightforward, said Odysseus. Haha, don't people live to strive for these things? Although different people have different desires, frankly speaking, don't they all revolve around these things? Han Shuo said with a smile as he glanced humorously at Odysseus. Hehe, that's quite true. Odysseus pondered for a moment and nodded. After Han Shuo and the group had drunk wine and chatted freely for quite a long time, Trunks walked out alone from the mountain cave. He plopped down next to Han Shuo, picked up the wineskin on the ground near Odysseus, and threw back his head for a long gulp. Trunks poured more than half of the good wine left into his mouth with a gurgling sound, then abruptly threw the empty wineskin to the sky. His eyes were deep red as he said in a low, choked tone, I must kill Florida and the butcher Gustav, and also Bradley Pillon from the Kasi Empire. Bradley Pillon was the younger brother by blood to the king of the Kasi Empire, Brady Pillon, and a Grand Duke of the Kasi Empire. His territory encompassed only Caesar City, a location separated from Valen City by the Kurlan mountain range. He was a grand aristocrat below one person but above 10,000 in the Kasi Empire, holding enormous power in his hands. When Griffin Legion chief Bob Asher had betrayed the Lancelot Empire, he'd sought refuge under someone else. That someone else had been the Lord of Caesar City. It was easy to imagine how much power the younger brother of the Kasi king possessed. It was simply impossible to deal with such an immense figure with Trunks' current power. Patting Trunks' shoulders, Han Shuo consoled, "Rest assured, I'll help you, nothing is impossible." Trunks violently smashed his fist down. The blow didn't contain any fighting aura. It hit a hard rock and caused the back of his hand to crack, bleeding. Trunks roared like a caged beast, "Damnable bastards! I'll definitely make them pay the price." Janet suddenly walked out with a cold face, looking at Trunks with veins throbbing in his forehead as she said, "For Annie, I too shall kill them." "Grant, cover her eyes, take her out of here." Trunks turned to sweep a glance at Janet and abruptly shouted. The bulky Grant held Annie as he walked out of the mountain cave, his eyes red and swollen. Looking pitifully at the sleeping Annie, he sobbed, "Chief, what do we do about Annie? Annie is a close person of mine. Believe me, I will protect her from any harm. If she stays with you guys, sooner or later she'll remember about the past, then I'm afraid she'll..." "No need to say any more, take her away, help me take good care of her." Trunks abruptly cut off Janet's remaining words and said in a resolute manner. Janet nodded without another word and willingly let Grant blindfold her. She slowly climbed up under Grant's guidance and escort. "Good. I assure you this vengeance shall be taken." Han Shuo once again patted Trunks' shoulders and cautiously said with a grave expression. Even though Trunks and Janet hadn't clearly said anything, Han Shuo could generally guess from their attitudes about what happened to Annie's body. Trunks treated Annie like his own sister, this hatred obviously had to be returned. Chapter 268. Chapter 268, A Pleasant Surprise. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Trunks drank all night, holding his face and crying loudly non-stop with bloodshot eyes. Han Shuo wanted to console him, but nothing he did worked. Trunks seemed to forget everything else as he wallowed in his inextricable agony. That night, Han Shuo took out 3 of the remaining 5 rebirth pills and handed them to Odysseus, Gordon and Aphrodite to reform their bodies. The other 2 pills were for Trunks and Emily. At noon the next day, Han Shuo left the Soul Destroyer mercenary band and travelled to the Valley of Sunshine by himself. The merchants inside the Valley of Sunshine weren't affected after last night's battle outside. They woke up early, busy as usual and simply not knowing about the happenings of last night. When Han Shuo reached the fence, the soldiers from the Cairo mercenary band immediately recognized him and respectfully welcomed him. Looking around carefully, Han Shuo discovered that there wasn't much change to the merchants in the Valley of Sunshine. However, the number of Cairo mercenary band soldiers was much higher than usual. The frequency at which they appeared on the street was very high. Everyone from the Cairo mercenary band nodded respectfully towards Han Shuo along the way upon seeing him. Evidently, they all knew of the aid he had given them last night. Han Shuo bought a great deal of precious herbs from the old orc's family shop last time in the Valley of Sunshine. This time, he made straight for the orc's shop. The shop owner immediately recognized Han Shuo upon his appearance. He'd been lying down sluggishly inside when he stood up abruptly and enthusiastically welcomed Han Shuo, chattering away, "Long time no see, haha. Do you see anything good this time?" Sweeping a few glances around, a hint of delighted surprise flashed across Han Shuo's eyes. He hastily picked a dozen herbs and placed them in front of the orc, laughing heartily, "I want all of these. You can calculate the price." In addition to the dragonfly fruit, extreme frost grass, and gold marrow grass that Han Shuo had seen last time, he also discovered the 9 jade flower during this visit. This was truly a delight beyond imagination. Han Shuo had affirmed his belief that this shop could always give him a pleasant surprise. The 9 jade flower had 9 petals that were as shiny and translucent as jade, emitting a fragrance that permeated the heart and soul. The 9 jade flower could be used with several magic herbs to refine the Yuan repair pill, in which the 9-jade flower was the main ingredient. This herb was normally very difficult to find. You decide the price. Having experienced Han Chuo's generosity last time, the old orc seemed to have realized something and casually said with a smile. Han Chuo's joy could easily be imagined after collecting so many precious herbs. He immediately took out 2 heavy bags of gold coins from the space ring and plopped them in front of the old orc. He asked smilingly, 1,000 gold coins. Would that suffice? Haha, such a generous young man, many thanks. The old orc quickly grabbed the 2 bags of gold coins and laughed loudly in a great mood. His mouth was open so widely that it seemed like he wanted to eat a person. You again! An exclamation suddenly rang out from the door. Cecilia, one of the 3 dark mantle heavyweights, approached leisurely. She called out immediately when her vivid eyes caught sight of Han Chuo. She wore a blackish-purple dress today, with soft long hair casually let loose down to the shoulders. 2 small, middle-aged men followed behind, their eyes gazing around full of vigilance. Seeing Cecilia as soon as he turned around, Han Chuo was a little surprised. He nodded indifferently at her, his hands starting to collect the herbs on the table as he intended to leave the shop. Hey pretty lady, you've come again. What would you like to buy this time? Cecilia seemed to be a regular here. The old orc also welcomed her with warm hospitality and a big smile. He already bought whatever I wanted. Damn it, he was one step ahead again. Cecilia frowned at Han Chuo and lightly shouted somewhat in anguish. This, the old orc didn't know what to say. He wrung his hands, expressing that he was out of ideas. Han Chuo was about to leave the shop when he suddenly remembered something. He stopped at the door, turned to look at Cecilia, and said, if you tell me where Emily is, I'll give you an herb from my purchase just now. The disappointed Cecilia immediately rejoiced at his words. She looked at Han Chuo and asked, is that so? You'll let me choose from the herbs you just bought? Nodding his head, Han Chuo took out the herbs that he'd just bought with 1,000 gold coins. He laid them out and pointed at them saying, I'll let you choose one. I want this one. Cecilia pointed at the 9-jade flower and said softly. The corner of his mouth spasmed slightly. Han Chuo considered for a moment, then suddenly said coldly, this one won't do, transaction cancelled. The dark mantle higher UPS should know of Emily's whereabouts. If Han Chuo couldn't get the answer from Cecilia, he could still ask Candide for help. Moreover, he needed this information just because he wanted to give Emily the rebirth pill and help her remake her body. This wasn't a critical matter, so Han Chuo wasn't in a rush at the moment. The 9-jade flower, however, could only be met by chance and not found, so it was very important to Han Chuo. He could refine a cauldron of yuan repair pills using this flower as the main ingredient. Han Chuo immediately went back on his word when forced to choose between the 2 options. Cecilia had been reaching out for the 9-jade flower when halted upon Han Chuo saying transaction cancelled. She was dumbfounded for a while, then frowned as she looked at him, you renege on your word. I didn't promise you anything. It doesn't count as going back on my word. I can let you take 2 others except for this flower if you are still willing to tell me. Han Chuo first placed the 9-jade flower into the space ring and then shrugged his shoulders, speaking to Cecilia as if nothing happened. Sparks flew out from Cecilia's eyes as she looked at Han Chuo. She remained frozen for quite a while before nodding bitterly, saying, stingy brat. She took 2 blades of extreme frost grass, then glared at Han Chuo and answered, after Emily completed her mission with me, she should have returned to the Empire's Asan city. To think that the person that Emily greatly respects is actually this petty. I really don't understand why she values you so much. This has nothing to do with you. Han Chuo chuckled. He felt quite secure after knowing about Emily's location and that he was going to return to Asan city soon. Emily would take the initiative to find him once she knew. He could then use the rebirth pill to help her. You there! Don't move, or don't blame us for being rude. Suddenly, 10 mercenaries from the Cairo band surrounded the old orc's shop, pointing their crossbows at the 3 in Cecilia's group. "What is this? Is this how the Cairo mercenary band treats us merchants?" Cecilia asked, her expression angry as she coldly looked at the leader. "We always treat merchants nicely, but you people didn't enter normally. Otherwise we would have your records. Come with us." At this point, a mercenary stared unceremoniously at Cecilia and said coldly. It seemed Cecilia's group of 3 hadn't come in through the fence, but had used another way instead. The Cairo mercenary band might not have found out if this had been normal times. However, after the fiasco last night, the Cairo mercenaries were on high alert. They were all extremely cautious, so no wonder they had discovered the abnormal happenings. "Mr. Brian, please be careful with these people." The leading mercenary's attitude towards Han Shuo compared to his attitude towards Cecilia, was as different as the heavens and earth. His tone was sincere, his manner respectful, and even a touch ingratiating. "Mr. Brian, when our chief knew you'd arrived at the Valley of Sunshine, he immediately wanted to meet you. If you wait for just a moment, the chief himself will come to see you regarding last night's agreement after he handles the matters within the valley. We will fulfill the promised amount of gold, so please wait just a bit." Another mercenary bowed respectfully to Han Shuo and said in a humble tone. "What is this?" Cecilia looked at Han Shuo suspiciously. She secretly thought, Han Shuo is only a dark mantle envoy, while the other person is the violent lunatic Lord Eaton. Why is he treating Han Shuo so kindly? This is truly confusing. Lord Eaton is notoriously arrogant and hard to please, but is so unexpectedly respectful towards this fellow? Weird, really too weird. "Hey, we're together, you must have been mistaken." Cecilia suddenly came up with an idea. She abruptly walked up to Han Shuo with a charming smile, patting his shoulder as if their relationship was very intimate. Han Shuo was dumbfounded. He glanced at her with a cold face and was about to open his mouth to say something when he heard Cecilia whisper, "We are carrying out a mission. As a fellow member of the Dark Mantle, if you have the guts to not help me, I'll definitely report to that old fellow Candide when I return." "Hehe, we are together indeed." Cecilia and Han Shuo stood side by side as he suddenly relaxed. They are my friends, so I guarantee that they won't do anything detrimental to your mercenary band's interest. I'll wait for your people to meet me at the shop. If your chief comes, I'll let him know about this." Han Shuo smiled and nodded at the mercenaries, then put his arm around Cecilia's waist with naughty intentions. His actions screamed of an ambiguous relationship due to this act. Cecilia's small waist was plump and firm. The thin dress couldn't hide its amazing elasticity. Han Shuo couldn't help but secretly praise as he held it. This young woman didn't only have a beautiful face, even her body was truly tempting. "So it's like that." The mercenaries suddenly realized and spoke apologetically to Cecilia, "Our apologies, we didn't know of your relationship with Mr. Brian, we've been rude. Let's go, there is no problem in this area. Let's go inspect the other areas. Do not let any suspicious characters slip through our fingers." After bowing respectfully to Han Shuo, the leader loudly shouted a command and led the group of mercenaries to leave in a blink of an eye. Chapter 269. Chapter 269, The Arrogant Dark Moon Envoy. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Cecilia turned, her eyes huge as she glared furiously at Han Shuo, yelling with her voice as cold as ice, "Let go already!" With an awkward, dry laugh, Han Shuo withdrew his hand and pretended as if nothing happened. He spoke casually, "I only meant well. Ha, the Valley of Sunshine has been chaotic recently, so you'd best be a little careful. Don't you worry, you despicable brat." Cecilia bluntly replied in rage. She secretly wondered why Lord Eaton would value such a despicable character. How very odd. Paying no heed to Cecilia, Han Shuo strode away towards the shop with the extreme place of water. He arrived in about 10 minutes. Except for the dust-covered rooms, the shop wasn't much different since the last time he'd left. The formation outside hadn't changed either. The elements of the place of extreme water was still as rich as before. It seemed like no one had lived here after they'd left. The materials for refining the water elite zombie were still a bit lacking. That was being taken care of by Phoebe, so Han Shuo knew not to be anxious for now. He made a few circles around the yard before randomly sitting down in a chair in the middle of the courtyard, waiting for Lord Eden to arrive. In the afternoon, Han Shuo was studying a book on magic when he suddenly put it away and stood up. He squinted, looking towards the front door. The brawny, rough, bald Lord Eden entered by himself a bit later with heavy footsteps. His face didn't look very good. He was a bit pale, both eyes bloodshot and swollen. He must have had a sleepless night. Many thanks for your assistance last night. Lord Eden drew upon his energy reserves after seeing Han Shuo and spoke with a forced smile. Last night, the Cairo mercenary band had suffered heavy losses, even severely injuring Vice Chief Harris. To prevent the other three great powers from taking advantage of these chaotic times, Lord Eden had been hard at work all night making arrangements. He'd mobilized all of the Cairo mercenary band experts in the Valley of Sunshine. This could only be described as cautious to the extreme. We could be considered friends. The Church of Light and Florida also had a grudge with me, so of course I wouldn't mind lending you a helping hand. Han Shuo lazed around in his chair and smiled leisurely. He didn't mention that last time he'd left without saying farewell. Lord Eden didn't ask either. He took out a deed and a crystal card from within his space ring, placing them on the stone table before Han Shuo, saying with a proper expression, "This is the deed for this shop, along with a 10,000 gold coin crystal card with no owner. In addition, I will personally allow the Soul Destroyer mercenary band to openly recruit in the parts of the Valley of Sunshine that are overseen by the Cairo mercenary band." These were the three conditions agreed to by Lord Eden that Han Shuo had proposed last night in exchange for his help. During the brutal battle last night, Lord Eden's group would have been hard-pressed to escape the mountain valley if it weren't for Han Shuo's sudden interference. Lord Eden was a straightforward person, so he handed over the promised items as soon as he'd arrived. Han Shuo nodded with a smile. He placed the deed and crystal card into his space ring, then looked at Lord Eden and said, "Last night, I killed Ferguson and heavily injured Adam Menlo. My grudge with them cannot be resolved now. Since we now have a common enemy, we'll have many chances to cooperate in the future. Of course. I admit that I underestimated you. Someone who could kill Ferguson and heavily injure Adam Menlo is a person worthy of my true cooperation. In the current power struggle in the Valley of Sunshine, as long as the Soul Destroyer mercenary band cooperates with me, I guarantee it will develop greatly." Lord Eden's eyes twinkled as he looked at Han Shuo, seemingly aware of the latter's relationship with the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. "Trunks will discuss with you later. I'm only his friend, so I have no right to decide the future of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band." Han Shuo was stunned for a moment, but still responded indifferently. "Heh, from what I know, your relationship with the Soul Destroyer isn't that simple." Lord Eden grinned and continued, "How about this? I'll offer some gold coins and hire the Soul Destroyers to help me deal with the other forces. What do you think? For this matter, you'd have to go find Trunks and talk to him about it." Han Shuo laughed lazily, then exhaled softly and said, "Right, I have a friend who might have not entered the Valley of Sunshine through the main entrance. I hope you can give me some face and not trouble her." "No problem." Lord Eden agreed without saying anything extra. He then thought for a bit and stared mysteriously at Han Shuo, saying in a low voice, "You killed Ferguson and even used the terrifying corpse reanimation spell of necromancy. No matter how magnanimous the Church of Light is, they won't let you off. You'd best take good care of yourself. I'm not afraid of their revenge since I dared to kill him. You shouldn't worry about such trivial things. Also, we will have a chance to cooperate in dealing with Florida." I'm afraid we'll have to add the House of Menlo to the list of enemies as well. When I want to take action, I may come looking for you. Then you'd best be quick, or I'm afraid you will miss your chance to do so. Lorden's eyes were bloodshot and overflowed with murderous intent. It seemed that he intended on exacting revenge for the grievances that he'd suffered last night. With the power of the Cairo mercenary band, it would be an extremely brutal scene if Lord Eden started a bloody vengeance despite all consequences. Then I wish you good luck. Han Shuo said no more after this sentence. He closed his eyes, seemingly bathing in the sun with leisure. Lord Eden knew Han Shuo had no interest in further conversation upon seeing this posture. He nodded in understanding. All right. I still have other things to attend to, goodbye. Sure, I won't send you off now. Han Shuo answered with his eyes closed. Not long after Lord Eden left, Han Shuo suddenly rolled his eyes towards the roof and said with a tone of indifference, "Since you've come, why not come down and join me?" There were no other sign of life around. It was as if Han Shuo was just speaking to himself. Han Shuo's expression sank as he said with displeasure, "Master Cecilia, do you need me to personally invite you to come down?" A reaction finally appeared in the area where he was looking when he finished speaking. Cecilia abruptly appeared on the empty, sunlit roof. She looked at Han Shuo in surprise and said lightly, "Even Lord Eden couldn't discover me, so how did you do that? All right, tell me what you came here for. Could it be that your current mission is related to Lord Eden?" Han Shuo didn't answer Cecilia's question and cut straight to the chase. Since he'd stopped talking to Lord Eden as soon as he'd noticed her arrival, Cecilia simply didn't know what they'd been talking about. "Tell me, how did you realize I was up there?" Cecilia looked down at Han Shuo from above, asking with the tone of a superior talking to their subordinate. "Sorry, you have no right to know. Even Master Candide has no right to ask about my secrets, let alone you, someone who is not in charge of me. Moreover, my place doesn't welcome you, so please leave." This kind of attitude from Cecilia displeased Han Shuo. He immediately and bluntly drove her away upon seeing her arrogant manner. You actually dare to talk to me like that?" Cecilia pointed at Han Shuo, appalled. Her body trembled slightly. She was angry as nobody seemed to have ever treated her so rudely like that. She looked extremely furious and stomped her feet violently as she huffed, "I'm not leaving, I'll see what you can do to me." Precisely at this moment, a distant call from the dark forest echoed in Han Shuo's mind. This call, that came from the depths of the soul, was like a joyous call from the most intimate of family. Han Shuo was stunned for a split second, then overjoyed. He understood that the wood elite zombie in the forest troll's holy land had formed. He was making the call based on the virtue of the blood essence in his body. "If you won't leave, then I'll leave." Han Shuo was too lazy to pay attention to Cecilia anymore. He immediately stood up, hurriedly left the shop and promptly shut the front door. He rushed straight out of the Valley of Sunshine. "You look down on people too much, really look down on people too much. That lowly Dark Moon envoy actually dares to be so arrogant." Seeing Han Shuo unhesitatingly leave as if avoiding a plague, Cecilia abruptly shouted in rage. It seemed she'd taken a major blow. None of the guards at the entrance to the Valley of Sunshine blocked Han Shuo from exiting. Everyone from the Cairo mercenary band nodded at him in a friendly manner, showing their deep respect. Being able to kill a light Grand Magus and heavily injure the chief of the Menlo family at the same time, while lending his aid to the Cairo mercenary band, this character had immediately gained their goodwill. They all expressed their respect and extreme gratitude towards Han Shuo. Upon leaving the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shuo flew rapidly forward by fully leveraging the art of the demonic ninth heavens. He only took 15 minutes to reach the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Trunks had yet to wake up after getting drunk the night before. Yesterday, when nothing was on his plate, Han Shuo had intended to wait for a while before helping Trunks reform his body. Now that the Wood Elite zombie had awakened, things had to happen now. Not caring about the sleep-talking Trunks, Han Shuo rushed directly into his cave. He promptly picked up a wineskin on the ground, mixed the rebirth pill into it and forced it into Trunks' belly. Firmly pressing down on Trunks in order to ensure he couldn't struggle, Han Shuo used his magical cultivation to force Trunks to refine the rebirth pill in his stomach. Afterwards, he left and said to Grant, "Take him to the toilet. He will be like Odysseus and the others. You guys look after him well." "Understood." Grant didn't understand this at all, but he knew Han Shuo wouldn't harm Trunks, so he immediately nodded in agreement. "Gilbert, you stay inside the mountain valley to help Trunks for the time being. I'll look for you when I need you. Absolutely do not create any trouble for him." Han Shuo left only one command for the Dark Dragon. He couldn't wait to leave the mountain valley as he rushed towards the dark forest. Chapter 270. Chapter 270, The Religion of the Evil God. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. In the dark forest, the sacred place of the forest trolls. Under the blazing sun, a rainbow spectrum cut through the sky. Like an arrow going against the flow of time, the light swiftly landed in the center of the dark forest without a sound. After 4 months, the lush and thick plants in the place of extreme wood had once again gone through an earth-shattering change. All of the towering old trees had withered, the weeds on the ground were without a trace of their original lively green. The originally lush place of extreme wood didn't have a single green leaf now. Plants no longer grew, and the dry, cracked, and hard ground was revealed. At a glance, the entire scene was that of desertification. Due to the existence of the formation, the wood elements, that had originally filled the place, were now gathered in the body of the wood elite zombie in the center of the formation. This had caused all the plants to wilt as they lost the wood elemental energy they'd originally possessed. Han Shuo relied on the Yin demon's reconnaissance upon landing. He discovered from afar that several forest trolls were stationed here, evidently protecting the Holy Land. Intimate calls resounded one after another from roots of the oldest, largest dried tree. The wood elite zombie had Han Shuo's blood essence flowing in his veins. He had sensed the latter's arrival based on their connection. "Come out!" A series of black lights converged towards the place where the wood elite zombie was concealed as Han Shuo used the secret arts. Rumble. Tremors spread out on the ground as the old, dried tree suddenly exploded. Pieces of bark and wood flew in all directions as a dark cave was revealed at the base. Deep underground old roots were buried there. Whoosh! A green shadow jumped out from the dark cave. A green armor covered the wood elite zombie. This armor looked as if it were made from tree trunks as it shimmered with a green light. The wood elite zombie was tall and thin. He really did look like a tree branch at a glance. His shiny green eyes were full of joy at this moment, rolling around as they stared at Han Shuo. A dense mist of wood elemental energy drifted out along with the emergence of the wood elite zombie. The wood elements, that had been tightly bound and absorbed by the wood elite zombie, now gradually escaped bit by bit, blowing a fresh breath of air into this almost desertified land. Han Shuo understood that this area would gradually return to normal after the wood elite zombie left. The dead plants would burst forth with vitality again, and the entire place should be able to restore itself to its original lush state in less than 18 months. The little skeleton and Earth elite zombie appeared together after an incantation. The little skeleton arrogantly walked over immediately upon seeing the wood elite zombie. He jumped and patted the wood elite zombie's shoulders like a general inspecting one of his soldiers. This wood elite zombie seemed surprisingly afraid of the little skeleton. His sparkling green eyes shone brightly as he took the initiative to lower his shoulders in order to allow the little skeleton's patting. The Earth elite zombie lumbered over to the side of the wood elite zombie and dumbly touched the latter's shoulder, seeming to want to welcome the latter like the little skeleton. However, the green eyes glared at him. The Earth elite zombie was dumbfounded, withdrawing his right hand that had been about to pat the wood elite zombie's shoulder. In the end, he patted his own shoulder, his posture quite comical. "Let's go, let me see what you have mastered." Han Shuo glanced at the wood elite zombie and started walking out. They left the place of extreme wood and arrived at a river bank in the forest after walking for a while. As soon as they arrived, the green eyes of the wood elite zombie shone brightly without stopping, and the trees around them started dancing in the wind. The towering old trees, that needed several people to fully embrace them, twisted their soft, ribbon-like tree branches like snakes, moving in accordance with the green light emitted from the eyes of the wood elite zombie. The plants around Han Shuo all seemed to be affected. They were all either whipping around or growing rapidly. The wood elite zombie was showing off, and his figure disappeared out of sight when he leaned on a nearby tree. Han Shuo knew early on that the wood elite zombie could manipulate plants. His thoughts spun as he recalled the strange ability of the druid Caspian. Feeling that there were some similarities between the two, his heart couldn't help but feel somewhat peculiar. With the wood elite zombie, Han Shuo's strength would once again be increased when he entered the dark forest again. The dark forest was dense and brimming with life, while the wood elite zombie was like a ghost that could control the plants in it accordance to his will. He could randomly merge with a big tree, or mount a surprise attack. No one would be able to catch him when he retreated. Not bad, very good. You three brats can all go back. Han Shuo watched for a bit before nodding his head. As usual, he left a dark seal in the wood elite zombie, then sent the three fellows back to the other dimension. It's been 3 months. I wonder why the fire elite zombie hasn't been completed yet. Forget it, let's leave this place for the time being. He will call me when he's ready. Han Shuo thought for a bit then returned to the cemetery of death. He didn't intend on going to the place of extreme fire to inspect the situation. Who knew if the Lord of the Flames would go nuts again? Best not to go if he didn't have extreme confidence. Han Shuo wasn't in a hurry to leave after returning to the cemetery of death. He went to the depths of the building inside instead. He'd been halted at the first level before due to lack of sufficient mental strength. Now that his strength had progressed greatly, Han Shuo intended to try again. He passed through the first passage easily. In the second level, Han Shuo rammed straight into the invisible force field. A strange force suddenly pierced through his brain and a heart-wrenching pain abruptly spread through his mind. It was as if Han Shuo was being torn apart by a tornado of sharp blades twisted, stabbed, and dragged into an endless abyss. Fortunately Han Shuo's current state of mind was durable to the utmost now. Despite the extreme pain of 1,000 cuts being inflicted on his body, he grit his teeth and coalesced his mental strength, pushing the magical yuan through. A crisp cracking sound echoed as he fell downwards. Suddenly, the eye of darkness in Han Shuo's hand sent out a dazzling green light. Under that shining light, he found himself in the center of an oval altar. The whole altar was suddenly cloaked in a green halo as the green light touched it. An enormous, strange force converged on Han Shuo from the corners of the altar. These ribbons of green light all poured into the eye of darkness in Han Shuo's hand. A mysterious force abruptly entered through his palm and flooded his brain like water released from a dam. My child, you've proved to at least have the mental strength of an archmage by being able to enter the second layer. Now, let go of everything and accept this mental strength. It will help you reach the power of a grand magus. The shadowy figure from the first layer slowly formed and spoke calmly. Han Shuo was ecstatic. He immediately sat down and relaxed his soul to welcome the mysterious force in. As soon as this force entered, it merged directly with his mental strength in a mysterious manner, giving Han Shuo a very comfortable, wonderful feeling. The extreme pain from before had long since vanished without a trace. Right now, Han Shuo seemed to be bathed in sun-dappled, warm water. He enjoyed it with complete leisure and comfort. The green layers of light shrouded the entire altar and slowly united with the eye of darkness at the epicenter. The enormous, pure force integrated with Han Shuo's mental strength. His brain, that had been reinforced by the demonic magic, rapidly underwent changes. This process lasted for an unknown period of time. Han Shuo forgot everything and indulged himself in the wondrous feeling of having full control over his mental strength. He even forgot his own existence. Child, necromancy magic is the most powerful, most marvelous magic on earth, yet some people don't allow it to exist. You, as the legitimate heir to the ancient necromancy magic, hold the responsibility of promoting its profound meaning and the glory it used to have to the world. To have the canopy of necromancy cover the earth, to enable necromancy magic to cause tremors in every corner of the world, to shower every place in the evil light of necromancy magic, this is your responsibility to bear. You cannot escape, nor can you refuse. The voice of that shadowy figure slowly, yet alluringly infiltrated Han Shuo's mind with the strange force. As Han Shuo's mental strength was continuously reinforced, another current of force suddenly erupted. This force attempted to invade his soul, forever drowning him in evil. This force had the ability to change the soul. When it finished merging with the soul, it would turn Han Shuo into a most loyal follower, forever subjected to the dominion of some evil god. Aou! Han Shuo threw back his head and released a long howl to the heavens, circulating his magical yuan like mad. Another intense force surged out from the demon infant, reaching the brain in just a second. It latched onto the force trying to invade his soul. No, no! Han Shuo roared, his eyes a deep red as he panted. His firm strength of mind kicked into gear as he utilized the magical yuan to its utmost, forming layer after layer of obstruction in his brain to fight against the magical brand of the evil god. There was as if a violent torrential outbreak in Han Shuo's mind. It desperately resisted the force invading his soul with the demon infant as the main power. During this process, Han Shuo experienced excruciating agony, rolling and screaming about on the altar. However, the green light around the Eye of Darkness became more and more brilliant. Chapter 271. Chapter 271, The Tricolored Bone Staff. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Aou. Han Shuo was roaring in extreme agony on the oval altar in the second layer of the cemetery of death. Thick green light wreathed his body. His head in particular was showing a jasper-like luster. The ethereal light seemed to be the most lustrous green jade. Han Shuo's mental strength still grew at a crazy rate during this process. However, the brand from the evil god from an unknown source actually wanted to penetrate deep into his soul, ordering him to become a loyal follower of the religion of the evil god until death. This was a kind of soul brand similar to the one that Han Shuo imprinted on the little skeleton in Earth Elite Zombie. Once his soul was stamped by this brand, he would never be himself again. This was absolutely something that Han Shuo didn't want. Although his brain felt like it was being cut by 10,000 blades, Han Shuo still held on, his eyes bulging in agony. He roared madly in rage, trying to alleviate the pain in some way. However, the power of the soul brand was becoming ever greater as the growing green halo above the altar grew brighter. In his panic, an enormous, pitch-black figure appeared in Han Shuo's consciousness. The massive body seemed to blot out the sky. Its green pupils were like two huge full moons. The eyes glanced over all beings as if looking down upon weak, tiny ants. The enormous pressure filled the heavens and earth, making it difficult for Han Shuo to even breathe. This kind of endless presence tasted of immortality, like a star existing for billions of years in the galaxy. Submit. There will be no pain, only eternal life. A spirit imprint suddenly broke into Han Shuo's mind, repeatedly tempting him. It seemed that if he just relaxed and accepted this brand, the suffering would be gone in the next moment, and his life would be endless. No! Han Shuo screamed tragically, his hands clutching his head as he rolled around on the ground. The demon slayer edge stored in his body abruptly shot out terrifying amounts of killing intent. The negative feelings of fear, resentment, and thirst for destruction coalesced into a force that instantly flowed into the demon infant to form a resistance. The demon slayer edge shrank into a beam of light, bringing every fiber of power within Han Shuo to bombard the shadowy figure that had been born from the panic within his mind. Crack! A crisp sound like the breaking of fragile glass resounded clearly in Han Shuo's mind. The colossal figure shattered into spots of starlight. The lights suddenly gathered into the demon slayer edge. In a blink an eye, the agony that had ripped apart his heart and pierced his lungs retreated like the tides. Within his consciousness, the frenzied rate of growth of his mental strength suddenly stopped. The green light curtain above the altar also disappeared without a trace. The eye of darkness in Han Chuo's hand vanished, replaced with a green bone staff. The upper part of the staff was formed by 3 skulls. The bone staff was 1 meter and 30 centimeters in length, and was made out of a green, jade-like material. The 3 skulls weren't human, and were respectively yellow, blue, and purple. The yellow skull had 3 big eye sockets, the blue one had a horn, while the purple one was riddled with finger-sized holes. Although their shapes were strange, the skulls were as small as a fist, each one looking more sinister than the one before. These 3 skulls integrated perfectly with the staff, with the 3 skulls looking in different directions crowning the top. Han Chuo slowly calmed his breathing. In the end, he fainted and fell listlessly to the ground in a comatose state. However, whilst unconscious, the bone staff in his hand emitted yellow, blue, and purple rays of light from the 3 differently shaped skulls. The 3 lights were like silk ribbons that glided into his nose and mouth at the same time. Blood was still flowing from Han Chuo's mouth and nostrils due to the piercing agony he had just experienced. Each plume of hot blood slowly drifted into the 3 skulls under the guidance of the tricolored lights. The 3 skulls gleamed with increasing light. The 3 skulls finished absorbing the fresh blood from Han Chuo's mouth and nostrils. The staff shone with brilliant light that slowly dispersed. The bone staff then returned to normal. After who knew how long, Han Chuo gradually came to. His whole body ached to the extreme, as if his meridians and bones had shattered. There wasn't a place that didn't scream out with pain. On the other hand, after experiencing explosive agony, his mind was now clear and comfortable. When Han Chuo looked down at the bone staff, he was startled. His eyes were full of confusion as he simply didn't know where this bone staff had come from. Ah, where is the eye of darkness? Han Chuo was greatly shocked in the next moment as he discovered that the eye of darkness, that had been in his hand during the whole ordeal, had vanished. The eye of darkness was the key in and out of the cemetery of death. Once it disappeared, he could only use the transportation matrix to leave the cemetery of death, which would be a tremendous setback. Suddenly, Han Chuo looked closely at the bone staff and noticed that its jade-green color was the same as the color of the eye of darkness. The staff felt extremely familiar in his hand. A thought struck him. Han Chuo tried to use the bone staff in the same way he'd used the eye of darkness. When the bone staff immediately shot out a familiar green halo, Han Chuo understood what had happened. Staring fixedly at the bone staff for a while, Han Chuo became more and more surprised. However, when he recalled the matter of the evil god invading his soul, he fearfully put the staff into his space ring. He didn't dare to try out its power when his magical yuan was exhausted and body extremely fragile. Closing his eyes to recall the events that occurred before he fell unconscious, Han Chuo couldn't help but feel fortunate. He secretly thought that this cemetery of death was really not that simple. When that evil god infiltrated his mind, the horrifying pressure from that shadowy figure on him had been truly unthinkable for Han Chuo. Han Chuo was certain that the colossal figure was definitely the true appearance of the evil god. Han Chuo completely understood what the evil god's brand wanted to do to him. This made him even more grateful to have escaped, and he became more cautious of the cemetery of death. In the next moment, Han Chuo remembered what the shadowy figure said: "Let go of everything and accept this spirit force. It will help you reach the power of a grand magus." Ecstatic, Han Chuo chanted a spell to summon one ordinary skeleton. 8 skeletal warriors immediately appeared on the altar. Feeling the smooth circulation of his vast mental strength, Han Chuo was overjoyed upon discovering that his mental strength had made a shocking advancement. The same necromancy spell meant that the results would be different based on the strength of one's mental strength. Generally speaking, a magic spell could be divided into 5 levels based on one's mental strength. Take summoning a skeletal warrior for example. A novice magic apprentice with weak mental strength could only summon one skeletal warrior. However, for journeyman mages, they could release the second level of the spell due to their stronger spirit force, allowing them to call upon 2 skeletal warriors. Han Shuo summoning 8 skeletal warriors meant that he had reached the 4th level of the spell. This was more than enough proof for his terrific improvement in mental strength. According to the explanation in necromancy magic books, Han Shuo understood that one would reach the 4th level for the skeletal warrior summon only when their mental strength advanced to Grand Magus. Truly unexpected. This was all true. To advance to Grand Magus all of the sudden. This cemetery of death is strange, but truly miraculous. Han Shuo was ecstatic. He couldn't help but laugh heartily despite his fragile current state. Struggling to sit up, Han Shuo's eyes shone brightly as he looked around. He saw that this second level was half the size of the first one. The surrounding area was empty, except for the oval altar in the center. No items were stored in this secret room. The second level centered around the altar beneath Han Shuo. A mysterious magical formation was set up to occupy the entire room. There was nothing else except for it, seemingly a place to cleanse the soul and improve mental strength. Han Shuo rested for a while before leaving the second level of the cemetery of death. He sat in the center of the magical formation, slowly gathering his exhausted magical yuan and restoring it bit by it. After about 5 days, Han Shuo heaved a sigh of relief and murmured in good spirits, "Although the evil god invaded my soul this time, it was actually rather useful. Not only did my mental strength advance to Grand Magus level in one fell swoop, even my magic cultivation showed signs of great improvement." Han Shuo wasn't in a hurry to leave. He stayed in the cemetery of death, spending the entire day and night to indulge in the study of necromancy magic. Although he had the power of a Grand Magus, he still needed to brush up on some necromancy spells. Thanks to the absorbed memories from Clarendon, Han Shuo could officially begin his preparation for the Archmage level. The memories played an important role. Han Shuo practiced necromancy magic in the cemetery of death without rest or food, as if he was possessed. He repeatedly cast all Archmage level spells. He practiced every day until his mental strength was completely exhausted. Afterwards, his mental strength improved slightly with meditation. Over 10 days, Han Shuo could skillfully release the several Archmage-level necromancy spells that he'd gained from Clarendon. As for the 2 new spells written in the Book of Necromancy Magic that he'd picked up in the Cemetery of Death. However, it was difficult to grasp them in a short amount of time. Han Shuo decided to not waste any more time and left the Cemetery of Death via the transportation matrix. Chapter 272. Chapter 272, The Effect of the Rebirth Pill. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. Lancelot Empire, Asen City, the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Master Fanny, you've become more and more beautiful. Jean looked at Fanny and praised sincerely in the testing fields of the necromancy department. That's right, Master Fanny. How did you do it? Can you please tell us how? Lisa looked at Fanny with admiration and asked sweetly. Master Fanny, what herbs did you use? Please tell us. Yes, please. Several female students of the necromancy major surrounded Fanny, chattering non-stop. For women, beauty could be said to be the matter that they were most concerned about. Like the forest troll's love for pillaging, a woman's love for beauty was innate. No woman was an exception to this. I've told all of you many times already. There is no secret method. I only relaxed my mood and the change occurred naturally. You shouldn't be so surprised. Fanny explained with resignation. Although she knew her students wouldn't believe her, this was the only answer she could give them. Fanny was as if reborn after consuming the rebirth pill. Her mental strength had undergone a huge improvement and increased by twice as much when she meditated. Her mind was suddenly clearer. The magic theories she used to have problems with were now easily understood. Fanny's skin was also creamy, similar a newborn baby's. Her face was a glowing white with a touch of rossiness on the cheeks, like a delicately crafted porcelain doll, giving people the feeling of surreal beauty. This miraculous transformation had occurred over 10 days. The female students and teachers had all witnessed it. Even Fanny herself was unable to say that this was a natural transformation. Many female teachers had come to consult Fanny about this matter, even Dean Emma herself asked. Only Fanny herself knew that this was thanks to Han Chuo's rebirth pill. She had taken a 3-day leave and spent almost all of it on the toilet. She'd been mad at his prank. However, when she looked in the mirror 3 days later, she was dumbfounded. She froze for dozens of seconds before exclaiming non-stop in ecstasy, "Brian, oh Brian, you cute little fellow! Master Fanny, Master Fanny!" Jean shouted loudly a few times. Startled, Fanny looked at Jean and said, "Master Jean, what is it? Class is over." "Master Fanny, I noticed that you've been staring off into space more often recently." Jean had recently discovered that when he talked to Fanny, she often didn't pay much attention to him. The times he saw her fall into a daydream, her eyes flickered with yearning. "Oh, class is over? Hee, thank you for reminding me." Fanny responded apologetically. She turned to the students to advise them about something before walking back to her laboratory alone. "Hateful fellow, he said he would come see me in 3 days' time, and yet he hasn't appeared for 20 days already, making me distracted all the time. You really anger me to death." Fanny gnashed her teeth in rage, walking to her lab with her head down. Thud. Not paying attention to the path, Fanny suddenly bumped into a person. Sorry. Fanny apologized non-stop before lifting her head. However, when she looked up, she was stunned for a second before exploding with anger. Her fists hammered as she cursed, "Damn you, you only know to return now? It's been 20 days, don't you know that you'll make people worry? Where did you get off to before only coming back now?" She screamed, cursed, and hit the evilly smiling Han Chuo on the chest. Fanny seemed to vent all of her feelings as she listed all of his wrongdoings. Her voice gradually grew strange before turning into sobs at the end. Han Chuo originally wanted to tease Fanny just a little. However, upon hearing the strange tone in her voice and the footsteps closing in, he embraced her and jumped behind the big tree. His mouth rushed towards Fanny's fragrant lips for a kiss. "MMMM." Fanny's scolding turned into long moaning. Her hands desperately pounded against Han Chuo's chest, but her fragrant lips responded with enthusiasm. This was a separate road to Fanny's lab surrounded by rows of ancient trees. When Han Chuo heard the incoming footsteps, he hastily embraced Fanny and jumped behind the large tree out of fear of being discovered. As Fanny responded intensely to his kiss, Han Chuo felt as if he was sinking into a beautiful dream. This charming, wondrous feeling instantly ignited upon the contact of their lips and ran deep into his soul. Han Chuo relaxed his vigilance and loosened his body, completely indulging himself in this feeling. It was a while later that Fanny finally stopped beating his chest. Her slender, jade hands snaked euphorically around his neck. She was on the tips of her toes, kissing him fervently. She completely forgot everything else, forgetting that they were out in the open. After who knew how long, Fanny panted and struggled, pushing Han Chuo away. She glanced alluringly at him as she protested coquettishly, "You 1,000 times damnable brat, why don't you ever keep your promises?" As she'd just finished speaking, Fanny covered her mouth and inhaled softly. Her cheeks instantly flushed as she looked behind Han Chuo with an exclamation. Turning around, they saw Lisa holding a magic book, standing alongside Jean. Their eyes was filled with heartbreak as they stared at this sight, dumbfounded. "Master Jean, it's very immoral to peep on others' intimate actions." Han Chuo was completely calm. He turned around and spoke unhappily to Jean without letting Fanny out of his embrace. I didn't mean to. Just that Lisa was unclear about some magic knowledge that I couldn't explain it, so we came to look for Master Fanny to resolve our doubts. It was really an accident." Jean's facial expression was ugly, but he still stammered an explanation upon seeing Han Chuo's displeasure. Fanny had surpassed Jean on some complex magic knowledge thanks to the effect of the rebirth pill. After the great changes to Lisa's family, she'd suddenly became hard-working and seized every chance to improve her magic. Lisa and Jean had some questions to ask Fanny. They came for a look when hearing the panting, and hadn't expected to see something that they shouldn't have seen. I didn't think that you were actually this intimate with Master Fanny. Master Fanny, Brian, I hate you. Lisa said these words out of rage, then turned around and ran off in tears. Master Fanny, I give you my blessing. Jean was an adult after all. He suppressed the pain in his heart and whispered this sentence. He too then turned around to leave, his departing back seeming a little bleak. Brian, you go console Lisa. I know how much she likes you, I'm afraid she can't take this blow. Fanny softly sighed at the events and told Han Chuo. Shaking his head, Han Chuo said in a low voice, forget it, this isn't the appropriate time to see her. Give her some time, Lisa is much stronger than you think. Let's go, I'll give you your certificate proving your achievement as an adept mage in the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. You can graduate. Fanny pondered for a bit and said no more. She let Han Chuo put his arm around her as they walked back to the lab, where she gave him a book with a magical brand on it. You should pay some attention to Lisa in the next 2 days. I think she'll think it through. Han Chuo said as he took the book. After such a thing happened, he was temporarily in no mood to act intimately with Fanny. Brian, you're leaving again. Fanny was stunned. She suddenly hugged Han Chuo tightly and looked up at him, speaking very unwillingly. I've officially graduated from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Now that something like this has happened, I don't want Lisa to feel sad, so I can't stay here for the time being. Han Chuo had wanted to stay with Fanny a little longer, but could only let go after giving it some thought. Then, where should I go if I want to see you? I don't want you to disappear for months at a time without receiving any messages from you. Fanny frowned and hugged Han Chuo tightly, not letting him move. She seemed like she wouldn't let go until she received a reply. Han Chuo had a headache as he thought about it. He said, it seems I need to find a mansion within the Empire. So be it, I'll tell you my address after 7 days at most. I promise to not suddenly disappear for a long time. Okay. Oh right, my father may come to the Asen city soon. I want you to meet him then. Fanny nodded, her cheeks turning crimson. She said softly as she buried her face in his chest. Han Chuo was dumbfounded. He secretly thought about his relationships with Phoebe and Emily. If this was discovered by Fanny or her father by chance, something serious might just happen. However, he couldn't refuse now, so he bit the bullet and said, all right, I'll come see him at that time. Forget it, I'll worry about it when it happens. I can only take one step at a time. Han Chuo secretly thought and said, all right, I'm going. Right, thank you for the herbal pill. It was really miraculous. Do you have any more? I want to eat a few more. As Han Chuo was about to leave, Fanny asked excitedly with shining eyes. This pill is extremely expensive, I only had that one pill. One pill is enough, any more would useless. Han Chuo sweated. Afraid that Fanny wouldn't listen, he hastily left. Chapter 273. Chapter 273, Climbing Up Step by Step. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. After leaving the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, Han Chuo went straight to Lawrence's house. Together, they left for the barracks of the Northern City Guards. Asen City was divided into 4 sections, south, east, north, and west. Each section had a big city gate and an independent army of guards responsible for maintaining law and order. As they arrived at the city's northern campgrounds, Lawrence opened his mouth to speak, although we're 10 days late, I think there's no problem. What greeted the eyes was a grand castle wholly made of solid rocks. Several armored guards stood in front of the city gate, looking over the recruitment of ordinary civilians with strong physique. They were being examined before they could join the rookies. Lawrence walked over to them with Han Shuo and said with authority, "He is an adept mage who's just graduated from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. He'll join your magic corps from now on." An officer was lying lazily on a chair, his mouth munching on the fruits on the plate. As soon as he heard Lawrence's voice, he scrambled to his feet and put on a flattering smile, "Greetings to the young master Lawrence." Lawrence nodded and pointed at Han Shuo saying, "He's my friend. He intends to join the magic corps of the city's northern guard. We'll proceed based on the formal procedures." An adept mage. The officer was shocked. His expression was much more respectful as he looked at Han Shuo. "May I see your certificate?" There were 3 jobs in the profound continent: swordsman, knight, and mage. Swordsmen held the lowest status, knights were a little higher, and the rarest and highest were the mages. To a country, a mage of the same level brought more benefits to the army. For instance, a senior swordsman or senior knight could only kill several soldiers in one attack no matter how powerful they were. However, if an adept mage released a magic spell of great lethality, they could kill dozens or more than 100 of soldiers in an instant. The higher the mage's level, the more powerful their spell was. For example, if a sacred magus released a forbidden spell, he could even destroy a city and kill tens of thousands soldiers in a second. Because mages possessed magic spells with a large area of destruction, they were very useful in the military. Their status was obviously higher than swordsmen or knights. Generally, in any country, if a mage reached the level of archmage, they would be bestowed with a noble title in their own territory. As for those of the Grand Magus or Sacred Magus level, they were the talent that every country competed over. The king of that country would agree to any of their conditions, from wealth, position to beautiful women. Everything could be theirs. That was why the officer's attitude had taken a complete turn for the opposite upon hearing that he was an adept mage who'd graduated from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Over the years, the Academy had produced many of the most outstanding figures in the Empire. Currently, several notable figures who were the best in their fields of expertise had all graduated from this academy. "Of course you can." Han Shuo took out his graduation certificate from his space ring and handed it to the officer. Only now did the officer realize that Han Shuo wore a space ring. He was slightly surprised. An adept mage who could possess a space ring was definitely not ordinary. The officer became even more respectful. He held the certificate and schemed it before handing it back to Han Shuo with both hands, saying in all honesty, "There's no problem at all. We of the city's Northern Guard welcome you to join us. You will be a member of the Northern Guard's Magic Corps. Please follow me, I'll help you with the documents." "I'm going with you." Lawrence smiled at Han Shuo and followed the latter into the castle. The officer seemed to know Lawrence as he didn't stop him from following. The 3 yin demons had been released earlier to circle around the castle. Han Shuo discovered that the castle was divided into several areas. The bottom floor was the rooms of ordinary soldiers, it could accommodate nearly 1,000 people. The second floor was for ordinary officers, the third floor for senior generals and the members of the Magic Corps. Han Shuo paid some attention and realized that there was a basement with storing weapons and food. Even though this castle was inside Asan City, its defenses weren't weak. The castle walls were 10 meters tall with several guards in each direction. There were several heavy defensive weaponries and even 3 magic towers set up. This was the base camp of the Northern Guard. Many more soldiers were stationed outside. The scattered Northern Guard was divided into 3 portions. One portion trained in the jungle, another stood defense at the northern gate, and the remaining was in charge of patrolling to prevent brawling inside the city. Before he'd came here, Han Shuo knew Lawrence was acquainted with the highest commander of the city's Northern Guard, Count Boris Karlin, so he hadn't been worried at all. In the Lancelot Empire, the majority of military power was in the hands of the nobility. Lawrence's uncle, Boris Karlin, for example, was a count of the empire. The Karlin family in the empire was regarded as a grand family. Lawrence's father in name and Boris's older brother, E.V. Karlin, was one rank higher as a marquis of the empire. E.V. Karlin had an intimate relationship with the king due to his connection with Lawrence. With E.V.'s support, plus his own extraordinary military talent, Boris Karlin was able to sit on the position of the Northern Guard's highest commander. Obviously Lawrence arranged for Han Shuo to be here because his uncle was in charge of this organization. The soldiers in the castle all knew of the relationship between Lawrence and Boris, that was why they treated the former so respectfully. Even Han Shuo, following Lawrence, also received the same treatment. "Oh, my lovely Lawrence, you haven't come to see me in such a long time." The group was heading to the third floor of the castle, when an army man of 1 meter 80 centimeters in height with a rough, beardy face, called out loudly from a distant staircase. "Hi dear uncle, aren't I visiting you right now? Hehe, I've brought an outstanding person here. Isn't your nephew good to you?" Lawrence laughed all the way as he pulled Han Shuo to Boris. Boris laughed heartily with a resounding voice. He swept a glance over Han Shuo and said, "Is this the Brian that you've mentioned to me many times? Haha, his body is unexpectedly strong, and he's an incredible mage to boot. Truly unimaginable." Due to his practice of magical cultivation, Han Shuo was now 1 meter 90 centimeters tall. His back was as straight as a javelin, naturally emitting an extraordinary presence. Although he was wearing an ordinary magic robe, this presence emitting from his body simply couldn't be concealed. "Greetings, honored Count Boris. Please take care of me from now on." Han Shuo had a firm grasp on the situation. He smiled and bowed respectfully. "Well said, well said." Boris laughed loudly again and spoke to the guiding officer, "Gilok, you help Brian complete the procedures. Lawrence, Brian, come to my room for a bit." Boris waited for the two to step up the stairs before enthusiastically grabbing onto them, leading them straight to the biggest room on the third floor. All the guards respectfully saluted Boris along the way. Boris's hand was rough like an old tree bark's. Han Shuo immediately understood from the sensation that he used heavy weaponry. Han Shuo had heard Lawrence mention that Boris was an earth rider. Boris's room was built in with big boulders, bright and spacious. There wasn't any luxurious items, only some simple furniture. It seemed Boris wasn't an extravagant person. "All of you are dismissed. Don't let anyone in for now," Boris ordered upon reaching the doorstep. The two senior swordsmen withdrew themselves without a word and stood guard at a distance from the door. When the three had settled down in the room, Boris went straight to the point, "Brian, I'll be frank on account of your relationship with Lawrence. Since you've come here, I'll help you obtain the title of Duke in the fastest way possible. Lawrence told me that you have endless potential and will definitely become a great assistant of his. I believe in his vision." "Thank you, Sir Count." Han Shuo nodded slightly and smiled with gratitude. "No need to be polite. Hehe, helping you is helping Lawrence, which is also helping myself. We'll have you stay in the Magic Corps for now with no particular status. However, when you make a military achievement to the Northern Guard, plus your identity as a mage, I can help you apply for a noble title. From then on, your rank will gradually increase based on your contributions." Boris looked at Han Shuo and slowly explained. "Uncle Boris, for this period when Brian is in the Northern Guard, the Viscount title will do just fine. The higher titles aren't as easily acquired through the Northern Guard. I have my own plans." Lawrence had long since made his plans about Han Shuo's position. Considering the achievements and power of the Northern Guard, it might only be enough for Han Shuo to become a Viscount here. Even Boris was only a Count after all, it would be difficult to promote Han Shuo once more in the Northern Guard. "Hehe, you little boy. Good, I just have something here. If you can do well, Brian, your credit will definitely be recognized. I can help you obtain a title faster then." Boris rolled his eyes at Lawrence before telling Han Shuo with a smile. His thoughts moved. Han Chuo was immediately interested. What matter? Chapter 274. Chapter 274, Who Dares to Act Wildly? Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. The Imperial Weapons Factory has developed a new type of chariot that can consecutively shoot bolts thousands of miles away. This secret arsenal was located in the wilderness to the north of the city and was originally under the responsibility of our Northern Guard. However, one night about half a month ago, a group of assassins suddenly snuck in and killed the guards, in addition to a dozen inventors there. They also took the blueprints of the chariot. His Majesty the King was furious when he heard this news and gave me a month to arrest this gang and retrieve the blueprints at all costs. This matter is really stressing me out. If you can help me resolve it, I guarantee that you'll easily receive the title of Baron. Boris turned gloomy upon talking about this matter. His hearty laugh from earlier had long since disappeared. I too am thinking of a way to resolve this. If we don't capture those people and take back the blueprint within a month, it could affect my uncle's career. Lawrence sighed softly and turned to Han Chuo as he spoke, somewhat worried. Boris was his backer. In his struggle for the throne, whether or not Lawrence could stand out mainly relied on the power of his supporters. First, Prince Charles currently had the biggest influence and also the most supporters. Lawrence had the weakest force due to him being an illegitimate child. His status would certainly be affected if the people closest to him lost their standing. Han Chuo wrinkled his brows, thinking for a bit before opening his mouth to say, if it's been half a month, wouldn't they have left the capital already? If they really did, it'd be like finding a needle in a haystack if we want to catch them. They shouldn't have. I immediately reported this to His Majesty before anything else when this happened. Master Candide, one of the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, took notice of this and ordered the guards to strengthen the defense of the four gates, not letting any suspicious character leave. I'm positive that they haven't been able to leave Asen City. Boris said in a low voice, his face solemn. I see. Then did Master Candide tell you who was taking charge of this mission? Han Chuo asked. Everyone with a high position all knew of the Dark Mantle's existence. Candide was the most mysterious, most difficult to reach figure. Han Chuo understood the protocol of the Dark Mantle. An enemy country must be pulling the strings behind such a major matter, so the Dark Mantle couldn't afford to not send anyone to handle it. Boris smiled wryly and shook his head as he replied, I only know of his name, but didn't have the honor of meeting him. I got this information from a higher-up. Although I tried to check afterwards, I wasn't able to find out who's in charge of this. Han Chuo nodded with a faint smile and said, this I understand. I will try my best. When I see Master Candide, I will ask him about what's going on. Boris was shocked. He urgently asked, You know Master Candide? I forgot to tell you uncle, but Brian has another identity as a Dark Mantle member. Lawrence turned to explain to Boris, then asked with the same shocked expression, Brian, I only know you're a member of the Dark Mantle, but can you really meet that old monster Candide directly? He's directly in charge for me. Han Chuo nodded with a smile. Lawrence was immediately ecstatic upon hearing this. He looked at Han Chuo with eyes full of excitement. I really didn't think that you had such a special position in the Dark Mantle to directly answer to that old monster. It seems like I've truly made the right choice. Very good. Boris was also overjoyed. He gave Lawrence a grateful look and said to Han Chuo, then I'll leave this matter in your care completely. As long as you can handle it, I'll take care of obtaining a baron title for you. I'll do my best. Han Chuo didn't dare to guarantee anything. After all, he didn't know the specifics of the situation. The Dark Mantle might have a wide network, but it wasn't omnipotent. All right. Uncle Boris, Brian belongs to your magic corps only in name, so you needn't assign him to any jobs. He won't come to the Northern Guard if there's nothing else. We'll be going for now. Lawrence stood up and said straightforwardly. He didn't mouth empty pleasantries in front of his uncle. Rest assured, I know what to do. Helping him is helping you, and also helping myself. I understand this clearly. Boris obviously wouldn't keep Han Shuo in the camp to do petty chores after knowing the latter's identity as a member of the Dark Mantle. He understood Han Shuo had joined purely to accumulate military credit and rely on the Northern Guard for a quick promotion. Han Shuo absolutely wouldn't stay for long. Lawrence and Han Shuo left the Northern Guard together. As they exited through the city gates, Lawrence asked Han Shuo, "Are you certain you can handle this? This matter is related to my uncle's career, I'll leave it in your hands. I can only try my best. After all, I don't know the specific details yet." Han Shuo replied. At this moment, when he was getting onto Lawrence's carriage, Han Shuo suddenly frowned and whispered, "Lawrence, be careful on the way." Lawrence was stunned and asked in a low voice without a flicker in his expression, "Is someone attempting to kill me?" "You get in the carriage first, I won't leave together with you, but will protect you from the shadows." Han Shuo nodded, indicating that Lawrence shouldn't act rashly and alert the enemy. "All right, then I'll be going first," Lawrence said loudly, his face flashing a smile like nothing had happened as he got into the carriage and left. As soon as Lawrence had left in the carriage, Han Shuo turned down another street. He walked dozens of meters before seeing a carriage in a corner. He shouted lowly, "Chester, why are you here?" Chester, wearing a coachman outfit, turned his head upon hearing the familiar voice and exclaimed in delighted surprise, "Brian, why are you here?" Two small hands suddenly lifted the curtain. The touchingly charming Emily appeared, covering her mouth as she lightly shouted in joy, "Rascal, what are you doing here?" After a long time, Emily was ever heartbreakingly beautiful. Her long hair was done up high, and she wore a long purple dress, along with her figure elegant and solemn eyebrows revealed an inviolable holiness. Her presence was completely different from the flirtatious manner the first time Han Shuo had met her. "I went to the Northern Guard for a job. I discovered Chester looking around, so I came to see. What are you guys doing here?" Han Shuo wrinkled his brows, asking urgently. "The Northern Guard lost a chariot blueprint. I'm in charge of this mission and have sent people to inquire about the details of the situation." Because of their relationship, Emily told Han Shuo about the secret mission without hesitation. Delight flooded his heart. Han Shuo said, "So that's why. Haha, we are really destined to be together. Okay, I'll talk to you when I come to the Dark Mantle's base in the city's northern castle tonight. Now I have some matters to deal with, see you tonight." As he finished speaking, Han Shuo nodded towards Chester and quickly vanished into the night, not paying attention to Emily, who was full of confusion. "Master Brian is becoming more and more mysterious these days. I heard he made a great achievement again, the Dark Mantle Network is spreading legends of his power." Chester couldn't help but say in admiration upon seeing Han Shuo disappear in the blink of an eye. "He only pretends to be mysterious. Why hasn't that brat returned yet? We need to quickly handle this matter and return to the base in the northern stronghold as soon as possible." Emily was impatient when she saw Han Shuo appear. She began to begrudge her man who'd gone over to the Northern Guard. "Be careful." Sitting in the carriage, Lawrence lifted the curtain to speak softly to Earth Rider Jinno, who was riding a horse beside him. "Rest assured, we will protect the young master well." Jinno rode a war horse. He wore shiny silver armor, his hand grasping a silver spear. Just be very careful." Lawrence was completely calm, but still repeatedly advised. After his partnership with Han Shuo in Valen City, Lawrence knew very well about the latter's miraculous ability, so he had no doubt about Han Shuo's words. With Jinno leading the experts out in the open and old assassin Lucky near him for personal protection, Lawrence wasn't too worried. Moreover, Han Shuo had told him he'd secretly protect him before leaving, so Lawrence was even more assured, given his understanding of Han Shuo's strength. After all, Lawrence had personally seen his terrifying power. When the group reached a long alley, a long, shrill whistle suddenly resounded. The ground violently shook before a 3-meter-long earth spikes shot towards Lawrence's carriage. The spikes also ambushed Gino's group on war horses at the same time. The horses were pierced and killed in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Lawrence's group had been on alert. As soon as the ground had trembled, they'd immediately jumped out of the carriage and off their horses to an area free of the earth spikes. Several archers shot a series of sharp arrows from the rooftops around the alley. The arrows howled through the air as they whizzed straight towards Lawrence's group. Gino and the knights quickly spread out to surround Lawrence and raised their shields in defense. Pollock, continue to release the earth spikes. A black-robed mage shouted towards another rooftop. I'm Brian from the Northern Guard's Magic Corps. Who dares to act wildly in my jurisdiction? Are you tired of living? Brian came out from another direction, laughing coldly, his hand holding a head dripping with blood. Pollock! The black-robed mage immediately screamed in shock upon seeing the head in Han Chuo's hand. Chapter 275. Chapter 275, Killing Two Birds with One Stone. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. There were a total of 10 people in the group that had ambushed Lawrence. 3 mages, 4 archers, and 3 swordsmen. Amongst the 3 swordsmen, only one was a sword master, while the other 2 were senior swordsmen. Except for the Earth Adept Mage that Han Chuo had already killed, there was one Space Adept Mage and the black-robed Dark Archmage. The black-robed mage felt a chill down his spine when he saw Han Chuo appear with Pollock's head in hand. The 2 mages had been back-to-back, yet he hadn't even noticed when Pollock was killed. This indicated the absolutely extraordinary strength of the newcomer. Kill this person first! The black-robed mage shouted, about to chant a magic incantation. Suddenly, the big tree next to him swayed in an odd manner. Like a peacock displaying its tail, the tree branches turned into sharp arrows and shot towards the mage in a hail of sharp missiles that covered the sky. He simply had no time to react as dozens of branches transformed his body into a pincushion. He turned into a hedgehog, his blood flowing profusely. The mage's eyes were still wide open as he died. He couldn't accept the fact that the tree had suddenly turned into a murder weapon. Why did the ordinary tree suddenly turn into an unblinking murder weapon? The 2 senior swordsmen were dressed in black Nightwalker outfits as they jumped down from the rooftop, intending to kill Han Chuo firsthand. Ludicrously, 3 cracks somehow appeared on the ground where they landed. They'd wanted to borrow the force of their movement to spring towards Han Chuo, but let out a tragic scream as they were swallowed by the cracks like flies casting themselves into a spider's web. The remaining people looked on, dumbfounded at the weird happenings with perturbed hearts. The swordmaster assassin then ordered in a grave tone, "Retreat." The 4 archers and the Space Adept Mage were as if granted amnesty by this word. They quickly turned around, about to flee. Want to escape? Heh, it's my first day of work today. I'll gain some standing for catching all of you. Han Chuo leisurely gave chase while smiling cutely. The swordmaster leapt, his feet about to tap the small tree next to him when the tree unexpectedly came to life, the snake-like branches tightly wrapping around his ankle. More and more of branches twisted like octopus tentacles and tightly bound the lower half of his body. The swordmaster's face was dreadful as he waved his sword, attempting to hack off the soft branches. However, at this precise moment, old assassin Lucky emerged from the shadows and approached like a ghost to finish the struggling swordmaster. Han Chuo was about to act, but halted upon seeing Lucky approach. He understood this swordmaster would be hard-pressed to escape death, so he turned his sights to the 4 archers and the Space Adept Mage. Brian, capture one alive! Lawrence was both surprised and overjoyed. He didn't expect Han Chuo to be so stunning and calm in the face of so many experts. He'd used some unexpected method to casually play with them in his hand. Ah! Murder! Shut the door, quickly shut the door! Even though this alley was remote, there were still people in the broad daylight. Several civilians opened the windows to take a peek upon hearing Han Chuo's shouts, then hastily shut both their windows and doors in horror of the fear of being implicated. Han Chuo's sensitive hearing soon caught the sound of a cavalry team quickly approaching from afar. He looked in the direction where the 4 archers had escaped and laughed sinisterly. His body flashing with a whooshing sound like a stone thrown from a catapult, he landed in the midst of the 4 archers in the blink of an eye. The demon slayer edge instantly took 3 lives like a demon summoned from hell. Han Chuo restrained the last archer by grabbing the back of his neck, lifting him up using one hand. The archer was only 1 meter and 70 centimeters tall, so his legs flailed around upon being lifted up. He grunted gutturally and couldn't utter a complete word as he looked down in horror at Han Chuo. The quiver on the back of this poor archer had long since been thrown away. Although he struggled with all that he had, he couldn't reach Han Chuo since his 2 arms were shorter than the latter's. It looked quite comical. "Kid, be good and your crime will be lessened." Han Chuo grinned. He walked back towards Lawrence while easily holding the archer. The other space adept mage didn't get to take a few steps before he was coldly shot down by a dark arrow in the middle of his back. The dead mage fell from the rooftop to the ground. The person who shot the arrow was the old assassin Lucky. Han Chuo had seen the happenings clearly, so he wasn't surprised about the space adept mage's death. Who dares to fight on the street? The cavalry rushed from a distance only when everything was over. The leading officer was fully armored as he shouted loudly. "You city guards are truly unreliable." Lawrence on the other side shook his head and let out a long sigh. He didn't spare a glance towards the officer and looked towards Han Chuo with appreciation. "Many thanks, Brian. All right. I choked this person unconscious, so you look after him yourself. Remember that I protected you this time, so the Dark Mantle Higher UPS will take note of this accomplishment. In addition, I protected the order of the Northern Castle and prevented a malicious assassination, so the Northern Guard should record this credit for me. Accomplishing 2 deeds in one go, what a great harvest." Han Chuo was secretly smug. "Got it." Lawrence understood what he meant and answered with a smile. There's no more danger on the road, I'll be leaving then." Han Chuo only flung out these words before leaving in style. The officer had originally wanted to stop him, but he simply didn't have the courage to say anything and let Han Chuo leave leisurely when he recognized Lawrence and saw how the two were chatting warmly. Han Chuo reached the Dark Mantle's northern stronghold at night as he'd promised. Emily had been waiting for quite some time. When she saw Han Chuo appear, she immediately waved her hand to signal Chester to withdraw so that she could be intimate with Han Chuo. The two discussed what had happened after they'd parted at the Valley of Sunshine. They also talked about the Northern Guard's stolen blueprint. "Are there any clues?" Han Chuo asked Emily after listening. "I'm inspecting this closely, but I can be certain that the people haven't left Asan City since the Dark Mantle immediately started investigations. Our people are stationed at all 4 gates. The foreigners are being detained by the Empire, so they have no chance to slip out. We actually discovered a few suspicious groups recently. However, we can't be sure if they were the ones behind this. I'm investigating this with full force. As long as I can determine which group did this, none of them will be able to escape Asan City. You just wait for my news. Although this problem is tricky, the Dark Mantle will definitely handle it properly since it occurred inside the city." Emily had a cautious expression as she whispered in a low voice. "Store these 2 things well. They will definitely help increase your power." Han Chuo took out the magic staff embedded with 3 amethysts, and a notebook in which he recorded everything he remembered from Ermike Cotton's ancient notebook. He handed them over to Emily. For me." Emily was stunned upon seeing these 2 things, her mind temporarily dizzy. She understood clearly how valuable these things were. Ermike Cotton's handwritten notebook had recorded his experiences, understandings, and feelings about dark magic. It was a sacred object that every dark mage would give an arm and a leg for. As for the magic staff, its value was even more difficult to calculate, given the terrifyingly rich dark elements on the surface. Emily had already had a faint premonition when she heard Han Chuo say he had taken down a copy of the notebook. However, her heart still pounded wildly in disbelief when he actually handed these two treasures to her. Of course, they belonged to you the moment I got them. However, you need to prepare a reason for this magic staff so it won't rouse Candide's suspicion. Han Chuo had turned in the original handwritten notebook to Candide, but concealed the matter about Mike Cotton's magic staff. To dark mages, this magic staff certainly wouldn't have the ordinary effect of magnifying magic spells. Han Chuo reminded Emily in advance so that she could evade Candide's scrutiny. Emily inhaled deeply and murmured, "The Dark Star staff belonged to magic god Mike Cotton. Its thick covering of dark element can help dark mages gather their mental strength faster. Be it training or casting magic, the speed should be 5 times faster when using the Dark Star staff. This staff is considered a divine artifact for dark mages. Then there's also the comprehension of dark magic from magic god Mike. If I can completely understand everything, my power will increase by leaps and bounds and reach new heights. These 2 things are simply priceless artifacts for dark mages. No need to be so moved. I know full well of their value. They belong to you now." When Han Chuo saw Emily so happy to the point of forgetting everything else, he hugged her by the waist and continued, "Eat this pill. It can give you eternal youth and is very beneficial to the study of dark magic." Emily's heart almost stopped beating from excitement when she heard the 2 words eternal youth. One good thing after another was falling on her head today, all of which was brought about by Han Chuo. This was the first time she'd ever experienced such a thing in her life, and it also proved her position in Han Chuo's heart. Eternal youth, eternal youth. Emily was most concerned about her age. Her being older than Han Chuo had been a knot in her heart. Now that there was a medicine that could maintain eternal youth, she was willing to pay any price no matter what. Her whole being became distracted as she muttered non-stop. "Eat it, I'll help you dissolve the pill," Han Chuo whispered. He pulled her over by the hand and brought the rebirth pill to her lips. Emily's eyes shone brightly. She swallowed the rebirth pill without hesitation. Afterwards her bones emitted cracking sounds as the rebirth pill reformed her body bit by bit. Han Chuo's help. Like Fanny and Phoebe, Emily also had a need for the toilet. She only felt assured after Han Chuo told her the pill's side effect. Han Chuo left the stronghold and went straight to the booze merchant guild. In the deserted training field inside the guild, Phoebe was wearing a pure white warrior outfit, her hair braided and tied into a ponytail. The sword in her hand whistled as it danced around. Her body moved like a lightning bolt within the field. Shadow images appeared one after another from the high speed. Extremely sharp silver crosses blossomed from the sword as they hacked a huge rock into fragments with rumbling sounds. Suddenly, Phoebe seemed to discover something. She raised the sword in her hand and shot spinning cross blades towards a small tree. Cracking sounds echoed as the tree exploded into hundreds of pieces. A black light flashed, a shadow behind the tree rushed forward at a very high speed and slipped through the spinning cross blades. A huge killing aura enveloped Phoebe and restrained her. Dread spread from the depths of her soul and filled her mind. In the blink of an eye, everything around her seemed to be confined by the killing intent. Phoebe suddenly felt her body stiffen up. She simply couldn't move. A deep fear surged in her heart. However, the violently churning killing intent suddenly stopped when it almost touched Phoebe's delicate body. It spread to the sides, not hurting her in the least bit. When the killing intent disappeared and she relaxed her whole body, Han Chuo appeared right in front of her eyes with a slight smile. "Congratulations! I didn't expect you would reach the rank of Great Sword Master at such a young age. Truly incredible." Han Chuo looked at Phoebe with a smile and congratulated her. Phoebe rushed into Han Chuo's chest with happy surprise, like a young swallow returning to its nest. A faint fragrance, mixed with a dash taste of sweat, instantly assaulted his nostrils. She tightly embraced Han Chuo and said in a sweet, excited voice, All thanks to that medicinal pill, or I wouldn't be able to break through so quickly. Take a look, how am I different from before? Like Fanny, Phoebe's skin was soft and delicate like silk. Her already beautiful smile was now even more soul-shaking after the rebirth pill's reformation. You've become much more beautiful. Han Chuo replied honestly. I'm all sweaty, let me take a bath first. Phoebe softly pushed Han Chuo away and walked to her bathroom, somewhat embarrassed. Suddenly, she stopped halfway and said in a light voice that couldn't be lighter, "Come with me." Chapter 276. Chapter 276, The Lovebirds Shared a Bath. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Asan City Palace, to the west in a luxurious residence. NSFW. Rest assured, the whole empire is mine in the future, this small matter is nothing much. Charles let out a perverted laugh. He took out an aphrodisiac pill, about to swallow it for another round of battle. However, at that moment, a strange sound echoed in the room. Charles's expression changed. He immediately put the pill away and quickly put on his pants, saying in a hurry, "I have an important matter to attend to, you must leave now." The beautiful woman hurriedly pulled up the dress pooling around her knees upon hearing this. She left through the side door without another word and disappeared in a blink of an eye. The thin and tall Duke Ashburn rushed in directly following the strange sound. He gave Charles a glance and said with displeasure, "I can't believe you still have the heart to be licentious at this moment." "Sorry uncle, what happened?" Charles looked very humble in front of Ashburn. He bowed and honestly admitted his wrongdoings. Failure. Of the killers sent by Shadow Ghost, one was captured alive, the rest were slaughtered. Ashburn said in a low tone, his face gloomy. "How could that be? We investigated clearly earlier, even if those killers couldn't kill him, they shouldn't have ended up like that." Charles was shocked, he couldn't understand how Lawrence had done it. Ashburn was in a bad mood. The Shadow Ghost had suffered a heavy loss and one killer had even been captured alive, which made him very worried. He said again in a gloomy manner, "Something unexpected happened. That meddling Brian seems to played a major role, otherwise the situation wouldn't have been so bad." The boyfriend of the booze merchant guild master Phoebe? How could it be? He's but an adept mage, what could he do with that kind of power? Charles could hardly believe it. He had met Han Chuo last time in the Rose Garden and felt that Han Chuo's power wasn't enough to be feared. This person isn't simple. After Aubrey came back from the booze merchant guild, his body was hot one moment and cold the other, and it turned into a serious illness a few days later. Even Aubrey, with his power, fell victim to this person's trap. Brian definitely isn't easy to deal with. It seemed we first have to get rid of this hindrance now that he's appeared again. Ashburn paced back and forth as he thought for a while before saying coldly, "All will be as uncle says." To Charles, this uncle was his important backing. Ashburn held a great deal of power and played a crucial role in Charles's fight for the throne. Moreover, Charles didn't dare not listen to Ashburn given their familial relationship. Nodding his head, Ashburn said, "Phoebe's master is the sacred sword master Carol Ascot. He came to visit me earlier. The old fellow hasn't expressed if he supports Lawrence or not, so we temporarily shouldn't make an enemy out of him. This old fellow knows very well that I also have some experts, so I can't allow them to act because of Brian's intimate relationship with Phoebe. The Shadow Ghost is now severely damaged and may not be able to mobilize their men again in a short time. Only you can kill Brian." "No problem." A while ago at the Brute Merchant Alliance, the great sword master Liakane offended the lightning sacred Magus Reynold Dalla. He took advantage of the chaos in the Brute Merchant Alliance to escape to the Empire and flocked to my banner. He'll arrive in 2 days. No one knows about this yet, so he's the perfect one to send out." "That maniac!" Ashburn was startled, then nodded as he said with a sinister laugh, "Then I can be at ease." Phoebe's room. The sound of running water echoed from within. Phoebe's clear, cheerful voice sweetly resounded, "Hat, are you comfortable?" Gentle mist covered the whole room from a spacious bathtub, the water inside decorated with countless petals emitting a fresh fragrance. Han Chuo was wearing shorts as he lay on the edge of the bathtub. Phoebe had a thin veil draped over her body. She sat next to Han Chuo and leaned over to massage him, helping his muscles relax. Han Chuo squinted his eyes as he lazily lay still. He said, somewhat disappointed, "Comfortable, yes, just not in the way I imagined it. I thought you wanted me to join you in the tub and do something else." "Humph, I knew you'd have naughty thoughts. Giving you a massage is good enough. I haven't ever given anyone a massage up until now, but you still aren't content." Phoebe had her hair up in a high bun, with a few strands naughtily falling on her shoulder. The thin veil couldn't cover up her youthful air as her white jade skin revealed a natural rossiness. Han Chuo had done it with Emily before coming here, but still found it hard to contain himself. It was a pity that he promised to not force Phoebe, so no matter how difficult it was, he could only grit his teeth and bitterly endure for fear that she'd be truly angered. "Brian, what was that pill you gave me? How could it be so miraculous? If you can refine a lot of it, our guild will definitely earn a lot of money. I'm afraid no woman can resist the temptation of this medicinal pill even if they have to pay a sky-high cost." Phoebe softly asked Han Chuo like a little wife. However, her mind was still thinking business as she massaged Han Chuo's shoulders. "Forget it. That pill cost too much in precious resources. Besides, the rebirth pill can not only give you eternal youth, it can also help you revitalize yourself. Be it body or spirit, both will be reinforced immensely. I had to spend a lot of time collecting the treasures of heaven and earth in the depths of the dark forest to finally refine a few. You think it's easy to make?" Han Chuo explained with a wry smile. Both Fanny and Phoebe were obsessed with the rebirth pill. Han Chuo gave them the rebirth pill as he was mostly worried about their power. Unfortunately, they only cared about maintaining their beauty and didn't focus much on raising their strength. "Is that so? Then there's really no way." Phoebe exclaimed in disappointment, then softly giggled, "That's also fine. From now on, no one can have such beautiful skin like me, hee hee." Han Chuo's heart immediately jumped upon hearing her say so. He secretly wondered if Phoebe, Emily, and Fanny would detect anything from each other's delicate skin when they met each other. If so, then wouldn't he be hoisting himself high on an execution stage of his own making? Slightly shaking his head, Han Chuo didn't want to think about it anymore. He turned his body to embrace Phoebe tightly. Her soaked, smooth, white skin seemed to merge with the thin veil, causing him to have naughty thoughts. "Just kissing, okay?" Phoebe said softly with a chuckle and turned her fragrant lips to Han Chuo. When their lips touched, Han Chuo finally couldn't suppress himself. However, he was in a bind as he remembered his promise to Phoebe earlier. Suddenly, an idea popped in his head. Han Chuo recalled several secret demonic magic methods from Chu Kinglan and formed a secret plan. While he intensely kissed Phoebe's cherry lips, his hands caressed some of her sensitive areas. He tried using a few provocation methods to see if they were really that miraculous. "Oh!" Phoebe moaned out sobbing-like sounds. Her soft body's temperature kept soaring as her smooth skin flushed red. Her breathing grew more and more urgent. She finally couldn't suppress it any longer and hugged Han Chuo tightly like an octopus. Phoebe was already this aroused after Han Chuo had surreptitiously used 2 moves. This truly made him happy inside. He secretly thought that the demonic magic from that old monster Chu Kinglan was truly useful. He moved his hands up and down, then rested them around her small waist while kissing Phoebe. It wasn't long before Phoebe lost control of herself first. Her eyes glazed as if she'd fallen into an erotic dreamland. She took the initiative to take the thin veil off her body. She panted and glided over to Han Chuo, softly calling, "Brian! Brian!" Secretly rejoicing, Han Chuo put on an evil smile and said, "If we continue like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold myself back. Let's stop here today. You scoundrel, I knew I couldn't escape the palm of your hand. Forget it, forget it. Phoebe softly exclaimed and slowly removed everything on her body, revealing a perfect figure. Highly protruding peaks, flat belly and a pair of long, extremely beautiful legs appeared just like that in front of Han Chuo without cover. Letting out a light cry, Phoebe took the initiative to move over to Han Chuo and reached out with her jade hands to help fling off his shorts. She used her strength to hug Han Chuo tightly and buried herself into his broad chest, whispering, "After seeing you relieve yourself last time in the Valley of Sunshine, I had already intended to give it to you then. From now on, you don't need to hold back anymore." Han Chuo was between laughter and tears, but had no way to explain. He hadn't thought that a misunderstanding would lead to this. It seemed this was also thanks to Emily's assistance. NSFW. Did it hurt? Phoebe's earlier performance could only be described as insane. This was her first time, so Han Chuo couldn't help but ask in concern. I don't know. I think I went crazy. There was basically no pain. When I snapped out of it I was already like this. Phoebe was embarrassed, her voice small as a mosquito's. Han Chuo was shocked upon hearing these words. He secretly thought that the demonic sexual provocation method was truly overbearing indeed. Even a girl with a resolute mind like Phoebe couldn't help but fall into madness. If it had been an ordinary woman, they might have lost all reason and become a harlot begging for punishment. "I'm dead tired, let's rest for a while." Phoebe was truly tired. She'd initiated the earlier lovemaking and had demanded madly from Han Chuo. Moreover, it was her first time, so her whole body was sluggish. You rest." Han Chuo gently picked Phoebe up and placed her on a warm place next to the bathtub. He himself sat cross-legged in the bathtub and circulated the magical yuan. Chapter 277. Chapter 277, Advancing to Archmage Necromancer. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The eastern section of Asan City was where the business organizations gathered and associations were established. Aside from all sorts of shops, the Magic Association, Swordsman Association, Archer Association, Thief Association, and Mercenary Association were all located in the eastern part of the city. These large and small guilds were extremely influential and spanned the entire profound continent. They were in every single country and were accredited organizations for all professions. As long as any mage or swordsman was accredited by the association, they would be able to receive an appropriate rank that was recognized by any country on the profound continent. The Magic Association's building was like a tall tower. It looked like a magic tower from afar. Unlike the Swordsman Association and Mercenary Association buildings, its entrance was not filled with endless people. Instead, very few people entered, causing the Magic Association's entrance to appear rather deserted. Mages were the most mysterious group of people on the profound continent. In terms of numbers, they were naturally unable to compare to the vast number of swordsmen and knights. That was why there appeared to be so few mages that came to the Magic Association to be tested. Since Phoebe was too tired right now and had yet to wake up, Han Chuo arrived at the Magic Association by himself after daylight broke, after putting her on the bed properly. Right now, Han Chuo had the mental strength of a Grand Magus, but was still an Archmage in name. Furthermore, Han Chuo had fully assimilated Clarendon's soul and could now proficiently use all the necromancy spells that the latter had known after several days of endless practice in the Cemetery of Death. However, aside from the magic abilities that Clarendon possessed, he'd also gained the knowledge of two new spells, Plague and Soul Shock, from the book entitled Necromancy Magic that he had found in the Cemetery of Death. Plague was similar to corpse reanimation. It was a most notorious, as well as the most feared, large-scale killing magic. The spell Plague had made a great contribution as to why necromancers were so feared. Plague was a pure destructive magic. The scale of this magic was not large, but what was terrifying was that it had the ability to spread quickly. As long as one person was affected by plague within a town or city, unless they were immediately burnt to death and buried, the spell would follow the person wherever they went, infecting more and more people and cause them to die as their bodies rotted. As long as a village, city, or even an empire did not quickly deal with it, the place might become a hellhole. If coupled with the spell corpse reanimation, an archmage necromancer, who was at the archmage level, would be able to reanimate all of those people who had succumbed to plague, creating a terrifying zombie army out of nowhere. Han Shuo did not plan to practice plague yet, since this spell was truly too terrifying. Once plague was casted, even Han Shuo himself would find it hard to control. This sort of pure destructive magic was a nightmare for any country. There was no question about him being the public enemy of the entire continent if he were to cast such a spell, so he decided not to practice it after careful consideration. Soul Shock was a spell that directly affected the soul. Archmage necromancers had a higher understanding of the soul, and could use their own mental strength to attack the opponent's soul as a kind of surprise attack. Normally, a mage's mental strength was far stronger than that of a swordsman or a knight. In face of this sort of direct attack on the soul, they were still able to defend a bit with their mental strength, but swordsmen and knights had much weaker mental strength compared to mages, so they would be at a huge disadvantage in face of this sort of attack on the soul. Han Shuo was currently practicing Soul Shock, but since Clarendon's memories did not have any experience in using this spell, it was impossible for him to quickly grasp it. Spells of the Archmagus level were far deeper and difficult to understand than spells of the previous levels. Even if one knew the incantation, it was still very difficult to cast it correctly. Only when their recognition and understanding of the soul reached a very high level would they be able to cast it. Although Han Shuo had yet to reach this realm, it would not be able to stop him from advancing to the Archmage level. "Excuse me, did you come to advance your level?" A young woman, wearing a sky blue one-piece, asked with a smile after Han Shuo walked into the Magic Association. Han Shuo nodded, then said with a smile, "That's right, I plan on advancing to a Necromancer Archmage, so where should I start?" "First, you need to provide proof that you are indeed an adept mage. Then you have to pay 1,000 gold coins as a testing fee. Regardless of whether you succeeding or not, this fee will belong to the Magic Association. Do you accept?" This girl replied politely with a kind smile, while looking at Han Shuo with a bit of shock. There were not many mages that practiced necromancy. It surprised her that such a young man had the confidence to advance to the rank of Archmage. 1,000 gold coins. It seems that this magic association is very profitable. Han Shuo momentarily blanked, then asked directly, "No problem, when can we start?" "Give me your certificate and the gold coins, I can only tell you after going upstairs and asking about it." The young woman replied with a smile. Han Shuo handed over his graduation certificate from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, as well as 2 bags of gold coins to the girl. After a glance at Han Shuo's proof, her expression became very odd, and looked at Han Shuo as if she saw a monster, before quickly saying, "Wait a moment, I'll be right back." The moment she finished speaking, the girl hiked her skirt a little, then ran up the magic tower. Her expression was extremely strange, causing Han Shuo to be a bit surprised. There were 5 floors in the Magic Association in total, with large scales boundaries on every floor. There was dense magical essence within the boundaries. Although Han Shuo felt a bit confused by the girl's actions, he didn't release a yin demon to go and pry due to the existence of the magical boundaries. After a while, a kind-looking old man with white hair hurried down the stairs. From the magical symbol on his chest, Han Shuo could tell that he was an Earth Grand Magus. There were also a few mages behind the old man, 2 Water Archmages, 2 Thunder Archmages, and 4 Adept Mages. "I am Ares Hussein, the person in charge of the Magic Association in the Lancelot Empire. I am in charge of the advancement exams for mages in the Lancelot Empire. Are you planning to advance to the rank of Necromancy Archmage?" The old man walked over with Han Shuo's certificate and looked at him with glittering eyes, as if he was a bit surprised. Han Shuo nodded and said with certainty, "That's right, are there any problems?" No problems at all." Aries quickly said and looked at Han Shuo's certificate. "You advanced from a mage apprentice into an adept mage in less than 2 years. This is a miracle. Especially since you practice necromancy. If it weren't for that fact that I am familiar with your dean, Emma, and recognize that she created this certificate, I would definitely think that you had faked it." So this was the case. Han Shuo thought with surprise. Then he smiled, "Then, can I start?" Of course. Our test is different from your academy's. We only need to test your precise mental strength. You just need to release the strongest magic you are capable of releasing in order for us to determine if you passed or not." Aries' attitude was surprisingly good. He said amiably, "Come with me to the second floor, we'll conduct the test there." There was a blue boundary in the middle of the second floor, while the hard wall was engraved with all sorts of magic symbols. After arriving on the second floor, Aries took out a magic stone used to test mental strength and handed it to Han Shuo. "Pour your mental powers into it. We can use the data from it to confirm whether your mental strength fits the criteria." As Han Shuo slowly infused mental strength into the magic stone, it slowly began to glow. When Han Shuo noticed that Aries was revealing a satisfied expression, he stopped infusing mental strength in order to not pass the Archmage mental strength test in a surprising manner. "Not bad, your mental strength has indeed reached the level of an Archmage. Next, you can stand inside the boundary and cast one of the strongest spells you know. We can determine through the spell whether you have truly reached the level of an Archmage." Aries' attitude towards Han Shuo was extremely good as he pointed towards the boundary kindly and said. With the level of development of Han Shuo's brain, his speed in gathering and releasing mental strength was 10 times that of normal mages. Last time in the Babylon Academy of Magic and Forces testing, Han Shuo had understood that when other people tested their mental strength, the magic stone would glow slowly, but because Han Shuo's brain was different from normal people's, the speed at which he gathered mental strength was extremely quick. Thus, he pretty much instantly caused the magic stone to glow at the brightest luminosity. During the test with the magic stone today, Han Shuo intentionally released his mental strength slowly, and didn't completely release his mental strength of a Grand Magus in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. Therefore, he didn't pass with any surprise. No need to stand in the boundary. Us necromancers don't need to be that troublesome. Han Shuo smiled lightly, then properly chanted out a necromancy spell. An evil knight, in pitch black armor, riding a warhorse with both eyes spurting fire and carrying a huge bone stick appeared on the ground out of nowhere. It was a publicly acknowledged fact that evil knights could only be summoned by Archmage necromancers. When Han Shuo's evil knight appeared, it basically proved his level as an Archmage. This was even more convincing than other powerful spells. God, you actually became an Archmage from a magic apprentice in less than 2 years. This is too unbelievable. Oh yes, why did Dean Emma allow you to leave the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force? Her necromancy major shouldn't have an Archmage necromancer yet. She should have tried to keep you. The moment Aries saw the evil knight appear, he knew that there was no need to say anything more. Han Shuo truly did possess the power of a necromancy Archmage. Chapter 278. Chapter 278, A Crazy Proposal. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. So, can you confirm my qualifications now? Han Shuo understood full well that his magical cultivation played a huge role in his achievement today. Another reason was that his luck was quite good. No problem. Please wait for a moment and I'll complete everything the rest for you. Aries replied readily and turned to nod at the Archmage next to him. The baggy-robed Archmage took Han Shuo's documents to the 3rd floor. Mr. Aries, that person has come by again. The young girl, who'd been waiting downstairs, tapped her way up and informed Aries. Aries was stunned. He waved his hand and said, "Let him come up." Not long after, Candide came up with a remote expression. He was immediately a bit dazed upon seeing Han Shuo standing there. Han Shuo was also stunned, as he hadn't expected to meet Candide in a place like this. A glint flashed through his eyes, which quickly returned to normal. He stood still while still maintaining his smile. "You old thing! Only now did you find time to spare to come visit me?" Aries laughed heartily. He seemed to have known Candide for a long time. "I wouldn't bother coming if I didn't have something to ask." "What, are you busy with something right now?" Candide swept a glance at Aries, then over at Han Shuo. He asked with a frown, pretending to not know who Han Shuo was at all. "He, nothing. The Babylon Academy of Magic and Force just produced a magic genius. It took him less than 2 years to go from a mage apprentice to archmage. This is truly a great thing. His records will become an important note in the Magic Association." Aries pointed excitedly at Han Shuo and introduced him to Candide. Candide too was clearly shocked. He truly hadn't expected Han Shuo to have reached the rank of Archmage Necromancer. His eyes glinted as he stared at Han Shuo a few times over before opening his mouth to speak. "Aries, if you don't mind, I would like to have a private chat with this young magic genius." "I don't mind, but I don't know if he minds or not." Aries glanced at Han Shuo, leaving it up to him. Aries obviously didn't know of the relationship between Han Shuo and Candide. Han Shuo understood what Candide was saying, so he turned to nod at Aries. "I have to wait for my documents anyway. Since I have nothing to do, I don't mind chatting with him for a bit." "All right, then I'll go upstairs first. The rest of you guys can go downstairs. I won't allow anyone else to come up." Aries ordered the people on the second floor before turning to Candide with a smile. "His Archmage certificate will be completed by the time you two are done chatting. Just come up and let me know then. No need to nag, I already know what to do." Candide likely had a very close relationship with Aries, as he impatiently urged the latter. Waiting until Aries and his group left, Candide looked at Han Shuo in an odd manner and said, "I've just got news from the Valley of Sunshine that you killed Ferguson from the Church of Light. I was going to find you to get a better understanding of the situation. I didn't expect you to be here, with the identity of a Archmage Necromancer to boot. You've truly given me a surprise." Han Shuo wasn't able to suppress his heart's desire during the chaos in the Valley of Sunshine. He had acted out madly, killing Grand Magus Ferguson of the Church of Light and heavily injured Chief Adam of the House of Menlo. This news had spread all over the Valley of Sunshine. Candide had no reason to remain in the dark towards this matter as one of the Dark Mantle's 3 heavyweights. Han Shuo silently looked at Candide, knowing that he didn't need to say anything about this matter since Candide already knew about it. On the other hand, he knew Candide would mention this, so he'd prepared something to say beforehand. Seeing Han Shuo sink into silence and not say anything, Candide looked raptly at him, saying in a low tone, "I don't know how you managed to kill Ferguson. I likely wouldn't be able to kill him myself. Ferguson is dead now, but with the great influence of the Church of Light, you'll meet an endless amount of trouble. Moreover, I heard that you cast the lost spell Corpse Resurrection. I think the Calamity Church will certainly try to recruit you. These 2 churches have a massive amount of believers all over the profound continent. They have dozens of methods to deal with you, so how are you going to deal with it? Different situations call for different measures. If they dare to act against me, I'll kill all of them without leaving a single one behind." Han Shuo's face was ruthless. His body naturally emitted a killing intent as he said in a voice as cold as ice. Han Shuo didn't need to conceal anything since Candide already knew about this matter. When he released the killing aura from his body, a figure at Candide's level immediately reacted. Nodding his head, Candide replied with a grave expression, "I believe that your power is by no means weak. However, the Church of Light doesn't only have Ferguson. They don't even need to deal with you directly. They only need to pressure the king. I think His Majesty won't run the risk of offending the church for a minor character like you." Han Shuo was even more silent upon hearing these words. With his current intelligence and Candide's reminder, Han Shuo could naturally understand what he was trying to say. Taking a deep breath, Candide said, "You're someone that I brought into the dark mantle myself. I'm very happy that you have such a great amount of power. Now that you have the identity of an archmage, I will give you an idea." Han Shuo's thoughts raced. He asked in surprise, "An idea?" Han Shuo had already been mentally prepared on how to live his life afterwards before he had killed Ferguson, so he wasn't too worried. If the Lancelot Empire sold him out under the pressure from the Church of Light, Han Shuo was confident that he could use the Cemetery of Death to escape. However, it'd be more difficult to move around from then on. Now that Candide had an idea, Han Shuo naturally wanted to know if there was a way to deal with this two-pronged attack against him. Be it the Church of Light or the Calamity Church, both are religious institutions. Their power can't dictate the movement of the Lancelot Empire, despite their widespread influences. The Church of Light is a little more difficult to deal with since they act in the light. However, if you can somehow prove your strength to be powerful enough to make His Majesty value you more than the Church of Light, given my understanding of him, the king won't care one whit about the Church's pressure. As long as His Majesty is willing to protect you, even the Church of Light wouldn't dare to do anything to you within the Lancelot Empire. After all, they aren't powerful enough to destroy the Lancelot Empire. Candide looked at Han Shuo and voiced his advice. Han Shuo was enlightened by Candide's words. What a country needed most was indeed talented people. Those with potential were especially important to the future of the country. The Lancelot Empire had been able to maintain its strong standing for so many years due to the efforts of deity Ermike Cotton. A sacred magus could release a terrifyingly strong magic that could directly destroy a city. A deity at the demigod level was even more powerful and could create unimaginable destruction. It was precisely due to the existence and assistance of Ermike Cotton that the Lancelot Empire became so prosperous. After many years passed, a supernaturally powerful figure was still the most important resource to a country, particularly holy existences, such as sacred sword masters, sacred magi, and sacred knights. The number of powerful figures was the best basis on which to determine the strength of a country. If Han Shuo could prove to the king that he could reach such a level, the king wouldn't be concerned about the threats from the Church of Light and would even wholeheartedly ensure his safety. "Candide, do you mean?" Han Shuo understood his advice, but hadn't thought of a specific way to actually do it. After all, words alone weren't enough to prove to others that one was very powerful, were they? The simplest way is to challenge others and prove your strength through challenging powerful people. I've heard that you've been hanging out with Lawrence in the city's northern guard. What can Lawrence hide from me? It would actually be faster for you to obtain a noble title through challenging others. When your strength arouses interest from His Majesty, you'll be able to become a noble without any accomplishments to your name. Why bother with trying to achieve military feats?" Candide mocked, seemingly dismissive of Han Shuo and Lawrence's plans. Challenge powerful people. Good idea, Han Shuo muttered to himself. He then took a deep breath and sincerely thanked Candide. "Many thanks, Lord Candide. I know what to do now." Nodding his head, Candide said casually, "If it weren't for the fact that you are under my charge, and you brought back Ermike Cotton's notebook, I wouldn't go to such lengths for you. I already came up with this plan to help you once I heard that you'd killed Ferguson. Challenge the people listed on this scroll one by one. You can kill them all, as they've committed crimes worthy of death, but have managed to escape the punishment of the Empire's laws. Even the Dark Mantle can't find any evidence to catch them, so we want to borrow your ability to execute them. Since you have the power to kill Ferguson, it won't be hard to execute these people openly and fairly. I will help record your credit. You can quickly gain fame by killing these people. As for the king, I'll be responsible for communicating with him and obtaining the title of Viscount for you if all goes well. Not only will His Majesty not exert pressure on you due to the Church of Light, but he can even warn them against you. As your position and fame rise, that kid Lawrence will be very excited. This is really killing many birds with one stone." Candide laughed craftily with a sinister face after finishing his speech. It seemed like he had considered this for a long time, and was very smug about this idea. "Master Candide, why do I feel like I'm being used?" Han Chuo was flabbergasted. He understood that this method was good. However, upon seeing Candide laugh so sinisterly, he still felt that the old man helping him was only one aspect, and the main purpose was to use him to eradicate opposing elements. Rolling his eyes at Han Chuo, Candide said, "Consider this a mission. I'll record the credit under your name. These damn dogs thought they could escape from my palm? Ha, this time, you'll all die together." "Understood." Han Chuo nodded in agreement. He knew from Candide's insidious sneer that the old man already had some sort of plan. "Good. I still have some magic knowledge to consult Ares about. Aermac's notebook is truly too profound. Even I couldn't fully understand and have to ask that old thing." Candide complained and started walking upstairs. At the door, Han Chuo saw him release some magic to dispel the previous enchantment formed before their conversation had begun. Then Candide called out, urging, "Come, quickly give this brat his certificate. He's very impatient." "Coming," Ares replied as he came down with a slight smile. He walked over to Han Chuo and handed him the certificate before saying with a smile, "Congratulations Brian, with this certified proof from the Magic Association, you are now officially an Archmage." "Thank you," Han Chuo replied with a smile. He glanced at Candide, who was looking on with a sinister face, secretly cursing in his heart before walking downstairs. "Congratulations, you're something all right. Already an Archmage Necromancer at such a young age." As Han Chuo reached the first floor, the receptionist offered her congratulations with admiration. Han Chuo nodded and flashed a bright, radiant smile at the girl before taking a direct path away from the Magic Association. The girl blushed at his brilliant smile, her heart beating many times faster than normal. She secretly thought that he was so tall, young, and handsome. Han Chuo was 1 meter 90 centimeters tall and possessed a natural evil temperament due to his practice of demonic magic. Him attracting the attention of the opposite sex was simply a matter of course. First target Colbert, a sword master who's raped and murdered 7 girls. Currently residing in the outskirts of the Empire's Bimson City, Mayor of Billow, title of Baron. Han Chuo raked his gaze over the list that Candide had given him after leaving the Magic Association. He smiled coldly as he walked towards the Empire's transportation matrix. Chapter 279. Chapter 279, The Arrogant Challenger. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Lancelot Empire, in a small town named Billow on the outskirts of Bimson City. Mayor Colbert had just finished eating a snack under the sunlight and was humming a little song as he lazily lay on the highest, most luxurious balcony in town. He squinted at the town girls walking around, trying to decide whose house he would visit to relax for the evening. This small town wasn't big, but it could still produce a few thousands gold coins in tax revenue every year. Colbert could live somewhat comfortably off of this money. From time to time, when his interest was roused, he could randomly use brute force or abuse his privilege on the women in town. No one dared say anything. That was because he had the title of a baron and the power of mayor, and he himself was a powerful sword master. All of these conditions were more than enough to make him an emperor of this small town. Ai, when will this kind of life end? A civilian had just returned from the mountains and was complaining in a low voice. I heard that Root's wife was raped by Colbert again. This is the 9th time this year. How about we leave Billow? This is no way to live. Another civilian let out a long sigh and said helplessly. We need to be careful if we want to leave. We will die very miserably if he finds out. Truly evil. Excuse me, is this Billow? Someone suddenly asked while the two were whispering to each other. The speaker was a very tall youth with a bright smile on his handsome face. That's right. Young man, what did you come here for? One of them asked, puzzled. Does your mayor go by the name Colbert? Han Chuo smiled and asked again. The person nodded, his expression changing slightly as he added with disgust, You know our mayor? And what do you do? I have some small matters, where does he live? Seeing this civilian reveal an expression of disgust upon hearing Colbert's name, Han Chuo immediately understood the situation in his heart. Go straight ahead. The biggest, most luxurious house you see is where he lives. The other person answered, then pulled his friend away from Han Chuo, whispering, Don't you want to live anymore? You see how tall and strong he is? He's definitely a friend of that bastard Colbert. Don't bring trouble upon yourself. The two whispered back and forth as they quickly left after throwing Han Chuo a disdainful look. Han Chuo's sensitive hearing caught it all. He secretly thought that this Colbert was truly devoid of conscience. Even as a mayor of this small town, there wasn't a bad thing that he hadn't done. Han Chuo quickly walked to the biggest house and said to the guard at the gate, I want to meet Mayor Colbert. Who are you? The guard frowned and threw Han Chuo a glance as he replied. The three yin demons surveyed the rooms in the house and took note of every detail for Han Chuo. He smiled and said, I heard that Mayor Colbert was a powerful sword master. This time I've come especially to challenge him to a fight. Please report this for me. The mayor has no interest in you. You'd better leave while you can. The guard rudely replied, seeming to have no intentions of making a report. Taking a step forward, Han Chuo broke apart the door. He raised his voice and shouted, Colbert, you coward! As a sword master, you still don't dare to accept my challenge. Boy, are you purposely trying to make trouble? The two guards were instantly shocked. They drew their swords, about to make a move. Han Chuo fanned out two slaps, pushing back the two guards before they could see anything. Smiling as he looked at the two clutching their faces, Han Chuo said leisurely, It would be best if you two were not to seek your own deaths. Han Chuo's loud shout echoed so far that half of Bilo heard it. The townspeople immediately stopped what they were doing to come watch when they heard that someone had come to challenge Colbert. Colbert had been squinting, leering randomly, when he obviously heard Han Chuo's voice. He shouted furiously from the high balcony, Where do you come from, brat? You dare come to Bilo to cause trouble? A dozen soldiers rushed out from inside the house to accompany Colbert's shout. Afterwards, Colbert walked out from the broken door with a cold face and shiny set of silver armor. What the hell are you looking at? You damnable bunch of lowly people, scram! The first thing Colbert did after walking out was roll his eyes and glare, cursing the civilians. Then he angrily looked at Han Chuo and said, Little brat, you deliberately came to cause trouble, didn't you? I have heard of Baron Colbert's great name as a sword master. I also train in the ways of the sword and was passing through Bilo, so I hope to ask your lordship for some guidance. But I don't know whether your lordship has the guts to accept. Han Chuo smiled blandly, waiting for Colbert's answer. Colbert glared at Han Chuo and said in rage, You, a little brat who doesn't know the height of the sky, dares to challenge me. You really must be tired of living. Good. I accept your challenge. However, don't blame me if you die. Of course. Han Chuo replied straightforwardly. You guys back off. See how I kill him. Colbert waved his subordinates away. He drew his sword, taking a deep breath. He suddenly calmed down. Young man, I'll let you attack first. Colbert put on a generous face and said calmly to Han Chuo. All right. Han Chuo didn't drag his feet. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked calmly to Colbert and deployed a punch. Oh! Colbert was a little stunned seeing Han Chuo not take out his sword. However, he was even more surprised upon seeing no fighting aura radiating from that punch. Feeling strange, Colbert sneered and raised his sword to stab right back at the punch. Heh, courting death. Han Shuo also spared a moment to jeer. His magical yuan condensed, dazzling red light bursting out from the punch. The red light instantly surged and destroyed the milky white aura surrounding Colbert's sword. The punch smashed into the sword, making a metallic clang. A current of hot air burst out, accompanied by Colbert's tragic scream. He was blown away along with his sword and couldn't stop vomiting blood. Oh my god, the demon is heavily wounded. Great. I hope he just dies this time. We'll be free then. He'd best die, or Billow Town won't have a day of peace. After seeing Colbert become heavily injured after just one hit, the townspeople, who were watching from a distance away, became as joyous as if it were a holiday and murmured in low voices. I have no hatred nor injustice with you, so why did you come for me? His mouth overflowing with blood, Colbert immediately understood that Han Shuo's strength was far above his after being heavily injured by a single punch. However, he didn't know how or when he'd offended Han Shuo. Heh, because you deserve to die. Han Shuo smiled coldly. He slowly approached Colbert and said, I am Brian, and you are the first. Bang! Echoed a blow. Colbert had no strength to resist when the punch smashed down on his head. He immediately bled from all 7 orifices and died on the spot. I fairly and openly killed him in a challenge, and all of you are witness to this. Han Shuo turned to the lackeys, expressing that he didn't do it on purpose. After saying this, he left Billow Town in style under the shocked, puzzled, and fearful gazes of the people. The Empire wouldn't pursue the matter if one killed the opponent after a challenge was accepted. Candide had explained clearly to Han Shuo earlier. The old man would take care of the aftermath, so Han Shuo wasn't worried at all. Second target: Water Archmage Deborah in Bimson City. Killed a family of 18 people 3 years ago in a magic shop over a magic staff. The aftermath was handled cleanly, leaving no clues. Successfully escaped the punishment of the Empire. She's the one. Han Shuo took out the paper Candide gave him and schemed it. Candide had put his heart into it indeed. Each target was in close proximity to the previous one, making it convenient for Han Shuo to act. 2 hours later, in Bimson City, at the residence of Count Chapman Dean. Han Shuo wore a mage outfit, his hand grasping the white bone staff. He gracefully appeared at the residence of Count Chapman Dean and spoke to the guard with a smile, I'm looking for the honored Water Archmage Deborah. Follow me. This guard saw Han Shuo in a mage outfit with the white bone staff in his hand to boot. Therefore, he didn't dare be discourteous and led Han Shuo in respectfully. When they arrived inside a big courtyard, the guard spoke, please wait a moment, I'll go inform Master Deborah. A while later, a short, slightly fat woman of around 40 years of age walked out. She wore a luxurious magic robe and a blue space ring on her finger. She frowned suspiciously at Han Shuo and asked, who are you? I don't think I know you. Nodding, Han Shuo answered with a smile, of course, this is our first time meeting. However, I have admired your great name for a long time. This time, I came here to ask for your guidance on some magic knowledge, I hope you agree. Upon hearing Han Shuo's words, Deborah impatiently waved her hand, and I wondered who you were. Don't care. Scram now. Don't make me angry, damn brat. Sweeping a look at the guard, Deborah reprimanded, next time clearly ask who the visitor is. Don't think that all mages are acquainted with me. I have no time to deal with this immature brat. Finishing her speech, Deborah treated Han Shuo as though he were non-existent and walked back inside, intending to continue fiddling around with some new magic potions. Ugly old granny, you don't dare to accept my challenge? Or do you think that you're so ugly that you wouldn't want to let others look at you for too long? Still with a smile on his face, Han Shuo deliberately played the old trick, using vicious words to anger his opponent. Sure enough, Deborah immediately fumed over Han Shuo's malice. She abruptly turned around, staring sinisterly at Han Shuo and said with a cold smile, "Fine. I accept your challenge. I'll send you on your way to the underworld." A light flashed as a blue magic staff appeared in her hand. Deborah chanted an incantation and 3 men, 5 meters tall and each made of water, suddenly appeared out of nowhere on the rooftops and shot towards Han Shuo. The watermen wielded sharp ice awls that emitted a brilliant cold light as they stabbed towards Han Shuo. Interesting. Han Shuo let out an odd laugh. The white bone staff in his hand trembled as he quickly chanted an incantation. A white bone shield suddenly appeared in front of his body. The 5 ice awls were faster than the watermen and rammed straight at the shield's surface with a huge amount of force. The ice awls shattered as cracks also appeared in the shield. Han Shuo unhurriedly shrank the white bone shield's size. The white bone staff once again shone. 2 hate warriors, 1 evil knight, a dozen zombies, and 20-odd skeletal warriors in addition to a team of flying gargoyles appeared in the air, filling the yard. The evil knight rode a warhorse spitting fire, his hand holding an enormous bone lance. He stabbed out at the 5-meter-tall iceman, piercing a big hole through the latter. The evil knight ordered his skeletal warhorse to spew out a breath of fire, and the rest of the icemen evaporated into mist with a sizzling sound. You're actually an archmage necromancer." Deborah was terrified, her voice trembling as she shouted. Necromancy mages were at a disadvantage against light mages of the same level. However, they held a major advantage against other magic magers due to their ability to summon powerful creatures. If it hadn't been for the disappearance of the realms of Grand Magi and Sacred Magi as chronicled in the Necromancy Codex, the number of necromancy mages wouldn't be as few as they were now. When the canopy of necromancy spread out across the sky, the speed and strength of the dark creatures inside suddenly increased immensely. Caught within the canopy of necromancy, 2 watermen were surrounded by a huge number of dark creatures. The evil knight in particular now charged forward with terrifying force directly towards Water Archmage Deborah. The hovering gargoyles flashed out as deadly shadows, one after the other in a manner that appeared very fast and strange, thanks to the aid of the canopy of necromancy. Han Shuo didn't need to rely on the little skeleton, Earth Elite Zombie, and Wood Elite Zombie nor his magical cultivation in this fight. He had gained an absolute advantage using purely necromancy magic alone. Except for light archmages, no other mage at the same level as him could be his match. Even if the opponent was a light archmage, Han Shuo could still easily kill them as the little skeleton, Earth Elite Zombie, and Wood Elite Zombie were all immune to light magic. Therefore, Han Shuo was invincible when fighting mages of the same rank, even without using demonic magic. Chapter 280. Chapter 280, Infamy. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Damn it. Deborah cursed in a low voice. She had clearly felt that something was wrong and immediately retreated to her room. She was actually very quick, despite her short and fat stature. She intended on hiding in her room to hinder the attacks from the dark creatures. She released a high-level water magic ice spell, creating a white fog that covered a vast area. A crystal-clear ice wall sealed the door and emitted white mist beneath the sunlight. The evil knight spurred his warhorse forward, holding a bone lance bigger than his body, as he charged. He raised the bone spear and stabbed fiercely at the ice wall. Clang! Miraculously, the ice wall condensed by the ice spell actually had great defensive ability. The huge bone lance had created such a huge impact upon colliding with the ice wall, but could only drill a small hole. It couldn't break through the defenses of the ice wall. Ice blade slash! Deborah's shout echoed from inside the room. Cold wind howled as snow scattered across the sky. Blades of ice spun as they shot towards the dark creatures that occupied the yard. The low-level skeletal warriors couldn't withstand the ice blades, causing their bones to scatter across the ground. Even the flying gargoyles fell down in succession under the attack of the ice blades. However, higher-ranked creatures, such as zombie warriors and hate warriors, still stood firmly after being struck by the ice blades. The group slowly advanced towards the room that Deborah was in, joining forces with the evil knight and assaulting the ice wall. Han Shuo smiled coldly as he stood proudly in the yard under the canopy of necromancy. He leisurely watched the fight between the dark creatures and Deborah, and secretly exulted in the most appropriate way to use necromancy magic. Clang! The ice wall finally crumbled into pieces beneath the ferocious stabbing of the bone lance in the evil knight's hand. He rushed into Deborah's room with his warhorse. 2 hate warriors and several zombie warriors followed behind and instantly surrounded the room. "I surrender, I surrender!" Deborah paled in horror and involuntarily screamed. When the evil knight destroyed the ice wall and charged into the room with its necromancy troops, Deborah knew that defeat was nigh. She was instinctively scared by the ferocious, heartless eyes of the evil knight and immediately shouted out in a desperate attempt to preserve her poor life. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A dozen bone spears hurtled through the windows, 2 of which ambushed Deborah behind. Deborah had yet to react when they pierced through her chubby body and pushed her towards the evil knight. The evil knight raised his huge bone lance up high. When the lance fell, Deborah's head also went flying. A stream of blood spewed out and fell upon a smoking green potion, causing it to blow up. Murder, murder! The guard, who'd led Han Shuo in earlier, was instantly horrified when he realized from Deborah's tragic scream that she must have been killed. He shouted loudly while running to the courtyard in the back. Through the Yin demon's surveillance, Han Shuo noticed troops quickly approaching in the distance. Since his target Deborah had been handled, Han Shuo wasted no time. He immediately sent the necromancy creatures back and cut off the mental strength that had been used to maintain the canopy of necromancy, before leaving the yard using the levitation skills. Over the next 5 days, Han Shuo used the transportation matrices to visit various cities and towns in the empire to challenge powerful people. Not only did he win every fight, he even killed his opponents on the spot. His infamy speedily spread through the empire. Han Shuo's identity was slowly acknowledged amongst the ranks of the powerful in the empire thanks to Candide deliberately spreading the news. Many nobles heard of this powerful young man's story and expressed their strong interest in him. In a strictly guarded, luxurious hall in the Lancelot Imperial Palace, His Majesty the King, Uhtred Lancelot wore a loose robe, sitting on his throne as if waiting for something. Uhtred was almost 60 years old and his body had become increasingly weaker due to his licentious youth. He looked thin despite his big bones and his hair was still black and glossy thanks to the treatment of special magic potions. It was a pity that his complexion didn't look too good. "Your Majesty, Lord Candide has arrived." A guard suddenly came in and softly informed. This guard was clad in a shiny armor, his bearing cold and calm. His entire body emitted the air of a top expert. It could be seen from the insignia on his armor that he was a powerful sky rider. "Let him in," Uhtred instructed in an even tone upon hearing of Candide's arrival. After a while, Candide respectfully came in with his darkened face and said in a low tone, "Candide greets your Majesty. Sit. I heard that one of your subordinates is a kid who has become very famous in these 2 days. What's going on?" Uhtred glanced at Candide and asked casually. "He is called Brian and was indeed recruited by me. This kid's strength is extraordinary, and his mindset is mature. He hasn't been part of the Dark Mantle for long, but has already helped with several major events. Oh, the notebook of Ermite Cotton was also brought back from the Dark Forest by him. He's truly a rare genius," Candide explained in a respectful manner after sitting down. "So he's Brian, he, interesting, interesting. I remember that just yesterday, the Red Archbishop Kos from the Church of Light sent people to ask for Brian. I didn't expect to hear about him today. Candide, ah Candide, isn't this a little too coincidental?" Uhtred spoke in a pleasant voice, as if he was recalling the past with an old friend. Candide was secretly shocked, and he hastened to explain, "Your Majesty, please pardon this offense. This was arranged by me with the purpose of tying up some loose ends that are unfavorable to the Empire's peace." Brian's strength is extraordinary. He not only passed the Archmage test of the Magic Association, but has also mastered a special cultivation technique. The Empire needs such a young rare genius like him. Uhtred looked at Candide and coldly snorted, "Candide, you think this kid is worthy enough for me to worsen our relations with the Church of Light?" "I do think he is. Brian is only 18 this year. He entered the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force and became a Archmage Necromancer from a mage apprentice in less than 2 years. His skills are excellent. The future of such a person is limitless. It's just that he practices necromancy magic and has mastered some knowledge that is disadvantageous to the Church of Light, so they have deliberately acted against him. There was a Light Grand Magus called Ferguson in the Valley of Sunshine. Brian ultimately killed him and earned their rage. Being able to kill a Light Grand Magus already proves his power. On the other hand, the most important point is that Brian is still very young, so his future development is limitless. I think such a talented person shouldn't be let go. It's worth it even if we have to offend the Church of Light." Candide answered respectfully. Uhtred's eyes flashed upon listening to Candide's rant. He slightly straightened his body and looked at Candide, saying, "From an apprentice to an Archmage Necromancer in less than 2 years, and able to kill a Light Grand Magus? Candide, are you sure that all this is true?" "Your Majesty, you also know that my wife is the Dean of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, so I'm absolutely sure this is true. I gave him the order to challenge some notorious powerful people because I was originally doubtful of his strength. Now given the information that I've gathered, he indeed has the power. The rarest thing is that, such a genius like him actually has a very clean background. He has a strong sense of belonging to the Empire and is willing to serve the Empire. I believe he will grow bigger and might even become another figure like Carol Ascot as long as we give him the proper amount of time. Oh right, he's also the boyfriend of Phoebe, the most beloved female disciple of Carol Ascot." Candide continued to explain. "Oh, you say he has some sort of relationship with Carol Ascot?" Uhtred's face finally changed, surprised as he asked Candide. "Yes. Not only so, he's even a good friend of His Royal Highness Lawrence. You know that His Highness studied military strategy at the Knight Academy, and is a disciple of Carol Ascot as well. The relationship between Phoebe and Han Shuo is very good. Last time in Valen City, Han Shuo contributed the most in exposing Bob Asher's conspiracy." Candide was striking while the iron was hot upon seeing Uhtred reveal his surprise. Uhtred fell silent as he listened to Candide. He thought for a moment before opening his mouth to speak, "Is that so? Then this Brian is very interesting from what you've said. Oh, I heard that Great Sword Master Liakane of the Brute Merchant Alliance has come to Asen City. He's been quite arrogant these past couple of days. I lost 3 experts of his level to that guy. If that Brian is as powerful as you say he is, let him challenge Liakane. If he can defeat that guy as proof for his talent, not only will I be willing to offend the Church of Light for him, but I can even bestow him with a title of nobility." "Humph! This crazy swordsman Liakane has been too notorious. He fled to our Lancelot Empire after having offended Sacred Magus Reynold Dulla in Brute. Such a despicable cowardly absconder actually dares to act so wildly? He's seeking death." "Understood." Candide was slightly horrified upon hearing that Uhtred wanted Brian to challenge Liakane. He was silent for a while, then secretly let out a long sigh as he agreed with resignation. Chapter 281. Chapter 281, Getting Famous. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Shuo was very busy over the next couple of days. He traveled through the majority of the Lancelot Empire through the teleportation matrices. Within these few days, Han Shuo had killed 3 archmages, 4 sword masters and a great sword master all through challenges. At the start, the challenges were rather smooth because Han Shuo's age was extremely deceiving. His enemies would think that he was of no threat, and would furiously accept the challenge after being provoked by Han Shuo. Later on, after continuous successful challenges made Han Shuo's name infamous, and when many powerful people linked together the identity of the people who had been killed, they silently started to have their own ideas. Towards the end, the last 3 powerhouses on the list suddenly disappeared. Even after the Dark Mantle conducted thorough searches, they were unable to obtain any intelligence. Whenever Han Shuo reached a city, all of the experts within city would become worried, regardless of whether they'd done anything that they should feel guilty about. All of them were afraid that Han Shuo would look for them, and so they all disappeared under the guise of traveling. These people couldn't help it, as the people that died in Han Shuo's hands in recent days were all heavyweights. If they did not accept Han Shuo's challenge, then it would have a huge impact on their reputation. But once they accepted it, they might lose their lives. That's why they had no other choice but to find an excuse and hide. When a great sword master died in Han Shuo's hands, that caused the notorious name of the young expert Brian to reach its climax, causing the rest of the names on the list to disappear. That was why Han Shuo could only return to Asan City for further instructions from Candide. Lord Candide, it's not that I didn't try my best. The 3 people in the end disappeared completely. It seems that I can only wait until you find them. Han Shuo and Candide were in a small room at the north of the city. You did very well. His Majesty has already heard about your work. There is temporarily no need to take care of those 3 guys. We have another troublesome matter on our hands. If you can complete this task, His Majesty will definitely help you and grant you a noble title, Candide said with a low voice. He frowned and taking a sip from the cup of tea in his hands. Oh? What is it? Han Shuo momentarily blanked, then asked. Lia Kane of the Brute Merchant Alliance also has the power of a great sword master. This person is titled the Crazy Swordsman. He is extremely vicious and savage, but have great power. He's currently in our Asan city. In the recent few days, he's challenged 3 great sword master in Asan city and was extremely disrespectful after winning. This has caused His Majesty to greatly dislike him. His Majesty means to have you challenge Lia Kane. If you can defeat Lia Kane, then His Majesty will ignore the Church of Light's pressure and fully protect you and bestow upon you a noble title. It's just that Lia Kane's strength is extraordinary, and possessed the strength of a great sword master more than 10 years ago. According to the Dark Mantle's news, this Lia Kane is very close with His Highness the First Prince, Prince Charles. Due to your relationship with Lawrence, I'm afraid that you might lose your life if you are unable to beat him. Candide looked truly worried about Han Shuo. Where is this Lia Kane right now? Han Shuo was not afraid at all as he asked Candide with a smile. In the garden house at the northern part of the city. The garden house is the property of the first prince, Prince Charles. Other people doesn't know this, but the Dark Mantle naturally does. It is also through him staying at this place that we guessed that he is related to the first prince. What? Are you planning on challenging Lia Kane? Although they're both in the Great Sword Master realm, the difference in strength between one just entering it and one that has been in it for 10 odd years is really large. Furthermore, Lia Kane is called the Crazy Swordsman. He will be extremely difficult to deal with. Candide exclaimed. Don't worry, I will deal with him. Han Shuo finished the entire cup of tea in one gulp and directly stood up. Then he smiled. To be honest, I kind of got addicted to the continuous challenges recently. In the recent few days, Han Shuo had continuously fought against several powerhouses, causing him to subtly feel like his strength was about to break through to the next level. The only way to quickly improve in the bloodlust realm was through battle and slaughter. When he did so against Master, his strength improved even more quickly. In 8 continuous battles, Han Shuo challenged archmages and sword masters, all of them powerhouses who were rather famous. He challenged a great sword master at the very end. That person was very dangerous. It was only though that fight had Han Shuo felt like that he showed signs of a breakthrough. By now, Han Shuo definitely wouldn't use the little skeleton, Earth Elite Zombie, or Wood Elite Zombie. With his magical cultivation in the bloodlust realm, he was able to face a great swordmaster head-on. If he didn't use the magical advantages he had, Han Shuo still had strength equivalent to a great swordmaster. Liu Kang was possibly a bit stronger than a great swordmaster. Perhaps Han Shuo might run into some trouble, but if he used the little skeleton, the Earth Elite Zombie, and the Wood Elite Zombie, Han Shuo believed that he would absolutely succeed in killing Liu Kang, and so didn't pay heed to Candide's worries at all. Be careful, this guy is just very dangerous. He is famous for being hard to deal with in the Brute Merchant Alliance. Don't relax your guard. Seeing that Han Shuo was walking outside, Candide issued a reminder as he was still worried. Understood, I'll be going then. Han Shuo replied, then walked outside. Brian. Just after leaving the inn, he heard Emily's voice ring out from a carriage at the corner of the street. Chester, dressed like a carriage driver, waved his hand towards Han Shuo. The Dark Mantle's information network was everywhere, adding on to the relationship between Emily and Candide. It was not hard if she wanted to find Han Shuo. Han Shuo also knew that Emily would come and find him. That's why he hadn't been surprised at all when he heard Emily's voice. Han Shuo looked around and suddenly saw a carriage parked afar. The knights at the entrance of the carriage were all familiar faces. The curtains of the carriage were lifted to reveal Lawrence's face. Lawrence was looking at him with a face of excitement as if he had a lot to say. Han Shuo first stepped towards Emily and said, "Wait a moment for me." With that, Han Shuo then quickly walked in front of Lawrence's carriage and called out softly, "What are you doing here?" "Hehe, I accidentally found Madame Emily's carriage hurrying over here. I thought about it then followed, I didn't think that I would actually find you." Lawrence gave a soft, odd laugh as he said to Han Shuo. Han Shuo understood that Lawrence might know about the relationship between him and Emily, so he merely rolled his eyes at Lawrence without saying anything. "All right, what did you come to find me for?" "Haha, I heard that you beat several experts in a row, and that you now have an enormous reputation. I didn't think that you were no longer hiding yourself and had started to truly reveal your prowess. This is for the best. In the last few days, I went to the royal palace twice. His Majesty asked me some things about you, seeming to be very interested at you. This is a good sign." Lawrence was clearly very happy as he spoke with a smile. "Of course he is paying attention to me. His Majesty told me to challenge Liu Kang, so I'm thinking about killing him now," Han Shuo said plainly. The moment he said that, Lawrence felt shocked, then insanely happy as he said, "Liu Kang is on the side of the first prince, Prince Charles. I am certain about this through my own means. Brian, are you confident in killing him? What do you think?" Han Shuo looked towards Lawrence with a smile that was not quite like a smile, and replied with a question. "Of course you do. You are very miraculous, I believe you. How about this, I'll help you since you are going to challenge Liu Kang and spread this far and wide. As long as you can beat Liu Kang, your notorious name can be bleached. Hehe, since Liu Kang is someone of the Brute Alliance, there is probably no one in our nation who likes him." Lawrence laughed evilly. "Do as you'd like. If there's nothing else, then I'll find you after killing Liu Kang," Han Shuo said. "Nothing else, nothing else. Go and busy yourself with your own business." Lawrence smiled strangely as he looked towards Emily's direction. From Lawrence's expression and speech, Han Shuo understood that the former already knew about the relationship between himself and Emily. This was likely because he'd noticed Han Shuo and Emily hiding behind a fake mountain and getting intimate during his family's banquet. He became even more certain about this after the events of Valen City. However, with Han Shuo and Lawrence's relationship right now, Han Shuo naturally believed that Lawrence would seal his mouth shut. There was nothing good about this for Lawrence at all if it came to light. I'll be off then," Han Shuo replied, then turned and walked towards Emily's direction. "Let's go," said Han Shuo after arriving at Chester's location and entered Emily's carriage. Brian, too miraculous. That pill was too miraculous. Emily leapt into his embrace the moment Han Shuo entered the carriage, grabbing him tightly and voluntarily presenting her lips, in obvious emotional agitation. Chester acted like normal, pretending that he hadn't heard anything as he slowly drove the carriage down the street. After Chester's carriage left, Candide gazed at the direction the carriage left and out of the shadow of a corner. He muttered, "I was wondering why Emily would help him so much. So this is why. This brat's courage for lust is truly huge, he's with Emily all right. God, what a playboy." Chapter 282. Chapter 282, The Repute of a Genius. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. At the garden house in the northern part of the city, lush palm trees filled the structure that was suffused with the fresh feeling of spring. The garden had been arranged in an exquisite fashion, with all sorts of flowers emitting pleasant fragrances, and had been planted in the surroundings. Several maids moved carefully amongst the flowers, watering and pruning them. First Prince Charles was squinting as he conversed with a crude-looking man on a soft patch of grass. The latter had 2 criss-cross scars on his neck, was 1.75 meters tall, and looked very sturdy with his brawny arms and legs. His eyes glinted with a brutal, beastly light. "Mr. Leah, Olo shouldn't have challenged those 3 great sword masters as soon as you arrived. You've just arrived here from the Brute Merchant Alliance after all, and our nation is prejudiced against foreigners. If my father finds out that you are one of my people, this could affect his impression of me." Charles frowned with displeasure, clearly irritated by Leah Kane's unauthorized acts. Leah Kane leered and chuckled, saying brazenly, "Your Highness First Prince, although I've joined your banner upon arriving in the Lancelot Empire, I don't have to listen to you for all matters. I am a swordsman first and foremost. Since I've come all the way to the Lancelot Empire, I will challenge the local experts as according to my habits. How else will I be able to improve my skills? Damn it, what a brute! Why don't you go challenge Carol Ascot if you've the balls to? Let's see how horribly you die then." Charles cursed inwardly, his expression darkening even further. He turned to Leah Kane, "Let's just drop this matter. I hope you tell me before you do anything like this next time. Do you remember the Brian whom I mentioned to you? The one I wanted you to help me kill?" Leah Kane blanked momentarily, then nodded. "Oh, the kid with the strange techniques that you mentioned last time? What? Has he appeared in Asen City? Do you want me to kill him today?" Shaking his head ruefully, Charles said, "The situation is different now. Brian's reputation has greatly increased over the past couple of days during his leave of absence from Asen City. His reputation has grown greatly after challenging these experts, and now, word on the street is that he's returned to challenge you." After this news was released, all of the nobles and experts within Asen City began paying close attention to this. "You've been training in the garden house, so you may not have been aware of this, but even my father is interested in this matter now. It's no longer appropriate for you to kill him secretly. What I mean for you to do is why not go and challenge him directly, then kill him in that way. No one will be able to say anything about this then. What do you think?" "No. Absolutely not. Who am I? I'm Leah Kane. How can I lower myself to challenge this unweaned brat? Humph, I'd welcome it if he challenged me, but I'd never go to the door of an infamous kid just to challenge him." Leah Kane rejected this suggestion soundly, with no room for discussion. Sitting in his chair, Charles viciously swiped at the armrests and cursed inwardly again. "If it wasn't for you really having some skill to your name, I'd already have someone kill you where you stand, damn it! You're just a brute. How dare you repeatedly talk back to me? All right then. There are many people paying attention to this matter now. There have been some people circling the garden house for the past 2 days. They're likely waiting for Brian to come and challenge you. I'm not at liberty to come find you. You just need to mind yourself. If Brian comes, you must kill him immediately to prevent further troubles from developing." Charles was a bit irritated as he stood up after speaking to Leah. "Don't worry. He'll be dead without a doubt if he dares to challenge me." "Humph, all young men are asking to die these days by acting so cockily. I'll have him learn just how much stronger his seniors are than he is." Leah Kane snorted coldly. After traveling to many ears, the news quickly spread to every corner of Asan City. Only a few experts and nobles of Asan City heard of it in the beginning, but once someone upgraded this to a matter of national pride, even commoners learned of it as well. In this way, Han Shuo's birth and origins were slowly revealed in utmost clarity. A slave when young, the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force made an exception and enrolled him when he demonstrated surprising potential. He ascended from a lowly rank of mage apprentice to a rare archmage necromancer in less than 2 years. He even had a mysterious technique about him. All of this added together made Han Shuo out to be genius. As citizens of Asan City discussed this matter fervently, a few large guilds were already placing bets on this. Gamblers expressed high concerns towards this matter, and no one knew of the Buzz Merchant Guild betting enormous sums against Cameron's Merchant Guild. On the west side of Asan City, in the middle of the night. Out of the north, south, east, and west parts of the city, the west side was the dirtiest and poorest part. This place could be considered the congregation zone of all the poor. There was trash everywhere on the streets, with flies and bed bugs everywhere. Some beggars, with rags on their bodies, were dozing off in the corner. A stench permanently permeated the surrounding air. However, the moon still shone, even on the poorest areas. As the pure, white moonlight shone down, it cast long shadows for Han Shuo and the others. Some stifled sobs traveled out slightly from one of the ugly and crude houses. "I really didn't want to come here." Chester's expression was long as he sighed. Although Emily stayed within the carriage, her brows were knit tightly together as well. Her tender and white skin was as clear as white jade, and the precious jewels on her head and closely tailored silks and laces marked her as being quite at odds with the surroundings. Emily had seen Chester's information and knew that he was born a commoner. Before he had entered the Dark Mantle, he'd spent some time in the western part of Asan City. However, he didn't miss those days. That was easy enough to see. No one would think too fondly of a place like this. "All right, we'll leave as soon as we're done. There are the poor and rich in every country. This is a truth that will never change, and we don't have the power to change all this." Han Shuo called out softly as he sat within the carriage. A troop of about 100 knights were following behind the carriage at a leisurely pace. The troop was in a long formation in the narrow streets. "Come on. We don't have much time, so stop complaining." Emily also rushed Chester onwards. Chester didn't say much else as he skillfully drove the carriage down the quiet streets. He headed for the dirtiest and poorest part of the west side after making it down this street. Chester slowed down the carriage after a moment in a place filled with sewage and a disgusting stench. "Master Emily, the broken-down buildings ahead are where the intelligence seems to point to." Emily changed into a black robe in the carriage and hid her identity as a senior executive of the Dark Mantle. She slowly stepped down from the carriage and spoke to Han Shuo. "According to the intelligence, it's the buildings in front of us. The enemy is a leader from the Angel Empire called Yoland. He seems to be a sky rider." Nodding, Han Shuo released 3 yin demons and bade them slowly slip inside. He himself walked towards the troop of knights who were trailing them, telling an officer, "Don't prematurely alert our enemies. Spread out through the buildings and create a perimeter. Try to approach slowly. Capture anyone alive if you can. Otherwise, execute them on the spot. We can't let a single one escape." "Understood." The officer responded and made a gesture towards the knights behind him. The knights slowly spread out and encircled the buildings from a distance away. There had been several mages in the center of the knights, who were now revealed due to the knights spreading out. The mages in the magic corps of the Northern Guard were all journeymen or adept mages. There was only one Thunder Archmage. Boris had told him before the mission had started that he was to listen to Han Shuo's commands. Some of them had been unruly and rebellious at first, but when Boris told them of Han Shuo's identity, all of became docile and didn't dare to not listen to Han Shuo's commands. Han Shuo had traversed half of the Lancelot Empire in the past few days, challenging villains with infamous reputation. They'd all been killed on the spot, and that kind of violent, ruthless method made Han Shuo's evil prestige come to life. The group of mages in front of him had all quieted down afterwards. Someone who could kill numerous experts was someone that they couldn't afford to antagonize, not to mention that he had full control over the team from the commander of the Northern Guards. They would be foolish as to provoke Han Shuo. All right, all of you find your positions. It's best to stay in between the knights. Listen to my orders afterwards and attack with the strongest spells you've got. Han Shuo flicked a glance over the Thunder Archmage and gave his orders. Understood, Sir Brian. The Thunder Archmage said respectfully with a nod. He wasn't angry at all about Han Shuo taking his position as the commander of the Magic Corps. Chapter 283. Chapter 283, Coolly Composed. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Before Han Shuo's arrival at the Northern Guards, Thunder Archmage Killua had been the leader of the Northern Guards Magic Corps. However, due to Han Shuo's appearance, he could only take Han Shuo's orders now. Killua had originally been a bit reluctant, but after Boris spoke a few words to him, he immediately understood that Han Shuo only come to the Northern Guards to gain some military achievements, and that the Magic Corps of Northern Guards would be just a jumping board for Han Shuo. After that, not only did that remove any complaint he might have had, he would even intentionally curry Han Shuo's favor in hope of a little bit of help when Han Shuo became successful. Be careful, they have 20-something people and they're all pretty strong. Han Shuo said quietly when he returned to Emily's side after giving his orders. I understand, what do you think we should do? Emily nodded in reply, then asked for Han Shuo's opinion. When the 100 knights surround this area, immediately use magic to destroy all obstacles. Capture the experts if you can, otherwise, it's fine if you kill all of them. As long as we can find the blueprints, we've essentially finished this mission. Han Shuo thought about it and said quietly. We'll do as you say. Those Northern Guards seem to trust you very much. You have to command them well, so that they don't mess up. Emily said docilely in front of Han Shuo, she had already become used to having him in charge. Then all right, pay attention to Yoland, don't let him escape. Han Shuo replied before slowly floating into the air. Han Shuo quickly passed through the knights and mages like a ghost. Using the 360-degree surveillance of the 3 yin demons, Han Shuo continuously gave orders to the surrounding knights. He had them discard their horses and hide in the surroundings. The contingent of knights slowly surrounded the other party, keeping a 150-meter buffer. Han Shuo stood proudly in the sky and calmly commanded the knights and mages of the Northern Guards. He made sure to put suitable men in every location. In the meantime, everyone lowered their voices and quietly approached the dirty and broken down building. The distance slowly decreased as the encirclement tightened. When the two parties were only 50 meters apart, Han Shuo waved at Killua and the others. Upon seeing his action, they immediately started to chant magic spells quietly, their expressions solemn. My lord, we've been surrounded. I can hear unusual sounds from the wind. A wind mage said anxiously to Yoland, who had a dark and muscular body and was riding a tattooed beast. How is that possible? Yoland suddenly sat up from a pile of straw he'd been resting on. He quickly looked out the window, his expression immediately darkening as he shouted softly, Everyone, assemble! Find a chance to break through the encirclement. The 20-something people within the room all stood up silently after hearing that. All of them unsheathed their swords and knives and prepared to charge out. As the leader, Yoland remained calm in the face of such a terrible situation. His space ring brightened slightly as he took out the blueprints that he'd spent much effort in obtaining. He carefully dug a hole in the wall and said quietly, The brothers that have come on this operation are all not afraid of death. I will put the blueprints in the widened gap in the wall. If any of you can leave this place alive, you can wait until Asan City is no longer so heavily under guard before returning to take back the blueprints to the Empire. Do you hear me? Don't worry, my lord. We know what to do. That wind mage replied seriously. The other people in the room also had on determined expressions, prepared to make the sacrifice. Suddenly, 5 rays of lightning struck down from the sky. The zigzagging lightning illuminated the pitch-dark sky. At the same time, several walls of flames appeared around the building, causing the surrounding temperature to spike up to dangerous levels. Meanwhile, the ground started to tremble as spires started to project from the ground. Yoland and the others who were within the house understood that the attack had already begun. All of them leaped out from the door and windows, and started to charge separately from all directions through the attacks of lightning, fire snakes, and rock spikes. Kill! Han Shuo's cold voice rang out through the entire night. Killua's lightning suddenly slammed down. When the houses were struck, every single one of them exploded with a deep rumble. 2 men rushed out from those houses. They instantly fell limp onto the ground when they were struck by a bolt of lightning. The 100 knights of the Northern Guards were all elites of the military, every single one holding the strength of a companion at arms or a sergeant. Under Han Shuo's orders, each one methodically blockaded the roads. Once they noticed someone dashing towards them, they would immediately move to block the target mercilessly. Send 3 knights to the north to stop them. Killua, have the magic corps attack the 4 experts rushing in from the south. Yoland is in the west. He is a sky rider, so those in the west have to be careful. Using the vision of the 3 yin demons, Han Shuo sent his commands forth leisurely. He would accurately mention the other party's strength and numbers every single time, then send out suitable number of troops to stop the charge of the assassins. Emily and Chester slowly approached the direction that Yoland was charging towards under Han Shuo's directions. As a thief, attacking straight on wasn't Chester's forte, so he remained among the group of the knights that was setting up the blockade and left it up to Emily, who was ready to attack any time with dark magic. Damn it, why is the enemy so clear about our movements? Yoland had told everyone to separate and attack using the strongest force they could muster. He'd noticed a few weaker areas in the beginning that could have been broken though. Sadly, before they'd even drawn near, those places had suddenly become heavily guarded, causing those trying to break through to suffer enormous losses. The mages all cast spells in directions that they couldn't see under Han Shuo's orders. Yet, the spells would always leave Yoland's people in dire straits, and heavily wound or even kill those people waiting in the dark. I didn't notice anyone casting Sky's Eye. I don't know why the enemy is able to see our movements so clearly. The Wind Magician's voice was frantic as his anxiety broke through. Everyone, if you think that you can escape easily after breaking the law in the capital city of the Lancelot Empire, then think again. Hehe, everyone here is clear on your identities. As long as you lay down your weapons, surrender, and identity yourselves, we can allow you to live and wait for the mediators from your country to negotiate. Han Shuo fired off a string of orders before hollering at them with a smile. Their actions were completely revealed to Han Shuo through the Yin Demon's surveillance. Then, he would organize experts of appropriate skill to stop the would-be escapees. He had successfully killed enough of the assassins, leaving only 13. On the other hand, the Northern Guard only had 4 lightly wounded and 1 heavily wounded when the other party fought back until the brink of death. Aside from that, there was no one who had died. Yet, only fearless attacks were the answer to Han Shuo's announcement. None of the assassins from the Angel Empire showed the slightest bit of hesitation. After Han Shuo had finished speaking, they viciously tried to break through the encirclement again. Han Shuo could determine that these people were all death-sworn from their reactions and strength. They probably hadn't had any thoughts of surviving after entering the Lancelot Empire. It was an unrealistic notion to capture these people alive. Thus, after a bit of hesitation, Han Shuo suddenly commanded, "Everyone, don't hold back any longer, just kill them all. Brothers, rush out with all your might." Even if you can't, you have to bring several of them down with you, shouted Yoland after hearing Han Chuo's merciless orders. You have no more chances. Emily's cold voice sounded as she glared at Yoland from her black robes. The technicians in the military factory were all helpless civilians. All of them were killed savagely. You guys truly do deserve to die today. Haha, since they were not people from my empire, so what if they died? Yoland laughed maniacally as he raised a huge broadsword and rode atop of his tattooed beast. He dashed directly towards Emily. Woman, are you stop me by yourself? Foolish! Han Chuo's thick murderous aura spread out with lightning speed before Emily could chant a spell. The Demon Slayer edge shone with crimson light as the blood-red sword aura cleaved down towards Yoland from the sky with unparalleled ferociousness. Yoland had been dashing towards Emily and hadn't thought that Han Chuo would suddenly attack like this, not to mention from above. Although he had the strength of a sky rider, he still found it a bit difficult to face this sort of sudden attack. The broadsword that he was holding horizontally had to quickly rise to meet the Demon Slayer edge attacking down from above his head. Clang! Sparks exploded everywhere and a clear crack appeared in Yoland's broadsword. He snorted as his shoulder trembled, while the four short legs of the tattooed beast underneath him snapped, unable to withstand the force. The tattooed beast fell onto the floor as its wolf-like head continuously spat out blood. Haha, don't think of obtaining the blueprints even if you kill me. All of the technicians were killed, you won't be able to create the war chariots without the blueprints. Yoland looked tragically at the tattooed beast underneath him first before laughing savagely with a grimace. Since he had no way of attacking Han Chuo in the sky, he could only sprint quickly towards Emily. Isn't it just hidden in the gap in the walls? What's so hard to find about that? Han Chuo said with contempt. Han Chuo ignored Yoland as the latter's expression drastically changed and dashed towards the room the targets had originally been hiding in with lightning speed. Chapter 284. Chapter 284, A Big Gamble. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. Though Yoland had been about to attack Emily, his heart suddenly spasmed when he heard Han Chuo reveal his most closely guarded secret. Just as he intended to turn around and run back into the room to destroy the blueprint, several bolts whizzed at him with whooshing sounds. Emily waved the magic staff in her hand and a sharp Grim Reaper's blade sliced across Yoland's body with a deathly glint. Stop him! Don't let him take the blueprint! Yoland's voice was shrill. He hastily raised his broadsword to block the Grim Reaper's blade. The assassins of the Angel Empire were originally about to break through the encirclement, but abandoned the idea upon hearing Yoland's shout. They swiftly turned back, one by one, and rushed straight at Han Chuo. Unfortunately, their power was a far cry from Han Chuo's. The difference in speed was like heaven and earth. Han Chuo utilized the art of the demonic ninth heavens and flew into the room like lightning. The assassins only caught up with him after he'd pulled the blueprint from a hollow corner on the wall. Die! Han Chuo coldly shouted before landing with the Demon Slayer edge. He walked towards the furiously sprinting assassins of the Angel Empire. When Han Chuo released the mystical glacial spell fire, the Demon Slayer edge exploded with brilliant purple-red light. The light sparked like a rainbow on the tip of the blade, and rapidly formed one willowy flame after another. The beautiful light from the flashing purple-red flames danced on the blade of the Demon Slayer edge. They gathered into twisting threads of fire that entangled each other, creating two magic nets of flame, one purple, one red. The madly charging Angel Empire assassins only had one obsession in their heart, to destroy Han Chuo. Faced with the two blazing hot and icy cold magical nets, they all released their strongest level of fighting aura, trying to tear the nets apart. However, Han Chuo had firmly grasped a whole new level of the mystical glacial spell fire at his current strength. The two nets of magic twisted and swayed about in the air as if two fishing nets thrown into the sea. The lights from the swords simply landed on empty holes and wasn't able to penetrate the beautiful flames. Not good. Fall back! The distant Yoland, who desperately dodged the Grim Reaper's blade, also rushed towards Han Chuo. Upon seeing his subordinates' swords unable to rip apart the magic nets, he immediately understood that these nets of unknown material couldn't be torn by just the sword. That was why he couldn't help but shout a reminder to his subordinates. However, the two strangely swaying magic nets in the air actually possessed an extremely fast speed. The nets didn't wait for the assassins to react before they spread out and shrouded the whole group. When the red net fell down, the flame threads touched 3 assassins like scorching hot iron. A thick smoke erupted as their skin and flesh was burned to a crisp. Every one of them was paralyzed and fell to the ground amidst their own tragic screams. The purple net blanketed the remaining 4 assassins. Their limbs instantly stiffened, and their bodies shivered as if they had been trapped in an ice block. The cold air maintained their previous dodging or attacking postures. "I'll end my life with yours." Yoland had finally reached Hanchuo. Upon seeing his brothers shrouded in the nets, each either burned to ashes or frozen solid like ice, he roared and raised his sword, rushing at Hanchuo without a care for his life. "Heh. I'm afraid you won't have that chance." Hanchuo released the demon slayer edge with an indifferent smile on his face, and charged towards Yoland. Yoland's expression turned hideous as he raised his broadsword to receive Hanchuo's attack. Yoland kept laughing maniacally when he saw Hanchuo quickly close in. He was about to disregard everything to risk his life to fight Hanchuo, when a pair of arms suddenly emerged from the ground where he stood and tightly grabbed his ankles. "Shoot him dead!" Hanchuo had been rushing towards Yoland when he suddenly screeched to a halt in body mid-air. He shouted to the dozen Northern Guard soldiers who were holding bows and approaching in the distance. Yoland couldn't budge his feet. He stared dumbly at Hanchuo, floating in the air. The latter was only about 5 meters away, right in front of him, but Yoland had no way to move. When Yoland slashed downwards on the pair of big arms with his sword, the arms holding his legs retreated back into the underground. His 2 feet suddenly felt a soul-shaking pain as 2 bone spikes shot out from the ground and pierced deeply from his feet to his knees. While he was wailing like a pig being butchered, several arrows quickly shot towards Yoland, whistling through the air until they penetrated his body. Before he died, his killing intent, filled with resentment, transformed into an air barely visible to the naked eye and was absorbed by Hanchuo. The lineup of the 20-odd assassins from the Angel Empire had no survivors left, including Yoland. None of their resentful killing intent had escaped Hanchuo's absorption, enabling his demonic magic to grow increasingly perfect. The feeling of breaking through was becoming increasingly stronger. Hanchuo walked to the 4 frozen assassins and shot out 4 pitch-black lights into their bodies. 4 cracking sounds echoed as the originally frozen stiff assassins fell limply down. Hanchuo turned to speak to the leader of the Northern Guard army. "These 4 aren't dead yet. Guard them strictly, and don't let them commit suicide. This will be our answer to His Majesty as well. Rest assured, Master Brian, we know what to do." The leader readily agreed and ordered the soldiers behind him, "Men, tied up these 4 assassins and gag them. Don't give them the chance to bite their tongues and kill themselves." Following the orders of their leader, the dozen soldiers quickly walked forward and took out special binding tools from the bags that they always carried. From their practiced actions and plentiful equipment, Hanchuo could instantly confirm that it would even harder for these 4 assassins to seek death. When they were brought to the Northern Guard's prison, they would be anesthetized, and their spirits drained of strength. They would be too weak to even bite their tongues. It might actually be possible to torture something out of them. Hanchuo stopped paying attention to these 4. He walked to Emily's side, took out the blueprint and gave it to her, saying, "Take this. This mission can now be considered completed. I will give you the blueprint so you can hand them into the Northern Guard. As you have the blueprint that the Northern Guard's been desperately seeking, you can report into His Majesty now." Emily naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony with Hanchuo. As she couldn't reveal her identity, she didn't say anything to him and only nodded before turning around. She swiftly walked to Chester's carriage and got in. They left together and quickly disappeared out of sight. "Master Brian, we could successfully capture the assassins of the Angel Empire and recover the blueprint they'd hidden, this time only thanks to you. If Count Boris can say a few good words in front of His Majesty, this deed is enough to grant you a title." Lightning Archmage Killua walked over to Han Shuo and offered his sincere congratulations. He seemed even more excited than Han Shuo. "Hehe, it's everyone's credit. I wouldn't have been able to catch them all by myself, without everyone's combined efforts. You all get back to work. I still have something to deal with, I'll need to leave for a moment." Han Shuo looked at Killua and said with a smile. "All right then, Master Brian, please leave first. We can take care of the aftermath." Killua respectfully replied. Nodding his head, Han Shuo didn't linger. He chose another direction and quickly disappeared from sight in a dirty, chaotically slum of the city's west end. When night fell and everyone was resting, Han Shuo soundlessly appeared at the Booze Merchant Guild. He followed the familiar path to Phoebe's room. "No need to consider any more. I believe that Brian will definitely win. Our crisis may even be completely over with this gamble. Let's take out all of our active funds and fight it out with Cameron and his group." Phoebe stood in the middle of the living room, voicing her resolution in a competent and astute manner. "Little Phoebe, this needs reconsideration. I know of the relationship between you and Brian. His strength is good, but Lia Kane has been famous for too long and is also very powerful. Everyone agrees that he has a better winning chance. This bet is no trivial matter. If we lose, I'm afraid that our Booze Merchant Guild will also go down with it." Booze Guild veteran Elder Andrew leaned on his walking stick and spoke, somewhat worried. Andrew was an original elder of the Booze Merchant Guild. Before Phoebe had taken over, he had wholeheartedly cared for her, so she was very much concerned about his viewpoints. However, Phoebe had gained majority control of the guild after becoming the owner. During this period, the guild had actually made great progress under her hand. Andrew was satisfied, understanding that Phoebe wasn't one to work based on her emotions. He might not have been so worried if it wasn't for Lia Kane's widespread fame. "Rest assured, Grandpa Andrew, Brian's strength is much more formidable than you can imagine. Moreover, Cameron has forced us to this state already. The merchant alliance he has led is intensely suppressing us, and it's difficult for us to do anything now. Even without this gamble, they will still pressure us bit by bit until we're exhausted. If we can win this time, we can reverse the situation. Those merchant guilds cooperating with Cameron won't give him face if he faces a heavy loss. Only when we hold a huge amount of gold coins, can we truly control the situation." Phoebe calmly explained her analysis to Andrew. Since you've said so, let's do it like that. I hope Brian won't disappoint us, otherwise our Booze Merchant Guild can be considered finished." Andrew thought for a while before finally nodding in agreement to Phoebe's proposal. This showed the immense crisis the guild was facing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen such a gamble to save the situation. Chapter 285. Chapter 285, Dazzling. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Phoebe sat alone after Andrew left, frowning in contemplation. It seemed that the crisis the Booze Merchant Guild was facing was indeed very serious. Otherwise Phoebe wouldn't choose to strike using a gambling method, given her cautious nature. Han Shuo slowly came in without a sound, his eyes bright as he looked at Phoebe as soon as he entered the door. After a moment of silence, Phoebe was suddenly surprised. Looking up to see Han Shuo, she revealed a smile and said with delight, "You've come back. Rest assured, Lia Kane will die to my sword tomorrow, without a doubt." Han Shuo smiled and walked towards Phoebe. He reached out his hand and smoothed the spot between her wrinkled eyebrows before speaking softly. "I believe you. Our Booze Merchant Alliance took out 700,000 gold coins this time. Cameron will have to compensate us 5 times that amount based on the current odds as long as you kill Lia Kane. Cameron won't be able to bear the costs no matter how much money he has. After this victory, our Bo's alliance will have an enormous amount of gold coins and the danger from Cameron's group will naturally disappear. Phoebe very much enjoyed Han Chuo's tenderness. She relaxed her body and leaned on his chest, saying softly, "All right, go rest early. I'll meditate here for tonight. I'll go to the garden house tomorrow to issue a challenge to Liakane and settle this problem as soon as possible." Han Chuo patted Phoebe's shoulder and urged. Phoebe nodded meekly upon hearing Han Chuo's words. Her expression relaxed into a smile as she said, "Rest assured, I'll come with you tomorrow and watch you kill Liakane for myself. I know you'll definitely win." Phoebe didn't stay after finishing speaking. She walked into the back room with a chuckle and softly said, "After you win, keep me company for a nice chat." Han Chuo sat cross-legged in the hall after Phoebe left. He silently circulated his magical yuan and recovered his mental strength bit by bit, gradually adjusting the state of his body. In Han Chuo's body, the demon infant was as if surrounded by a bloody whirlpool. Each drop of blood essence was like a precious ruby, sparkling translucently as each drop formed a red, lustrous crystal shape. The drops of blood essence swirled into a whirlpool and nourished the demon infant in its center. The layers of blood-red mist, which was the killing intent gathered in the bloodlust realm, surrounded this whirlpool, also nourishing the demon infant. The demon infant was a copy of Han Chuo, except about the size of a fist. A black spot appeared between its eyebrows where the demon slayer edge was stored. The enormous amount of killing intent absorbed during this time had been stored in his body and condensed into a black spot in the demon infant's glabella. In this way, the connection between Han Chuo and the demon slayer edge constantly matured. The demon infant and the demon slayer edge could also support each other to absorb even more energy. Once the demon slayer edge successfully developed its own soul, its connection with Han Chuo would be another step closer. Slicing off a human head from 1,000 miles away with only a thought wouldn't be an impossible feat. In the past several days, Han Chuo had been going to war everywhere and killing many experts. Han Chuo had swallowed and absorbed their killing intent and resentment in order to improve himself bit by bit. He'd already absorbed an enormous amount in particular from his trip to the Forbidden Land, which had helped both him and the Demon Slayer edge improve immensely. Han Chuo had slowly gained control over his nature in the bloodlust realm. Once the killing intent accumulated to a certain extent, it would gradually transform from quantitative to qualitative. Only then would he be able to break through to the separate demon realm and his strength would take another step forward. Not only would Han Chuo be able to practice higher-level secret demonic skills, but he could also separate his consciousness from his body. He would possess some unimaginable miraculous abilities. After a night of meditation, Han Chuo was in high spirits the next day as he left the Booze Merchant Guild with Phoebe and went to the garden house where Liakane resided. The past several days, news of Han Chuo challenging the crazy Liakane had spread throughout Asan City, thanks to the deliberate work of Candide and Lawrence. Many aristocratic spies were lurking in the neighborhood of the garden house. In addition to them, experts from all walks of life were full of enthusiasm as they waited for Han Chuo's arrival. Han Chuo stepped down from Phoebe's carriage and was walking alone to the garden house when someone recognized him. Amidst the whispering and discussion, the spies of every house quickly sent in reports of this news. The whispering turned into a hubbub in the blink of an eye. More and more people gathered at the garden house upon hearing the news. Liakane was famous among the aristocrats and powerhouses as the crazy great sword master of the Brute Merchant Alliance. Such a character had raised a storm when he had appeared in Asan City and defeated 3 of the city's great sword masters. It was a pity that Liakane was a foreigner, otherwise the Lancelot Empire's civilians wouldn't be so upset about this. Han Chuo's fame had bloomed just the same during this time period. Of course, his reputation wasn't that good either. Because he had continuously killed his opponents, his infamy had spread far and wide. Even though Han Chuo's reputation was bad, he was still a citizen of the Lancelot Empire after all, so everybody hoped for his victory. The nobles and civilians cheered as they sent him in on the way to the house garden. These people had known to come here early because Lawrence had revealed to them that Han Chuo would walk down this path within the next 2 days. They tried their luck whenever they were idle and waited in this place. Everyone danced in happiness, as they didn't expect Han Shuo would really come today. Han Shuo was 1 meter 90 centimeters tall. He wore a simple and capable-looking black warrior's outfit, his figure handsome and masculine. After a long time of cultivating demonic magic, cultivators would possess a striking evil temperament. When the noble ladies saw Han Shuo for the first time, they already harbored goodwill for him regardless of right and wrong. People were first whispering in discussion, but later, they all screamed non-stop upon throwing a glance at Han Shuo's blazing eyes. Humph! I'll die from anger. He disappeared for so many days in one go and made me wait again this time. If it weren't for the uproar this time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known when I'd be able to see him again. On a path to the garden house, Fanny was leading a group of people from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. She looked towards Han Shuo from afar and bitterly whispered her complaints. Master Fanny, what did you say just now? Look, it's really Brian. When I first heard of this news, I thought it was fake. I didn't think that it really was Brian. He's unexpectedly challenged that wicked Leah Kane. Everyone is so excited about this. Amy from the Necromancy Major animatedly waved her fists as she watched Han Shuo walking towards the garden house. She turned to Fanny and noisily screamed. I didn't say anything. Fanny covered up with a smile and said, I didn't expect this brat to be so calm in front of so many people. It seems that he has really matured. Brian is really very powerful. His deeds have spread everywhere in Asan City. Even our necromancy major has gained some new students. These new students actually chose our weak necromancy major as soon as they entered the Babylon Academy. The tables have turned. Athena was excited all the same. She looked at the proudly walking Han Shuo and exclaimed. Lisa tagged along this time, but she was silent compared to the past. She was no longer constantly twittering and only quietly followed the distant, dashing Han Shuo with her gaze. Seeing him acting so leisurely, even in the presence of so many people, Lisa suddenly felt that he should have been this dazzling from the start. I am Brian, I have come here to see Mr. Leah Kane. Upon reaching the gate of the garden house, Han Shuo spoke smilingly to the guard. A great number of nobles and civilians had crowded the alleys and gazing pavilions around the garden house. The news of Han Shuo's challenge had soon spread. Leah Kane had also left an order earlier, so the guard naturally knew what to do. Mr. Leah Kane is currently training. He has been expecting your arrival and has made arrangements. You can enter as soon as you arrive. The guard said respectfully. Great then, please lead the way. Han Shuo said with a smile. Han Shuo came in following the guidance of the guard. All of the onlookers were blocked outside. After all, this place was private property, so no one could enter without the owner's permission. Let us in, let us in. That's right, we have waited a long time for this. Please let us in. I am Count Aci of the Lancelot Empire, I want to see Mr. Leah Kane. After Han Shuo entered, the nobles and civilians outside tried various methods to access the garden house. Not far from the place, several carriages slowly lined up. The decorations of these carriages were extremely luxurious. It only took a look to know they belonged to the nobility. First Prince Charles led a group of aristocrats in a slow approach. The group included Mr. Han and Emily of the Betteridge family, Finance Minister E.V., along with Lawrence, Boris of the Northern Guard, and many other nobles. Candide, along with tall, handsome Amis, who had a refined presence and was one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, also appeared in a gazing pavilion opposite of the garden house. Everyone was raptly watching the inner area of the garden house. Chapter 286. Chapter 286, The Challenger. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val? Is this kid the Brian you've been telling me about? One of the 3 Dark Mantle heavyweights, Amis, asked elegantly as he observed Han Shuo in the garden house with amusement. That's him. He's truly done a lot of big things during this short span of time. His strength also seems to be unfathomable. However, I haven't really seen it for myself. Let us use this opportunity to see his real strength. The remote-looking Candide said to Amis. Amis only looked to be around 30-some years old. He wore a fitting white robe without any other ornaments, which gave him a clean and pure look. This elevated his extraordinary handsomeness even more. In addition, there was an attractive, graceful charm about him. However, to the nobles of the Lancelot Empire, Amis' ever-elegant smile and graceful handsomeness was shrouded by a shadow of death. A noble was simply out of luck if they were targeted by him. At the bare minimum, they would be thrown in jail after their property was seized, and at worse, instant execution. Of the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, Cecilia usually carried out activities in foreign lands. Candide was responsible for gathering domestic intel and investigating other empires' assassins. As for Amis, he was in charge of monitoring and intimidating the dignitaries. The three of them coordinated with each other very well. Candide and Cecilia rarely showed their faces and never posed any threat to the empire's nobles, so Amis was the one that most of them were familiar with and also feared the most. There wasn't an aristocrat that wasn't afraid of him. You should know very well of Liacane's strength. Besides, he has a relationship with the first Prince Charles. If this boy can't win against Liacane, I'm afraid he won't be able to leave this place alive. Amis squinted to look at the proudly standing Han Shuo in the garden house, and said to Candide. "Heh. That's hard to say. Ferguson was a light grand magus like you, and yet he still died by Brian's hand. From what I know, Ferguson's reputation isn't any less than Liacane's. If he could kill a light grand magus, he should be able to kill Liacane all the same." Although Candide wasn't so optimistic about Han Shuo privately, he still had to put up a front before Amis. After all, Han Shuo had been promoted by him. Amis smiled elegantly and nodded slightly before sitting down leisurely on a stone bench above a high platform. He took out a set of fine tea accoutrements and began to enjoy it. Han Shuo was currently quite worried in the garden house. Through the three Yin demons' observation, he found Emily, Phoebe, and Fanny outside. Even though they weren't in the same spot, he knew they'd definitely rush to him once he left the garden house. Han Shuo wasn't too worried about Emily. After all, she was much more open in the matter of romance. She might feel a bit unhappy, but the possibility of her causing a scene was the lowest. However, that couldn't be said for Phoebe and Fanny. They both knew nothing about his current situation. Once these two met, they'd raise a storm without a doubt. As Han Shuo wallowed in anxiety from this situation, the great sword master Liacane walked out to the center of the garden house. He carried a broadsword, his face cold, and the look in his eyes brutal as he swept a glance at Han Shuo. Liacane sneered, "Little guy, are you that Brian?" "That's me, you must know everything already, so there's no need for nonsense. The two of us will fight it out on this spacious lawn and settle everything in one go. Does that sound all right?" Han Shuo immediately threw all of his worries to the wind upon seeing Liacane appear. He looked raptly at the latter and replied casually. "That works. I will teach you a good lesson." Liacane laughed coldly. He swept a glance around the crowd outside of the garden house and suddenly proposed an idea. "If you don't mind, can we allow the outside people to come in and watch the fight?" Han Shuo wrinkled his brows and thought for a bit before saying, "I don't mind myself, but there are too many people outside. I'm afraid it isn't very appropriate to allow all of them in here." "Then just let the nobles in. That shouldn't be a problem." This proposal was due to Charles's prior reminder, otherwise, Leah himself didn't care about any of this. Han Shuo was afraid of some unexpected stormy situations if the three women were to meet, so that's why he'd been hesitant. Now that he heard Liacane's words, he remembered that both Fanny and Phoebe didn't have noble titles. He instantly nodded and said, "Then so be it." Upon hearing the approval, Liacane waved his arm towards the guard standing in the distance. The guard seemed to have known beforehand as he shouted, "Those with a noble title in the empire can come inside to watch. Civilians will not be allowed entry." The nobles wandering outside one by one elegantly walked in with their noses up. The civilians in the surroundings had no opposition to this. The nobility held certain privileges on the profound continent. The people here all understood and were used to this, so they didn't feel surprised. The nobles walked in with their followers. Phoebe and Lawrence also took this opportunity to come in as a couple. Phoebe suddenly felt that someone was watching her the moment she walked inside. She lifted her head to notice Emily's surprised look. Emily was wearing a purple dress, her skin delicate like white jade as she stood with old Mr. Han's group. She looked beautiful with an inviolable, noble air and had none of the melancholy that could usually be seen from a widow. She was too dazzling for words. Damn that Brian! This Emily must have used that magical pill too. Does he have some relationship with Emily? Phoebe immediately recognized that it was the effect of the rebirth pill with just one glance at Emily's delicate, pure white cheeks. On the other hand, Phoebe's eyes were filled with surprise as she looked at Emily. The two women only needed a single glance at each other to understand the matter. "Hey! Brian, you'll definitely win." Lawrence was very optimistic as he cheered for Han Chuo from afar. "Humph, want to win with his strength? Dream on." Not far from Lawrence, first Prince Charles said disdainfully. The bunch of nobles behind him immediately chimed in to lick his boots, taking turns to analyze the reasons Han Chuo would lose. Their goal was to gain some goodwill from Charles. There was a grassy lawn as big as a football field in the middle of the garden house. Han Chuo and Lia Kane were currently standing in the center of this lawn. The Lancelot Empire's nobles sat in the surroundings. They brought their own highly skilled guards and kept their distance so they didn't need to worry about their safety. Lia Kane's facial expression was sternly cold and he didn't care much for Han Chuo. When he saw the nobles came in, his eyes moved to Charles. The chattering first prince slightly nodded in response to Lia Kane's gaze, indicating that he could start making a move. Only now did Lia Kane look at Han Chuo again as he gripped his broadsword. His voice resounded coldly, "Little guy, ready to die." Taking in a deep breath, Han Chuo cleared all distractions from his mind. His face instantly became cold and ruthless, the arrogance in his voice wasn't any less. "Mr. Lia Kane, before this fight, let me remind you that I'm also an archmage necromancer in addition to being a martial artist. I hope you'll be careful." "Humph, nothing but a useless archmage necromancer, wasting your power to train that kind of useless magic. I can already imagine how much skill you have. I really don't understand what kind of garbage that great sword master that you killed was. He couldn't even win against a brat like you who doesn't focus on training martial arts. It seems like your Lancelot Empire doesn't have a single truly strong expert." Lia Kane was truly too cocky. He had offended every noble around him with just a few sentences. Even the nobles betting on his victory revealed angry expressions. "Fool! Even if you win, don't even dream of gaining a foothold in this Lancelot Empire anymore. No wonder you had to flee from the Brute Alliance. With your hot temper alone, you should have long since been killed if it weren't for your power." First Prince Charles cursed non-stop in his heart as he looked at the arrogant Lia Kane. He secretly made up his mind to absolutely not reveal his relationship with Lia Kane, even if the latter managed to kill Han Chuo. He needed to prevent this from impacting the nobles' opinions of him. "Mr. Lia Kane, I hope you won't let me down." Han Chuo's mind moved with a thought and the Demon Slayer edge appeared in his right hand. The 2-meter-long edge didn't look very sharp, the body of the weapon was an unusual dark brown. Basically, the Demon Slayer edge didn't look at all prominent without being injected with magical yuan. "Little guy, since you dared to find me, I'm sure you must be well prepared. Today, I'll let you know the true power of your seniors. Don't think that you're invincible just because you won against some garbage." Lia Kane let out a cold harumph. He pointed his sword at Han Chuo and said haughtily. Han Chuo no longer responded to Lia Kane, his face ice cold. He slightly raised the Demon Slayer edge and shot forward. His extremely fast speed created several shadow images on his path, so fast that it was difficult to tell which one was real and which one was false with naked eye. Chapter 287. Chapter 287, Standing Proudly in the Sky. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Even though Liakane was completely contemptuous, he immediately focused all of his attention when Han Shuo truly made his move. He raised the broadsword in his hand with a cold snort. A silver sword light suddenly spread out in front of him. Liakane had stepped into the rank of Great Sword Master many years ago. He had indulged in this realm for a long time, challenging and defeating many experts back in the Brute Merchant Alliance, and gaining the title of Crazy Great Sword Master at the same time. If he hadn't offended the lightning sacred Magus Reynold Dula of the Alliance, he might have never had to flee to the Lancelot Empire. The silver sword light instantly enveloped the area in front of him. Han Shuo could feel an enormous sword aura hidden within the light as he flew over to Liakane. He immediately infused the Demon Slayer edge with magical yuan. This indestructible weapon then burst out with black light and stabbed directly towards the silver sword light. The Demon Slayer edge shot forward explosively with a black light and heavy killing intent. It abruptly bombarded Liakane's sword light. The silver sword light intertwined with the black light as several metallic pops sounded. Spots of light scattered out like stars before fading away in the air. NNGNN Liakane let out a light cry and quickly retreated a step back. He looked at Han Shuo with shock. Not bad, little guy, your weapon is quite strange. It actually isn't fighting aura. The black light from the Demon Slayer edge snuffed the silver sword light into thin air. However, when the silver sword light collided with the Demon Slayer edge, a huge force flooded into Han Shuo's arm through the weapon, numbing his arm a little. Han Shuo didn't rush to make a next move. His face cold as he stared fixedly at Liakane, he focused his mind to the peak. After this exchange, he knew that Liakane was indeed much more powerful than the great sword master he killed last time. They were both sword masters, but Liakane had swelled in this rank for many years. His strength was truly extraordinary. This Brian has some power indeed. Amis looked at Candide in surprise and exclaimed softly on the platform opposite of the garden house. Candide's eyes shone brightly, his face full of interest as he replied while looking at Han Shuo, "This is my first time seeing him fight as well. Although he has no fighting aura, he could unexpectedly break through the sword light that Liakane had gathered from his fighting aura. It looks like his body is hiding a lot of secrets." The nobles around exclaimed incredulously non-stop upon seeing Han Shuo shatter Liakane's sword light with his stroke. Amongst them, Lawrence and Phoebe were visibly joyous. "This boy really isn't bad. He saved us once last time at Evie's house, it can be considered that we owe him a favor. I hope that he won't be harmed by Liakane." Old Mr. Han laughed and said to Emily next to him as he looked at Han Shuo, "It seems this Brian may just win." Emily replied with a chuckle. She knew in her heart that Han Shuo's strength wasn't just that simple. Based on the fact that he could fly through the air, that alone was a huge advantage as it wasn't something Liakane could do. "Haha, hopefully so." Old Han laughed heartily. As everyone discussed noisily, Liakane snorted coldly, "You do have some strength, but it's a pity that you shouldn't have challenged me." Liakane raised his broadsword after his words and stepped towards Han Shuo. His speed wasn't fast and each step was heavy. The two scars on his neck looked ferocious as they crossed each other, his pupils filled with a mad fighting desire. Liakane's momentum was stronger with each step, the broadsword in his hand emitting a dazzling silver halo beneath the sunlight. The silver fighting aura finally converged with the broadsword into a brilliantly beautiful rainbow that shot towards Han Shuo from a dozen meters away. The speed of this silver rainbow was lightning fast. It whizzed right to Han Shuo's face as if having leapt over the distance of a dozen meters. This attack contained such an enormous force that several watching nobles around could also felt it clearly. Han Shuo just stood there, like he'd been stunned by the extremely fast attack of the silver rainbow. He seemed to have not reacted yet. Everyone stared dumbly as the silver rainbow cut down on his body. It looked like he didn't know how to dodge. Quickly, run! Many onlookers were worried for Han Shuo, they all screamed out to warn him. Unfortunately the speed of their voice couldn't match the attacking speed of that silver rainbow sword aura from Lia Kane. A frightening sound boomed right out at the ground where Han Shuo was just standing dumbly right after the onlookers' warnings rang out. A gully 15 meters long instantly appeared in that area. The deep gully was as if one had just sliced into a piece of tofu. The silver fighting aura wreathed around the gully and didn't disperse. The enormous destructive force of this strength assaulted the two walls of the deep gully, creating loud rumbling sounds. When the terrifying sounds had stopped, the already enormous gully was now even bigger. All of the weeds within the fighting aura's area of effect had all turned into green dust. What a terrifying attack! The poor challenger must be done for. He was still too young after all. It's inevitable he'd be vulnerable against an attack from an expert who's been famous for a long time. Let's go. That young man must have died and fallen into that crack. The fun's over. Such a handsome man had actually died to that ugly monster. That damned foreigner. All sorts of pessimistic comments about Han Shuo resounded from the audience. They had dumbly watched on as Han Shuo hadn't made any move to evade Lia Kane's sword attack. Everyone was certain that Han Shuo had died and lost his life in that gully. Suddenly, a loud shout resounded, "Oh my God, look to the sky!" Throwing their heads back to look at the sky, everyone saw Han Shuo standing tall in the sky with the Demon Slayer edge in hand. He looked remotely down at Lia Kane. He wasn't injured a least bit. How can this be? Even Lia Kane couldn't help but exclaim in shock. He looked up, unable to believe his eyes. If a swordsman wanted to float in the air, they had to reach the rank of the legendary Divine Sword Master in order to fly using fighting aura. While mages could fly by using the levitation skill upon reaching the rank of Archmage, the casting speed of the levitation skill wasn't as fast or as smooth as Han Shuo's skills. Even though Han Shuo was a necromancy Archmage, he couldn't have been able to dodge that rapid attack using that slow levitation skill. That was why even Lia Kane was shocked beyond belief upon seeing Han Shuo stand safe and sound in the sky. "Amis, can you sense any magic elements on his body?" "Why can't I sense any at all?" On the high platform, Candide exclaimed with surprise as he looked directly at Han Shuo standing proudly in the sky. Even an usually relaxed and calm person like Amis was startled. He shook his head, saying, "Strange, too strange. He doesn't use any magic or fighting aura, but can actually stand in the sky so miraculously. Just what is this? It seems this has something to do with his unique cultivation art. Amis, this art he practices is very wondrous. If the Lancelot Empire's army also knows how to fly that quickly, then the power of our army would be multiplied." Candide exclaimed with excitement as he thought of this. "Pay close attention. We have to stop Lia Kane if he deals a killing blow even if it violates the rules. This Brian is truly magical. He is too useful to our Lancelot Empire, we absolutely cannot let him die." Amis said with determination, having determined to set everything aside in order to ensure Han Shuo's safety. "Let's do it like that then. After this, I think His Majesty also knows what to do now." Candide agreed immediately. His gloomy eyes focused on Lia Kane. The dark elements on his body suddenly became dense as he prepared to make a move at any time without regard to his identity. A person was watching Han Shuo on a lush, towering old tree. He was the one whom Han Shuo and Lawrence had met in the Rose Garden, super rank assassin Ballins. He was crouching within the foliage, his eyes were wide open as he observed Han Shuo and muttering, "Truly amazing. He can actually use a skill directly to stand proudly in the sky. It seems this Brian is hiding other secrets besides his extraordinary attainment with murderous aura. Master was right to send me here this time. Little guy, don't think you are formidable just because you are an archmage who can fly in the sky. Get down here if you are so good. Lia Kane shouted furiously down below as he looked up at Han Chuo in the sky. Even though he was a great sword master, he couldn't fly in the air. He had no choice but stare dumbly, helpless, whilst looking up at Han Chuo in the sky. As you wish. Han Chuo let out a long laugh in the sky before diving down like a meteor. The Demon Slayer Edge emitted a purple-red spell fire that 2 meters long. A thick murderous aura emanated in every direction with Han Chuo as the epicenter. The surrounding onlookers all felt a wave of palpitations and involuntarily stepped a bit further away, shocked as they looked up at him shooting down from the sky. Chapter 288. Chapter 288, Ripped Asunder. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Not bad, little guy. Lia Kane could clearly sense the enormous murderous intent from his opponent. His eyes shone with excitement for the fight. Fighting aura continuously gathered on his broadsword. He didn't wait for Han Chuo to land on the ground as the silver fighting aura shot directly at the latter's head like a silver rainbow. A murderous aura condensed non-stop around Han Chuo's body. His pupils had become a deep red, his expression ferocious. The sinister, evil aura in the form of a bloody mist rushed to swallow Lia Kane. The purple-red spell fire that was 2 meters long floated down eerily in a strange trajectory, like a large, beautiful feather floating with the wind. An explosive rumbling echoed, the spell fire smashing into the silver fighting aura. Bursts of brilliant fireworks bloomed in the air as the two lights intertwined with each other. Deep red light, silver aura, and purple lights shimmered endlessly. Metallic collisions resounded non-stop from the mystically beautiful fireworks. Lia Kane was standing on the ground, his 2 legs forced knee-deep into the ground due to the powerful pressure from the explosion above. The violent reactions kept ringing in his ears. An alternating force of 2 polar opposite powers, hot and cold, shrouded his brain. The strange force was like a ghost slipping through his pores before violently flooding his internal organs. Lia Kane first shivered all over from the cold, then suddenly felt as if his body was frozen solid. A blazing hot current then burst through his body like a volcano. The 2 hot and cold airs intermingled within, giving Lia Kane an extremely surreal and painful feeling. Aouuu! Lia Kane looked like a madman as he wailed crazily to the sky. He ripped apart the clothes on his upper body with one hand, revealing his strong muscles. Streams of silver light could be seen clearly as they wiggled around his bare upper body. Purple and red glints reflected from within. It looked extremely odd. I'm going to tear you apart! Lia Kane roared. The broadsword in his hand had gathered every fiber of silver light. He looked to Han Chuo, who happened to be standing indifferently in the air. The silver halo on the broadsword in Lia Kane's hand suddenly shrank. The silver light faded away, and the glossy broadsword didn't reflect a single gleam beneath the sunlight. This appeared extremely weird. Han Chuo understood that Lia Kane's strength was indeed extraordinary after exchanging blows with him. He hadn't gained any advantage even after utilizing his full force of the Bloodlust realm. If it weren't for the mystical glacial spell fire with the property of both fire and ice invading his body, Lia Kane wouldn't have ended up so miserable after the attack either. Han Chuo dived downwards while fiercely pouring magical yuan into the Demon Slayer Edge despite his numb hands. Precisely at moment when he'd focused his power and was waiting for a chance to deal a fatal blow, Han Chuo suddenly discovered that the light from Lia Kane's broadsword had suddenly vanished. Han Chuo's instincts detected a grave danger. His extraordinary senses once again were at play. Han Chuo immediately contacted the 3 yin demons. Just as the broadsword in Lia Kane's hand trembled, Han Chuo abruptly split into 4 clones and landed in 4 directions. The previously dull broadsword suddenly burst out with glaring lights at the same moment. Icy awls as sharp as needles shot towards the sky in a drizzle, covering an area of about 5 meters. This attack had a terrifying penetration ability in addition to its intensity. It pierced through the sky before disappearing in the blink of an eye. A yin demon had transformed into a clone to replace Han Chuo in the place he'd just been standing. As the icy awls pierced through that area, the invisible yin demon was also penetrated by a strange force. The violent fighting aura had coalesced into tiny shapes, unexpectedly possessing a particularly destructive force on the Yin demon. The Yin demon was pierced through like a beehive, its presence fading to the extreme. What a terrifying attack! Han Shuo couldn't stop feeling horrified after landing. Lia Kane was indeed terrifying. He could gather his fighting aura into such a small and intense form. When the fighting aura was condensed into thousands of icy alls, the destructive force hidden in those alls actually increased by 100 times. Even an intangible existence like the Yin demon had suffered injuries from this attack. Han Shuo believed that if he hadn't reacted fast enough and swapped his body out, he definitely would have become a mangled mess. While Han Shuo was shocked at Lia Kane's attack, Lia Kane the attacker himself felt even more incredulous. He could never expected Han Shuo to evade his strike. Han Shuo's 4 clones and landed on the flat ground. The 3 figures transformed from the Yin demon slowly faded like a reflection on a lake being hit with a stone. The shadows twisted and swayed for a bit before disappearing, leaving only one Han Shuo behind Lia Kane. Too powerful. Whoa! What was that just now? A rain of swords? So stunning. I didn't think this ugly fellow could have produced such a beautiful attack. Brian was the formidable one here. If I didn't see wrong, there was 4 Brians just now. My gosh, truly miraculous. You didn't see wrong. I also saw 4 Brians. What skill is this? It's really too powerful. The whole audience burst into a hubbub after a moment of silence. All of the watching nobles, along with their followers, were discussing with surprise. Their faces was full of shock and excitement after seeing the astounding performance earlier. What's going on? Candid's expression was that of disbelief as well on the high platform. He exclaimed with incredulity while looking at the distant Lia Kane and Han Shuo. That Lia Kane is truly terrifying. According to the intelligence of Dark Mantle, he'd always used that rainbow of a silver sword aura to gain the advantage before defeating his opponents in his fights during recent years. It seems his trademark move is the attack he'd just deployed, the dense drizzle of ice needles. I could feel the destructive force within. I really didn't expect this crude, brainless-looking Lia Kane to hide such a sinister and meticulous skill. Truly a terrifying person. Sighing in astonishment, Amis stopped for a bit and continued to exclaim in excitement, Candide, your Brian is even more magical. There's almost no way to avoid that attack, yet he used such a miraculous skill to instantly split into 4 and escape the area of attack. What an incredible boy! Of course, otherwise why would I spend so much effort on him? Candide was secretly taken aback, but still answered smugly after hearing Ami's words. The surrounding was filled with the mix of endless discussion and loud noises. Given this level of excitement from the audience, it was likely that the discussion would only stop when the 2 fighters resumed their battle. Lia Kane and Han Shuo now had some certain understanding of their opponent's strength after such an intense exchange. The originally confident Han Shuo had to tread with more caution, and the dismissive Lia Kane had to put aside his arrogance and treat Han Shuo as his most powerful opponent thus far. The 2 were standing around 15 meters away from each other at the moment. Lia Kane once again stood on the ground, panting lightly as he glared at Han Shuo. The 2 men just stood there, staring at each other without a word. After a span of 10 breaths, Han Shuo's lips curled into a grin. Lia Kane, you're going to be dead today without a doubt. Your attack just now was truly very powerful. Unfortunately, it needs a long time to gather and moreover, exhausts a great deal of fighting aura, doesn't it? Lia Kane instantly paled in shock as Han Shuo's words sounded. It seemed Han Shuo had hit upon the weak point of this skill. Han Shuo shot towards Lia Kane like a lightning bolt at this precise moment. The Demon Slayer edge was flying one step ahead like a snake baring its fangs and biting down on its prey. As Lia Kane used his broadsword to block, the Demon Slayer edge would circle around to attack from another side. Han Shuo also rushed towards Lia Kane but didn't attack in the manner of the Demon Slayer edge. Instead, he flew up in the air and leisurely took out the white bone staff, his mouth starting to chant some incantation. When the canopy of necromancy blotted out the sunlight, two evil knights leading a troop of dark creatures appeared one by one on the lawn and tightly surrounded Leah Kane. 2 evil knights, 5 hate warriors, 20 zombies, 70 skeletal warriors and 2 teams of 30 gargoyles each had appeared. Leah Kane was entangled by the demon slayer edge and could only stare dumbly at the materializing dark creatures that were encircling him. Leah Kane is done for. Amis said gracefully before looking at Candide with a smile, and added, "Let's go, we will go together to meet His Majesty. His Majesty will definitely make the right decision with Brian's value. Hee, that boy Lawrence's luck isn't bad all right, we should grow closer to him." "That's right." Candide nodded before drifting away with Amis towards the direction of the Imperial Palace. The two had yet to completely clear the area when Leah Kane's tragic roars echoed non-stop throughout the entire garden house area. Lurking underground, the Earth Elite zombie had grabbed on Leah Kane's ankles. The humble little skeleton had then caused great injuries to Leah Kane with a surreptitious ambush. The 2 evil knights trampled him to death afterwards. In the end, over 100 dark creatures rushed in and ripped him apart. There wasn't a single piece of bone left behind. Chapter 289. Chapter 289, A Medal of Merit. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Leah Kane's fate had been sealed when more than 100 dark creatures appeared. After all, a great deal of his fighting aura had been exhausted after exchanging blows with Hanchuo. Particularly in that last attack, Leah Kane had consumed a massive amount of fighting aura to produce the ice needles. Hanchuo had the mental strength of a Grand Magus despite not being able to release the necromancy spells of this level. Such a huge mental force was enough for him to summon a large number of dark creatures. Amongst these creatures were the remarkably powerful Little Skeleton, the Earth Elite Zombie and the Wood Elite Zombie. The 3 bizarre dark creatures lurked within the Necromancy Grand Army and would randomly release attacks that caught an average person off guard, rendering them unable to defend themselves. Leah Kane had to deal with the Demon Slayer Edge's all-pervasive attacks while facing 2 evil knights, creatures famous for their tyrannical strength. That obviously took most of his attention. The 3 bizarre creatures took the opportunity to utilize their unique attacks to their heart's content. This strategy was naturally effective as Leah Kane was instantly heavily injured by the Little Skeleton's sneak attacks. It was a matter of course for him to be trampled to death by the evil knights. The 100-strong dark creatures instantly drowned Leah Kane and blocked the vision of the surrounding nobles as well as that of their entourages. These people couldn't see what was happening at all. They could only hear the shrill, tragic roars from Leah Kane. Hanchuo was standing grandly in the sky as Leah Kane's tragic screaming started to subside. He unhurriedly chanted an incantation, sending his summoned dark creatures back to the other dimension. Apart from the traces of blood scattered on the grass, there was nothing, not even a piece of bone left on the lawn to indicate these creatures had been present. Everyone understood that Leah Kane was finished. He must have been ripped apart and eaten cleanly by those dark creatures. The big, still wet patches of blood on the lawn were proof of this truth. Done just like that. Leah Kane is dead. I mean, he should be dead. How can this be? He was finished so quickly. The onlookers around all sent horrified looks at Hanchuo standing proudly in mid-air. They then looked back down at the bloodstains on the lawn and understood that the battle was over. Hanchuo had successfully killed the crazy great sword master Leah Kane of the Brute Merchant Alliance. He'd won fair and square, and had shown his unique skills from beginning to end of the battle. He'd used the necromancer's most brilliant, common, and effective tactic of numbers in the end to directly stomp on the great sword master. No matter from what perspective one approached this battle, this match could be regarded as a classic one for the books. Leah Kane's dense rain of ice alls and Hanchuo's unique skill in splitting up into 4 copies were all deeply engraved into everyone's memory. A hubbub of discussions rose and fell. Hanchuo had been standing proudly in the sky when he suddenly let out a resounding shout and left a blinding speed. His elegant, dashing figure gradually turned into a black spot until the crowd could no longer see a trace of him. It weren't just the audience inside the garden house who knew of Han Shuo's grand victory, the civilians on the streets outside all deduced the result when they saw Han Shuo fly away in the air. Everyone cheered and yelled, the atmosphere as joyous as a holiday. First, Prince Charles's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He never expected Lia Kane to lose, no matter how much he speculated about the match. To him, this was simply unreal. A face that looked even more embarrassed than Charles's belonged to Merchant Cameron. He stood right behind Charles with a bleak expression on an ashen complexion, his eyes glazed over as he stared into space. He simply didn't know what to do now. As the operator behind the scenes, Cameron had to draw out all of his capital for this bet like everyone else. He already had to pay an arm and leg for just Phoebe's Booze Merchant Guild alone. Phoebe was the complete opposite of him. Her usually cold face was currently full of uncontrollable excitement, her cherry lips muttering non-stop, I'm rich, I'm rich. Ha ha, Brian, ah Brian, you really didn't let me down. Lawrence had never felt happier than he was today as he looked at Charles's gloomy face. He laughed loudly and left with Phoebe, walking arrogantly past Charles and Cameron. Let's go, father-in-law. Although Emily soon knew of this result, she still felt an infinite glory as Han Shuo's secret woman when she saw his godly strength on display. The corner of her lips slightly turned up in a delightful smile as she turned to speak to old Mr. Han. Incredible little guy, ha! Old Mr. Han showered non-stop praises, then left the garden house with Emily. When the nobles exited the garden house, the details of Han Shuo's grand victory over Lia Kane quickly spread. At this moment, the entire Asan city was discussing Han Shuo. Many noble young ladies secretly regarded him as the target of their admiration and adoration. Countless aristocrats wanted to recruit Han Shuo. Asan City, the Imperial Palace. The two who'd left early Amis and Candide were in a chamber with the king of the Lancelot Empire. They were softly narrating the details of the battle. King Uhtred suddenly spoke loudly in joy after a while, good, very well done. I heard just yesterday that he'd found the blueprint, and today he's already killed Lia Kane of the Brute Merchant Alliance. This boy is truly worthy of enormous investment. Not only that, Your Majesty. Brian also possesses an unique art. Not only can he become a top-notch expert, his martial art can create an immeasurable impact to our empire if widely promoted. Amis waited until Uhtred happily finished his speech before adding cautiously. As these words fell, Uhtred asked in surprise, what is this about? It's like this, gloomy Candide, one of the three heavyweights, carefully explained to Uhtred as he went over the details of how Han Shuo defeated Lia Kane. Then he added, Your Majesty, Brian has a clean background and is wholeheartedly loyal to the Empire. He's worth it no matter the cost. Uhtred naturally had extraordinary insight since he'd been able to become King of Lancelot. His eyes sparkled when he heard Candide talk about the miracles about Han Shuo. He was silent for a while before issuing an order, Candide, I intend to bestow him the title of Count, award him with a mansion in the city's north end, along with 10,000 gold coins. Promote him directly from Dark Moon to Dark Sun Envoy with the right to access all Dark Mantle intelligence. In addition, you will personally lead Brian and let him have his pick of territory. Don't ask him about his martial arts for the time being. We first need to show him our sincerity. Your Majesty is wise, I think Brian will be very grateful. Candide flattered. Candide, this Brian was personally mentored by you, your credit is great. I now bestow you with a medal of bravery, consider this your reward. Uhtred said to Candide with a smile. Many thanks to your Majesty, your subject is very grateful. Candide was overjoyed as he knelt down to receive the honor. The Empire's Medal of Bravery carried a special meaning. Only those with outstanding contributions to the Empire could be awarded this medal. Having this Medal of Bravery meant that Candide could enjoy the special privileges of the Empire in his lifetime. Even if the current king passed away, the next inheritor of the throne could never use brute force against the imperial heroes who possessed a Medal of Bravery. Moreover, this medal was hereditary. Even when Candide died, his direct descendants could still enjoy the special privilege. Although the Medal of Bravery carried no tangible benefits, this little medal was like a card of privilege that gave an identity even much superior than an average noble title. Therefore, Candide was overjoyed upon hearing Uhtred bestow him a Medal of Bravery. He secretly thought that this Brian was indeed his lucky star. "Candide, congratulations!" Amis elegantly turned to offer Candide his congratulations. "Many thanks." Candide smiled in response, his face couldn't conceal his joy. "All right, this is a reward you deserve because you've discovered a person who can become a sacred sword master and sacred magus for the Empire. I hope you will provide Brian with more guidance and make even more contributions for the Empire." Uhtred smiled as he looked at Candide and spoke slowly. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will help Brian adapt to aristocratic life as soon as possible. This boy is highly intelligent, he will become a pillar of the Empire sooner or later." Candide was so pleased after he received the Medal of Bravery that he immediately made these promises. Nodding his head, Uhtred said smilingly, "Good. You can all leave now. I will warn the Church of Light and won't allow them to act wildly in our Lancelot Empire. Hehe, I believe the title of Count is just the beginning for this boy. I hope he won't disappoint me." Candide and Amis glanced at each other. They didn't say anything else and bowed respectfully. They then left through the secret tunnel and returned to the Dark Mantle headquarters within Mt. Ordas behind the Imperial Palace. After arriving, Candide started to prepare for Han Chuo's ennoblement matters. Chapter 290. Chapter 290, First Function of the Bone Staff. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. Han Chuo's name spread all throughout Asan City in just a short few days. Thanks to his identity as an archmage necromancer and his deed of killing Lia Kane, this proved his strength. Uhtred used the fact that Han Chuo had recovered the blueprint to bestow upon him the title of Count. Uhtred also awarded him a gorgeous mansion in the northern part of the city, which included guards, maids, servants, and all that one could possibly want. The mansion had more than 100 rooms of various sizes. Even though Han Chuo had yet to officially receive the title of Count, this didn't stop others from admiring and wanting to make friends with him. The gorgeous mansion already belonged to him from the moment he had left the garden house. Over the next couple of days, dignitaries from various noble houses came by to pay their respects to him. Unfortunately, the steward kept saying that the owner had yet to move in. Those who had come to visit could only leave their gifts behind. Although he was currently the center of attention, Han Chuo himself actually didn't know about the situation going on outside. He flew alone to the mountain behind the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force after leaving the garden house. There, he opened up the transportation matrix and returned to the Cemetery of Death. Han Chuo had reaped many benefits from his battle with Lia Kane. He slowly digested the experience from this battle as he gradually recovered his magical yuan and mental strength. Han Chuo's body reached its peak condition by the time evening came. He immersed himself in the bloodlust realm, his deep red pupils furiously circulating with magical yuan. After a few days passed like this, Han Chuo's deep red eyes gradually returned to normal. He heaved a soft sigh, just one more step. It's a pity that this step seems to be an unbreakable bottleneck. I really don't know what's going on. Han Chuo could faintly sense that he'd soon break out of the bloodlust realm. However, he couldn't bridge the gap no matter how much effort he put in. Breakthroughs in magical cultivation required opportunities and comprehension. Perhaps the day that Han Chuo became spontaneously enlightened, he would directly break through into the next realm. He could instantly succeed once he firmly grasped this step. Blind, stubborn practice wasn't a good idea. When Han Chuo felt that he could no longer advance by relying on arduous training, he immediately stopped practicing demonic magic. He took out the tricolored bone staff after some thought. At this point, Han Chuo was certain that this bone staff was the result of the Eye of Darkness transforming, as the top of the staff and the Eye of Darkness gave off the same feeling. When Han Shuo focused his mental force into the bone staff, he could use it to successfully open the cemetery of death. This bone staff was much more intricate and ancient compared to the white bone staff that Han Shuo had taken from the Calamity Church. The 3 different skulls seemed to contain 3 different kinds of power. Han Shuo could subtly feel this every time he grasped the bone staff. The bone staff was, without a doubt, a treasure that belonged to the cemetery of death. Shaking the staff a little, Han Shuo muttered, "Let's try out this bone staff. Souls of the fallen soldiers, heed the Dark Herald's call and reveal your existence." Han Shuo waved the bone staff and chanted an elementary skeleton summoning incantation. The tricolored skulls on the bone staff suddenly shone brightly upon being infused with his mental force. A row of 16 skeletal warriors appeared out of thin air afterwards. Han Shuo was momentarily dazed, shocked even, as he looked at the 16 skeletal warriors. Mental strength at the Grand Magus level would only result in 8 skeletal warriors being summoned when using the white bone staff. But when he cast the spell using this bone staff, he'd unexpectedly reached the highest level of the skeleton summoning spell level 5. The number of summoned dark creatures had straight up doubled. "This is too amazing!" Han Shuo exclaimed involuntarily. He started chanting the incantation to summon evil knights. When he had finished chanting, 2 evil knights appeared on the ground. Twice the results. Han Shuo was utterly delighted. He then tried summoning the hate warriors and zombie warriors and achieved the same results. The number of summoned creatures had doubled when he used this bone staff whilst chanting the incantations. After a successful experiment, Han Shuo couldn't help but continue and try incantations for Canopy of Necromancy and Acid Bog. He discovered that the area of effect for both spells were now twice as wide. Good stuff! This is really good stuff! Han Shuo caressed the bone staff, never wanting to let go of it. He hadn't expected this bone staff to be so magical. It doubled the potential of the spells and increased his power by another level. The bone staff was designed in an odd fashion and seemed quite ancient. In addition to doubling the power of necromancy magic, Han Shuo subtly felt that this staff hid several other secrets within it as well. It was a pity that he had no other methods to test it besides using it to release necromancy magic. A white light flashed in the transportation matrix in the cemetery of death. Emily's figure appeared within the light. She opened her mouth to speak as soon as she saw Han Shuo. "I knew you'd be here." The transportation matrix leading to this place was stationed in a corner of the graveyard. Han Shuo was accustomed to arriving at the cemetery of death by using the hidden location in the mountains behind the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Only Emily knew this habit of his. When she went there and saw the magic sticks in the corner of the grave, she immediately knew that Han Shuo must have headed to the cemetery of death. "Oh, what brings you here?" Han Shuo smiled upon seeing Emily appear and pulled her into his embrace. "Hurry and return to Asan City. His Majesty the King has prepared to bestow upon you the title of Count. Everything is ready and waiting for you to return to Asan City. Who knew that you'd disappear for a few days? Even the Dark Mantle couldn't find a single trace of you. Master Candide is very anxious, so he asked me to help him find a way to contact you. I guessed that you were at the cemetery of death, and it seems that I wasn't wrong." Emily rolled her eyes at Han Shuo in explanation. "So that's the case?" Han Shuo replied, then asked with a strange chuckle, "So His Majesty intends to grant me the title of Count?" "Yes. In addition to the title, he's also bequeathing upon you a mansion in the northern part of the city and 10,000 gold coins. Candide seems to have prepared everything for you already, and it only awaits you to take it," Emily said. "Fantastic! I didn't think that giving Liakane a beating could bring such great benefits. Ha, it seems that noble titles really aren't so hard to get," Han Shuo said with a smile before activating the transportation matrix and returning to the Asan City with Emily. Mt Ordas, the Dark Mantle headquarters. "Stinking brat, why don't you disappear for 10 more days, hey?" Candide scolded with a dark face upon seeing Han Shuo appear. "I was slightly injured after my fight with Liakane, so I had no choice but to recover first, so I returned a bit later. Han Shuo lied, and smiled at Candide and congratulated his mentor. Congratulations Master Candide, I heard that His Majesty the King bequeathed upon you the Medal of Bravery 2 days ago. Congrats, congrats! Candide's gloomy face finally revealed a hint of a smile when Han Shuo mentioned this, but he quickly recovered and said with a stern expression, all right, let's not talk about this anymore. Give me your badge. His Majesty has ordered me to promote you to a rank 1 Dark Sun Envoy. Little brat, your luck is truly too good. Let's go, come with me to meet His Majesty. His Majesty will bestow upon you a noble title and grant you a territory. Candide said before leading Han Shuo through the secret transportation matrix in the Dark Mantle headquarters that led directly to the Imperial Palace. Not long after, King Uhtred summoned the various nobles of Asan City to gather in the middle of the spacious Lancelot Imperial Palace. He granted Han Shuo an audience and read the proclamation to begin the ceremony. Brian aided the Lancelot Empire many times in defending against foreign enemies. I bestow upon you the title of Count, a mansion in the north of the city, and 10,000 gold coins. I hope you will continue to make great contributions to the Empire. My thanks to your Majesty. Candide had reminded Han Shuo of what to do and say earlier, so Han Shuo sincerely voiced his gratitude at this moment. Brettle City in the furthest east shall be your territory. Brettle City is vast but extremely chaotic. I hope it will soon be restored to order under your leadership. Uhtred raised his voice to speak loudly. Several nobles revealed surprised expressions when they heard the territory would be Brettle City. It seemed that this city was very famous. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will definitely take good care of Brettle City and help restore the city to the order that it should possess in the Empire. Han Shuo respectfully replied. Good. This shall be it for today. You are all dismissed. Uhtred glanced at Han Shuo several times over before waving his arm to signify the end of the meeting. Everybody left one by one. Chapter 291. Chapter 291, Mansion and Territory. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. Brettle City was located to the east in the Lancelot Empire and bordered 7 constantly warring duchies. These duchies weren't as powerful as the Lancelot Empire and were plagued with conflict almost all year round. However, whenever the Lancelot Empire would try to invade these 7 duchies, they would stop their internal conflict and tightly join hands to resist the invasion of the Lancelot Empire. One duchy by itself couldn't compete with the Lancelot Empire, but 7 of them together had the power beyond that of the Lancelot Empire. Fortunately, these 7 duchies would never be united forever, otherwise the Lancelot Empire would truly be hard-pressed to face their attack. Brettle City was precisely a Lancelot Empire city that bordered the 7 duchies. The size of the city was vast, but unfortunately its location was awkward. The city suffered from the impact of the chaotic warring between the 7 duchies, so it was the place where crooks mixed with honest folk. Brian, normally a count such as you has no way to control such a large territory. Brettle City is almost the size of the Valen City, only someone with the title of Marquis is qualified to oversee such a city. Hehe, Brettle is chaotic indeed, but it's just right for a spirited young man like you. It would greatly benefit your future career if you manage Brettle City well. It will be up to you to grasp opportunities well if you wish to obtain the title of Marquis or Duke. In the secret chamber of the Dark Mantle, Candide looked at Han Shuo and explained in a low tone. Sitting directly opposite of Candide, Han Shuo was perusing the information about Brettle City. He nodded at Candide's words and placed the documents to the side, lifting his head to say, Brettle is a barren land, the soil cannot nurture any type of crops. It can only produce some specialized iron and silver ores. The city has been caught in the midst of warring between the 7 duchies for a long time while bandits and thieves have run rampant. Even several official armies of the duchies have disguised themselves as bandits to invade and pillage the city. This is a chaotic place where the city folks are tough. It's actually a very interesting area. How so? Do you have any ideas yet? Han Shuo was a count not, and he'd also proved his power last time in the garden house by killing Lia Kane. Even Candide no longer had the attitude of a boss talking to a subordinate when he spoke with Han Shuo. He was viewing Han Shuo as he equal on the same level. No ideas yet for now. I want to go to Brettle City and see the situation for myself first. Han Shuo replied indifferently. Then all right. Take these documents, they are proof of your identity as the Brettle City Lord. The former city lord was removed due to his incompetence. The Brettle City's castle now belongs to you, you can show these documents to officially take ownership of it. In addition, Brettle City currently has 3,000 guards all under your command. Perhaps you aren't well versed in leading the army to war. However, I think Lawrence can help you with this aspect. You only need to protect Brettle City from the invasion of the duchies and bandits, as well as maintain its order. That should be enough. Candide said. All right then, I'll be leaving now. I'll contact you through the magic mirror in Brettle City's Dark Mantle stronghold if anything comes up. Han Shuo nodded and said to Candide before exiting the Dark Mantle headquarters. Han Shuo walked into a mansion in the city's northern end. A steward was already waiting in front of the gate. He immediately said respectfully upon seeing Han Shuo, "Respected Sir Count, you've finally come. My name is Collis, I am your steward." "Hello Collis, what can you tell me about this mansion?" Han Shuo asked with a faint smile. Collis was a grey-haired old man wearing clean and simple clothes. His speech was refined and his behavior courteous. He must have been in his position for quite a few years. Collis immediately responded respectfully to Han Shuo's question, "Your lordship, this mansion has belonged to you since the moment you defeated Lia Kane. Everything is operating normally. In the past few days, a total of 30 nobles from Asan City have come to pay you a visit. We have received 73 types of gifts in total, all of them are being properly stored." Han Shuo remembered every detail as Collis softly summarized the situation within the mansion. From Collis, Han Shuo knew that many nobles didn't have territory in the Asan City. Instead, they had a mansion here which they stayed in when they came to meet His Majesty the King. Of course, there were also aristocrats whose territories weren't bustling enough for their tastes. As they didn't enjoy the life in their own territory, many nobles always resided inside the Asan City. It was fine as long as they returned to their territory regularly, handled some matters, and made sure that no trouble cropped up in it. There were maids, servants, stewards, and all necessary resources inside the mansion. Han Shuo had the right to remove them, or needed to pay them a certain salary each month so they could maintain the normal operations of the mansion. Collis described some of the miscellaneous things very carefully. "All right, Mr. Collis, I've understood everything. Take me to the living room. Invite Lawrence and young Miss Phoebe here, I want to see the two of them. If other people ask for me, tell them I'm not here." Han Shuo discovered through the 3 Yin demons' surveillance that many people had come to visit him. These people had been placed in different rooms so they didn't know of each other's movements. One Yin demon had been injured last time in the battle with Lia Kane. It had recovered after being nourished by the blood essence in the cemetery of death. Even though Han Shuo had spent a few drops of his essence blood, it was good that the Yin demon was fine. "Yes, your lordship," Collis replied. He brought Han Shuo to a big living room before withdrawing respectfully. This living room was as big as a basketball court. 7 large, vibrant lamps were hanging above. A soft carpet covered the floor. Many comfortable chairs was placed around the surroundings. The room looked bright and spacious. Lawrence and Phoebe walked in together after a while. Lawrence laughed heartily and said to Han Shuo as soon as he arrived, "Congratulations Brian, I heard that the king bestowed a title upon you today. I thought you would come back to your mansion, so I brought Phoebe with me." Phoebe's face was glowing, a beautiful, bright smile blooming on her lips after she'd won an enormous amount of gold coins. Her eyes blazed as she looked at Han Shuo and said, "Brian, Cameron is finished this time. His merchant alliance has suffered a heavy loss thanks to him, so his allies no longer trust him. The crisis of our Buzz Guild has been resolved. Looking at the two happy people, Han Chuo nodded smilingly and said, I intend to go to Brettle City. This city is full of mayhem, it's very interesting. If this Brettle City can develop well in my hands, it can be very beneficial to you, Lawrence. I've knew about you taking charge of Brettle City. This city is chaotic indeed, the civilians there are much tougher than in the Asen city. The bandit armies of several grand duchies constantly pillage the villages in the surroundings. In recent years, the city lords of Brettle City have all been incompetent. This has caused all the businessmen to leave, and the nobles and civilians to lose their confidence in Brettle City due to this. It may not be easy if you want to quickly grasp control of the situation, Lawrence said with a frown. He was quite worried upon hearing Han Chuo mention Brettle City. The Lancelot Empire had sent out its armies repeatedly and tried to invade the 7 Grand Duchies through Brettle City. However, the Empire had to withdraw every single time and eventually banished this idea. Whenever the main troops retreated, the few tens of thousands remaining Brettle City guards were insufficient to defend against the invasion from any duchy. The duchies took advantage of that opportunity to loot and raid, as was their habit. However, even though the 7 Grand Duchies had the power to take over Brettle City, they didn't dare to because they still had suspicions about each other, while also being afraid that they'd really infuriate the Lancelot Empire. This was why they only pillaged from time to time and never truly occupied the city. Therefore, the former city lords of Brettle City had been much aggrieved and frustrated. The city was much weaker than any of the Grand Duchies. In addition, the land was barren, so there wasn't much benefit from it despite the vastness of the area. The king also wasn't willing to waste an enormous amount of manpower and resources in stationing an army inside the city to defend against the 7 Grand Duchies. Brettle City had become a kind of useless and meaningless existence ever since then. It would be a pity to give up, but not giving up wouldn't bring any benefits either. The situation was very awkward. Rest assured, I understand what kind of place Brettle City is. I already have a plan. After all, His Majesty has spoken. Brettle City is fully under my responsibility, I'll take good care of it. Han Chuo let out a strange cackle and responded in a mysterious manner. What do you intend to do? Lawrence asked, dumbfounded. You'll know when the time comes. I will make Brettle City even more chaotic. Han Chuo spoke with an evil laugh. Chapter 292. Chapter 292, 300,000 gold coins. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Senior brother Lawrence, there's something I want to speak to Brian about alone. Phoebe glanced at Lawrence and said softly. Lawrence was startled but soon reacted. He smiled meaningfully and said, all right. Rest assured Brian, I'll arrange some fine military leaders to arrive at Brettle City before you travel there. Nodding his head, Han Chuo said with a slight smile, many thanks, I'm really not very good at military strategy. Your people will surely be a great help to me. All right then, you guys talk, I'll go back first. I'll personally come to Brettle City after a while to pay you a visit. Lawrence flashed a wink at the two before exiting the room with a smile. Han Chuo stepped forward and gathered Phoebe into his arms as soon as Lawrence had left, following up with a long, lingering kiss. Han Chuo picked her up and walked straight into the bedroom. He dropped her right on the spacious, soft bed and pressed himself on her. Clothes flung out, the two naked bodies intertwined. Phoebe let out one sultry whimper after another, trying desperately to match Han Chuo's pounding movements. She kept going until she had exhausted of every bit of strength. After stormy turbulence, Phoebe lazily leaned onto Han Chuo's strong chest. Her delicate fingers gently glided across his body as she murmured in satisfaction, I can't leave with you for now. Cameron's merchant alliance is facing a crisis of disbandment due to their loss in his huge gamble. This has opened up an opportunity. There was normally a secret chamber in the mansion of every noble for storing precious goods or engaging in secret endeavors. This mansion the king had bestowed upon Han Shuo was no exception. Candide had told Han Shuo everything about this mansion when he met with Han Shuo in the Dark Mantle headquarters, including the underground secret chamber. Han Shuo saw a big, empty room after walking down the tunnel. There was nothing inside except for a few empty closets. Setting up the magic sticks into a closet, Han Shuo arrived at the Cemetery of Death through the transportation matrix. The Cemetery of Death was gloomy all year round. Except for the stark white bones scattered everywhere, there was no vitality nor any changes. Han Shuo heaved a soft sigh of relief upon exiting the Cemetery of Death. He looked to the depths of the dark forest and spread out his senses. Why hasn't the Fire Elite Zombie been completed after so long? Han Shuo frowned and muttered to himself, unable to comprehend things. The Earth Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie certainly hadn't taken as long to emerge as the Fire Elite Zombie. If it weren't for Han Shuo being able to sense its presence, he would really have thought that it met with some troubles. Could it be because of the fire attribute treasure, the Fire Lotus, or the Lord of the Flames? Han Shuo pondered for a bit and made this guess. In contrast to the Earth Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie, the place of extreme fire had given birth to a fire attribute treasure, the Fire Lotus. What would result from it hadn't been mentioned in Chu Kanglan's memory. There had been a terrifying Lord of the Flames inside as well that had taken the Fire Elite Zombie to be its child, which put an even odder spin on things. So many strange happenings together might have impacted the formation of the Fire Elite Zombie. Otherwise, it shouldn't have taken that long to emerge. Forget it. Let's start the Water Elite Zombie for now. Han Shuo decided to stop thinking about it. He understood that there was no issue since he could still sense the presence of the Fire Elite Zombie. He decided to go to the Valley of Sunshine and place the Water Elite Zombie into the place of extreme water. After flying through the air for a while, Han Shuo traveled from the dark forest to the territory of the Valley of Sunshine. He jumped down the strange cliff to look for the Soul Destroyer base. Surprisingly, Han Shuo couldn't sense Gilbert's presence at all. He only saw Grant when he walked in. The latter immediately paid his respects upon seeing Han Shuo and explained, "The Chief and Gilbert have accepted a mission, they aren't here for now." "What's the current situation?" Han Shuo ordered the 3 Yin demons to circle around. He discovered that there were over 200 mercenaries still present. As these 200 people looked completely unfamiliar, he immediately understood that the Soul Destroyer mercenary band had expanded. What else could have happened? The great powers have switched from covert to direct fighting. During this chaotic period, Lorden's Cairo mercenary band has been the strongest. The other 3 powers was forced to join hands in order to take a stand against the Cairo mercenaries. A few strong bandit forces also participate from time to time. The current Valley of Sunshine has become a chaotic mess. Grant explained to Han Shuo with a smile. "Oh right, after what happened last time, did the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and the House of Menlo make trouble for you guys?" Recalling the events in which he'd killed Ferguson and heavily injured Adam Menlo, Han Shuo couldn't help but ask with surprise about what had happened after. "Heh, those 2 do indeed hate us Soul Destroyers very much. It's a pity that they don't know where we are. They can't proceed even if they want revenge." Grant looked smug as he laughed loudly. "I see many new faces in our band. There aren't any problems with these people, right?" Concern struck him as Han Shuo asked. "Rest assured. We only picked these mercenaries after a strict inspection. Those who can come in here are all trustworthy. Hehe, Lord Eden has allowed us to recruit people in the Valley of Sunshine thanks to you. This has saved us a lot of effort." Grant looked gratefully at Han Shuo and said smilingly, "Good. I'll be leaving now since Trunks isn't here." Han Shuo said goodbye to Grant after obtaining the information he wanted and flew straight to the Valley of Sunshine. The members of the Cairo mercenary band in the Valley of Sunshine all knew of Han Shuo now. They dismissed all procedures necessary from him to enter the valley. Everyone greeted Han Shuo with a smile, their attitude towards him quite amiable. Han Shuo went straight to his shop as soon as he entered the Valley of Sunshine. He started to operate the formation without another word before jumping into the well. He took out the materials from his space ring one by one and sank down to the depths of the waters. The waters were cold to the bones. Han Shuo summoned the little skeleton upon reaching the bottom. The little skeleton located an ordinary-looking zombie as per Han Shuo's order and disappeared after bringing the latter out. Han Shuo placed this zombie warrior in the center of the place of extreme water. He threw in the strange materials one by one afterwards and directed all of the available water elements in this place to gather at the zombie warrior. Chapter 293. Chapter 293, The Temple Knights. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Shuo didn't expend too much effort in refining the water elite zombie. Thanks to the earth, wood, and fire elite zombies, he was well versed in the process. After everything was finished, Han Shuo jumped out of the well and suddenly felt two unfamiliar presences. The deathly air of the Shura Soul formation was quietly circulating in the shop's courtyard. Dark Grand Magus Edwin of the Calamity Church and the female alchemist Belinda was wandering around outside. They didn't dare to come in, and could only look down in shock at this gloomy yard from the rooftop. A concentrated sense of death could be found within the Shura Soul formation. The two people absolutely couldn't see what Han Shuo was doing inside. But for Han Shuo, he only needed to lift his head after jumping out of the well to see the two experts of the Calamity Church clearly. Edwin and Belinda obviously knew there was a great danger hidden below. They looked down in shock at the changes, not daring to risk entering the formation. They appeared very wary and cautious. Thanks to the rainbow sickle ambush last time, the two already knew that this place was extremely dangerous. Han Shuo knew they knew, so it was understandable that these two didn't dare to draw close. After circling around the courtyard to inspect it, Han Shuo walked towards the eye of the formation and shot a black light onto it. The violent, gloomy deathly air in the formation instantly dispersed and the formation returned to its inert state. Han Shuo sat down on a chair in the courtyard, lazily looking up at Edwin on the rooftop. He asked indifferently, "Mr. Edwin, it seems that you are always this surreptitious when you pay a visit. Can it be that this is how your Calamity Church operates?" Edwin still didn't dare to come down even though the changes in the courtyard had disappeared. Having heard Han Shuo's words, he chuckled and said, "My apologies. We'll stay up here for our little chat. Congratulations on killing Ferguson. However, you've also completely offended the Church of Light. They'll spare no costs in dealing with you now. So, our Calamity Church sincerely invites you to join us. We're willing to pay any price as long as you are willing to join us." "Sorry, not interested." Han Shuo had declined before, and he was still determined to turn them down all the same. He left no room for further negotiation. "All right then. Since you don't want to join us, let's discuss a bit about cooperation instead. The Church of Light has dispatched a small troop of Temple Knights, whose goal is to deal with you. The Temple Knights don't number many, but each one is a true expert. This troop is the sword that the Church of Light uses to eradicate heretics. They are currently marching towards Brettle City, just waiting for you to arrive. Even if you hadn't come to the Valley of Sunshine today, my people would have still gone to inform you when you arrived at Brettle City. But I didn't expect to be able to meet you here, and that's why I'm telling you in advance to see if we can possibly cooperate." Edwin was truly sincere. He'd informed Han Shuo of this important information at first opportunity. Han Shuo involuntarily frowned at Edwin's words. The main headquarters of the Church of Light headquarters was positioned in the most powerful nation of the profound continent, the Odin Empire. This empire was separated from the Lancelot Empire by the Angel Empire. The Temple Knights had always protected the Temple of Light loyally. It seemed the Church of Light was truly determined this time if they'd dispatched a small troop of Temple Knight just for Han Shuo. "I won't cooperate with you for now. However, if I need something, I just might contact you." Han Chuo thought for a while before telling Edwin. Edwin immediately grinned upon hearing Han Chuo's words and said, "The Calamity Church and the Church of Light are death-sworn enemies in the profound continent. All right then, if you encounter any trouble, our Calamity Church may just appear at your side. Let's meet again then." Edwin and Belinda didn't linger after speaking these words. They swept a casual glance around the surroundings before cautiously leaving Han Chuo's rooftop and disappearing out of sight. Han Chuo immediately stood up after Edwin and Belinda left. He released all 3 yin demons and had them follow after Edwin and Belinda. He intended to see why these two had come to the Valley of Sunshine. Edwin and Belinda were very careful. They made a lot of turns along the way, guarding against the tracking of any possible enemy. However, they couldn't hide their presence from the 3 yin demons' surveillance. In the end, the 2 people unexpectedly entered the Cairo mercenary band's headquarters. Han Chuo was secretly tracking them this time, so he didn't enter the headquarters openly. Instead, he hid in a corner of the valley that wasn't very far away and used the 3 yin demons to spy on Edwin's actions. To be honest, when he saw the 2 walk up to the door, Han Chuo could somewhat deduce that Edwin had reached an agreement with Lord Eden. Otherwise, Edwin and Belinda couldn't have come to Han Chuo's door so quickly after he'd just returned to the Valley of Sunshine less than a couple hours ago. The Valley of Sunshine was within the Cairo mercenary band's sphere of influence. The Calamity Church's spy network had spread far and wide. "Mr. Edwin, did you go see Brian?" Lord Eden asked first when Edwin arrived. Nodding, Edwin thanked him with a smile. "Many thanks for letting me know. I've just seen Brian." "Right, how's the preparation going?" 300 death guards from our Calamity Church will arrive at the Valley of Sunshine in 2 days. After all, anyone but the Church of Light can have the mithril mine. If they craft mithril armor for the Temple Knights, it will bring us great trouble in the future." Lorden's expression was cold as he said ferociously, "Rest assured. I will immediately mobilize the Cairo mercenary band as soon as your death guards arrive to flatten those powers around the mithril mine." "Humph. I almost lost my life there last time, I won't be so careless this time. Those 3 great powers will definitely pay back this debt in blood." "Heh, that'd be best. Since the Church of Light wants the mithril mine, we'll fill the mine with their lives." Edwin laughed in a sinister fashion as he discussed the details of the plan with Lord Eden. Han Chuo listened for a while and carefully memorized their conversation. When Edwin and Lord Eden were about to leave, Han Chuo moved 1 step faster than them and soundlessly exited the area. Han Chuo immediately departed the Valley of Sunshine after leaving the Cairo mercenary band. He returned to the Soul Destroyers to ask about the movement of Trunk's group. From Grant, Han Chuo knew that it would be some time before those 2 returned. Han Chuo didn't linger in the Soul Destroyer base. Instead, he rushed back to the Cemetery of Death and returned to the secret chamber in his mansion. Collis stepped into the secret chamber not long after his return and said respectfully to Han Chuo, "Your lordship, a young lady called Fanny wants to see you. She said that you'd definitely see her if I informed you of her name." Han Chuo was dumbfounded. He suddenly remembered his promise to Fanny. He'd said that he would find her in a few days when he'd left last time. He hadn't expected to be so busy and had forgotten about this. Now it was Fanny who'd come looking for him. "Where is she? Take me to see her." Now that Han Chuo had his own mansion, if Fanny and Phoebe came to find him too often, his relationships with them would be exposed sooner or later. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Seeing him so anxious, Collis was quite surprised. He immediately said in a respectful manner, "Your lordship, please follow me." After winding through a couple of hallways, Collis led Han Chuo to the room where Fanny was. He pointed inside and said, "Miss Fanny is in there. You are dismissed, don't let other people come here." Han Chuo instructed. Han Chuo waited for Collis to leave before he bit the bullet and walked inside. He immediately saw Fanny sitting in the middle of the room. She was wearing a navy blue dress instead of her usual magic robe. She instantly humphed upon seeing Han Chuo walk in, coldly looking at him as she said, "Your lordship finally has some time to spare for us common civilians. I'm so sorry. There was something that happened so I was delayed a little. This won't happen again. Fanny, you must forgive me." Han Chuo smiled wryly and apologized as soon as he came in. He was indeed in the wrong, it was natural for Fanny to be so angry. This isn't the first time either. You never honor your promises. Fanny still maintained her iron face as she fixed him with a cold stare. Han Chuo smiled wryly as he looked at Fanny, putting up his hands in surrender. "I was wrong. You can punish me however you want. Then good, just promise me that you'll be an honorary professor for our necromancy major and I'll forgive you." Fanny thought for a bit before glaring ferociously at Han Chuo. Honorary professor was just a title for show in the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. A person with this title basically wasn't bound by the Academy's rules. They only need to occasionally give a speech in accordance with the Academy's request. There was strong competition amongst the different majors in the Academy. The ability to invite famous, powerful figures to be honorary professors was the standard with which to measure a department's influence. "No problem." Han Chuo readily agreed. "You scoundrel, how do you have the ability to kill someone so evil as Lia Kane? How did you become an archmage necromancer? How many things are you actually still lying to me about?" Fanny was happy when she heard Han Chuo's ready acquiescence, but then her many doubts flooded her heart and just burst out. Chapter 294. Chapter 294, A Massive Amount of Explosives. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Chuo only needed half an hour of honeyed words and gentle caressing, to make Fanny, who'd come to incriminate him, beam with joy. Smiles blooming on her lips, Fanny left Han Chuo's mansion in contentment after listening to his sweet talking. Han Chuo then travelled at the fastest speed possible to the Booze Merchant Guild to find Phoebe. He immediately requested upon finding her, "I need a ton of explosives, ones with the maximum fatality. The amount should be enough to destroy a small mountain." "Gosh! What do you need it for?" As a normal girl, Phoebe was shocked upon hearing that Han Chuo was in urgent need for a huge amount of lethal explosives, the stronger the better. She only needed to use her toes to figure out what he was going to do. "Don't ask so much. Hurry and help me get my hands on them. Also, don't let anyone know about this matter." Han Chuo had made up his mind regardless of anything. Time waited for no one, so the faster the better. Once a woman entered a physical relationship with a man, she would change because of him, even if that woman was the cold and arrogant Phoebe. Moreover, she knew that Han Chuo was very clear-headed, so he wouldn't do anything stupid. Therefore, she didn't ask any more questions despite her doubts. When Han Chuo urged again, she nodded and said, "Give me some time, I'll collect them using all means possible." "Good. I'll come for the explosives the day after tomorrow. You should temporarily avoid going out for the next 2 days." Han Chuo instructed before leaving the Booze Merchant Guild in a hurry. After quietly returning to the secret chamber in his mansion, Han Chuo used the transportation matrix to arrive at the Cemetery of Death once more. He then utilized the art of the demonic ninth heavens and flew towards the mountain valley with the mithril mine. There, he summoned the Earth Elite Zombie. 3 yin demons slowly drifted towards the center of the mountain valley, rapidly transmitting images and scenes into Han Chuo's mind. The alliance, of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band, the House of Menlo, and the Qatar Orc tribe, was here. More than 1,000 of their members were stationed near the valley, surrounding it within layers and layers of encirclement. That mithril mine was still operating as usual. However, harvesting this mine was no easy matter due to its steep and narrow terrain, especially as the mithril was mixed in with the silver ores and located in the deepest place. The 3 powers were still unsatisfied with their progress, even after increasing the amount of overtime the past several days. The 3 yin demons scoured every corner of the valley. The Earth Elite Zombie lurked underground, shooting to and fro as the child of the earth. Under Han Shuo's commands, he dug out an undiscoverable hole deep under the mountain valley. This hole would be the container for the explosives he would receive from Phoebe. Han Shuo knew there'd be a bloody battle in this mountain valley from Lord Eden and Edwin's conversation. The majority of fighting force from the four great powers were going to participate in this war, including Lorden's Cairo mercenary band. Lord Eden had recently used various incentives to lure over 10 minor forces to his side. The other three great powers had also poured in a great deal of troops into the valley due to the existence of the Mithril mine. Once the fighting broke out, this mountain valley would become the biggest battlefield in all of the Valley of Sunshine's history. All Han Shuo needed to do was put enough explosives under this battlefield to destroy all of the enemy forces, subduing them all in one fell swoop. This had to be done with caution. Only the Earth Elite Zombie's miraculous ability to drill soundlessly underground enabled him to accomplish this task. The three Yin demons hadn't registered any powerful Earth mages at this time, so he boldly allowed the Earth Elite Zombie to dig according to his arrangements. Even with his miraculous ability, the Earth Elite Zombie still took quite a long time to lay out the preparations for the explosives in the mountain valley. Han Shuo constantly kept watch on the experts present through his three Yin demons. He was afraid that they would sense the movements underground and discover his plan. Fortunately, everything went fairly smoothly. Han Shuo immediately left the mountain valley once the Earth Elite Zombie had finished his preparations. He returned to and stayed in the Cemetery of Death, carefully studying the Archmage rank spell, Soul Tremor. This spell was extremely obscure and was quite difficult to grasp. Soul Tremor directly attacked the opponent's soul using one's own mental strength. One first had to grasp a certain amount of knowledge concerning the soul before they could master this spell. On the other hand, they also needed to master the method of using their mental force to attack. Just this step alone, of shaping the mental force into an attack, was already very difficult to execute. Han Shuo continuously practiced in the Cemetery of Death, frowning as he pondered the way to utilize his mental strength as an attack. He could clearly sense this invisible mental force when he concentrated his mind. However, Han Shuo couldn't materialize it into an attack no matter what method he tried. This is indeed somewhat difficult. Han Shuo muttered. He was unable to gather the requisite mental force and turn it into a tangible attack. The consciousness is formless, but its power limitless. The heart is the foundation of the attack. When the heart moves, the soul too will move. Han Shuo suddenly recalled an incantation about the consciousness that was described in demonic magic. Upon reaching the separate demon realm, cultivators could distinctly sense their consciousness. The consciousness was actually reinforcement for the soul. Cultivators in the separate demon realm could transform their soul into their consciousness. They could live forever as long as this consciousness wasn't completely destroyed. Since the consciousness was a formless existence, the cultivator would gain many miraculous abilities once their soul transformed. The most basic benefit would be the ability to use their consciousness to sense movements in the surroundings. The sensitivity and scope depended on the strength of the cultivator's consciousness. In a fight, the consciousness could form all kinds of exotic attacks, as long as it was strong enough. For instance, a mirage or a tangible attacks could manipulate the opponent's mind, turning them into a puppet or have other amazing effects. The consciousness could also attack the opponent's soul like mental force, with much more varied and mysteriousness ways than a simple mental strength to attack. According to the demonic magic's teachings about using consciousness to attack, Han Shuo vaguely felt that consciousness and mental force were similar in their uses. The main difference was that the consciousness was the transformed soul of demonic cultivators, and was an important part of the foundation, like the demon infant. In fact, consciousness was even a bit more important. The demon infant was the source of his magical yuan. Once it was destroyed, a demonic practitioner would lose all of their power. They'd become an ordinary person once their body was void of magical yuan. The consciousness was the soul of a demonic cultivator. They could still make use of their past experiences and expend time to build another demon infant if theirs was destroyed, as long as the consciousness was preserved. However, once the consciousness was destroyed, cultivators would have their souls disperse into nothingness, leaving behind no traces in this world. Mental force was similar to the concept of demon infant. Once completely lost, a mage would, at most, lose their ability to gather magic elements and cast magic spells. They would just become an ordinary person instead of losing their life. In the cemetery of death, Han Shuo was constantly contemplated, particularly with regards to attacking with his consciousness. He carefully sifted through his understanding and seemed to gradually grasp a clue. When he completely focused all of his mental strength in a calm state of mind, a thought flashed through his head. The mental force churned fiercely, giving birth to a wondrous resonance. Han Shuo quickly chanted an incantation at this moment. A strange force appeared from who knew where and swiftly merged with his mental force. A kind of wave spread out like water ripples. That's some improvement. Just a little bit more. Han Shuo breathed out a whisper. Just now, he'd felt his mental force form a tangible attack. However, since there was no soul in front of him, his attack had no target, so he was unable to truly test its effectiveness. It seems I need to find a live test subject. Han Shuo muttered to himself as he thought for a moment. He left the cemetery of death when he found that it was already somewhat late. Han Shuo went straight to the booze merchant guild without prior notice. He found Phoebe in her room and asked, "How goes it?" "I've managed to collect a few. However, due to the short timing and explosives being dangerous, prohibited goods in the Empire, the amount I collected wasn't enough to destroy a small mountain. If you can give me a little bit more time, I can go look in some cities farther away." Phoebe looked helplessly at Han Shuo, speaking somewhat apologetically. "There's not enough time. Just gather as many as possible then. This matter would best be kept secret, otherwise trouble may arise." Han Shuo said with a frown. "Rest assured, I used some small businesses and acquired them in great secrecy through batches. I think there should be no problems," Phoebe replied. Phoebe's space ring then shone non-stop. A carefully wrapped bundle of explosives appeared in Phoebe's hand and was placed into Han Shuo's space ring. When Phoebe finished handing over all of them, she finally asked, "Brian, what do you intend to do? You don't want to destroy Brettle City, do you?" "This has nothing to do with Brettle City. I haven't even gone there yet," Han Shuo casually answered. He hugged Phoebe and gave her a kiss before saying with a smile, "All right, don't worry about me, I know what my limits are." Han Shuo hurriedly left the booze merchant guild beneath Phoebe's surprised gaze. He returned to the cemetery of death through the transportation matrix and quickly flew to the mountain valley with the mithril mine. Chapter 295 ER 295, Undercurrents. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The inky veil of night shrouded the entire mountain valley. Spring had arrived and the fragrance of flowers was still intoxicating, even at night. In the quiet night, the low buzzing sound of insects accompanied the latent danger. Teams of mercenaries were stationed in every corner of the mithril mine in the mountain valley. The seemingly calm space was filled with prudence and alertness. A group of black-armored people slowly crept through the thick bushes like shadows in the night, bringing with them a creepy, sinister atmosphere. Dark Grand Magus Edwin drifted above them in the air, guiding the way. 300 death guards followed closely behind without making a sound, similar to wraiths. 2,000 mercenaries of the Cairo mercenary band followed behind the 300 death guards under Lordan's leadership. They slowly approached the mithril mine in the mountain valley. A mix of a dozen or so small forces were behind the Cairo mercenary band. There were probably more than 1,000 experts wearing mercenary outfits of various colors. Even though the three great powers had gathered to guard the mithril mine, they still needed to leave members behind to guard their base. That was why they had only dispatched roughly 1,000 mercenaries total. This number was only a third of Lordan's 2,000 elite mercenaries, the Calamity Church's 300 death guards, and the 1,000+ experts from a dozen small forces. A black mass of gas slowly suffused through the air as Dark Grand Magus Edwin released a dark spell. A faint layer of mist suddenly shrouded the moonlit area in front of the mountain valley, as if all the moisture in the night had condensed together. The originally buzzing sounds of the insects gradually died down for an unknown reason. The House of Menlo's Wind Archmage Arthur had been resting with his eyes closed and seemed to sense the abnormal movement. Opening his eyes to scan the mountain valley, he muttered to himself, "What's going on? Why did the sounds of the insects stop?" The voice of the orc warrior Caloric echoed from the tent to Arthur's left, "Hey, Arthur, it's late already. Hurry up and get some rest. I feel like something's not right. I'm going out to take a look." Arthur mumbled before exiting his tent. He slowly floated up using the levitation skill and looked out towards the area beyond the valley. Why is it all fogged up? Arthur asked himself and drifted out of the mountain valley. There were all sorts of tents scattered around the mountain valley, and some energetic mercenaries patrolling between them. These people immediately welcomed Arthur when they saw him drifting in the sky. Several mercenaries from the Rainbow Sickle joked in a light tone, "This fellow can't sleep at night, could it be he's gone out to find some fun? Heh, this makes sense. It sucks being assigned to this kind of place. Leave him be. We only need to worry about our shift." Another mercenary promptly responded. "Shush!" Edwin, approaching from this side, suddenly let out a light cry. He made a gesture to the death guards behind him. The shadowy advancing death guards quickly crouched down, hiding in the bushes without revealing a single sign of life. Lorden's eyes were sharp as he caught Edwin's action. He immediately waved his hand towards the back. A lineup, as long and twisted as a dragon, instantly quieted down to slight breathing. These people were quite far from Arthur, so their slight breathing wasn't heard. Arthur flew out of the mountain valley, frowning as he looked out into the distance. However, he couldn't find anything unusual. He stayed for a while, muttering a few words before returning to the mountain valley. At this moment, the positions, according to the distance from far to near, relative to Lorden's group were, the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band, the House of Menlo, and the Qatar Orc tribe. An orc warrior guarding outside the Qatar Orc tribe's area was abruptly jolted by an ear-piercing whistle. After he reacted, he discovered an arrow nailed into the large tree next to him. A letter was tied to the still trembling tail of the arrow. Adam's House of Menlo was next. The two guards here were similarly snapped awake by an arrow with a letter tied to it. Lastly, it was the Rainbow Sickle's turn. They were right in front of the mithril mine and also received a letter tied to a still shaking arrow. At that moment, the leaders of the three great powers were jolted awake from their various states. Holding the letters in hand, they urgently summoned their troops and woke up all of the soundly sleeping mercenaries. Everyone rushed at top speed to the mithril mine in the mountain valley. After sending out 3 warning letters using his speedy hang-gliding techniques, Han Chuo once again soundlessly returned to his hiding place near the mithril mine in the mountain valley. All of the explosives had been planted beforehand. Han Chuo quietly and coldly observed every change within the valley through his 3 yin demons, waiting for a tragic battle to break out. There were more than 1,000 mercenaries in the alliance stationed at the mithril mine. Once Loreden destroyed this army, the 3 powers would be hard-pressed to save the day even if they joined hands together. Last time in the mountain valley, the 3 great powers had plotted against Loreden and earned his undying hatred. He would show them no mercy this time. It'd be their turn to bear brutal revenge once Loreden slaughtered the experts guarding the mithril mine. As the 3 other leaders had a firm standing in the Valley of Sunshine, none of them were stupid. They naturally understood this truth and would rather believe the letters in their hands than not. The 3 sent out experts to contact each other, mobilizing most of their remaining forces at the bases to rush towards the mithril mine at top speed. Time passed quietly at the mithril mine. The original alertness of the mercenary guards slowly drifted away. They began to yawn one by one, their mental state reaching its lowest point. Edwin was currently hiding outside the mountain valley with Loreden next to him. He observed the mountain valley with a sinister expression on his face. He suddenly threw a glance at Lord Eaton and said, "We can make our move now." His eyes flashed with killing intent and his bald head seemed to be emitting a cold light. Lord Eaton nodded and said in a low tone, "Our brothers died in this mountain valley last time. This time, I intend to make them pay that back 100 times over. Chief Hagen, are your men ready?" "Rest assured, Chief Lord Eaton. We have long since been ready for a split of this mithril mine." Knowing their power wasn't a match for any of the 4 great powers, the 10 small forces had quickly gathered into an alliance. Hagen of the Raging Flame mercenary band was this alliance's spokesperson. "Very good. Not just this mithril mine, even the territories of these 3 powers are yours to split among yourselves as long as you help me take them down. The Cairo mercenary band will still only occupy the Valley of Sunshine. I hope you guys won't disappoint me." Lord Eaton spoke out so readily while laughing coldly in his heart. "Rest assured. We know what to do." Hagen let out a cunning chuckle, expressing that he completely understood what Lord Eaton meant. "All right, no need for nonsense. Just be careful. I will take advantage of the fog around the mountain valley to get in. Don't make any noise once you're inside. It's best to let them die in their sleep." Edwin impatiently blurted out, not concealing the arrogance on his face. The Calamity Church was a notoriously tough character to chew in the profound continent. Except for the Church of Light, very few powers could compete on even ground with them. Even Lord Eaton wasn't anything much in Edwin's eyes. Of course, a chief of some small mercenary band wouldn't enter his eyes. That was why Edwin didn't show them sincerity and politeness like he had with Honshuo. The small forces naturally didn't dare to provoke Edwin upon learning of his identity. Just the sinister atmosphere from the 300 death guards alone was enough to terrify them and send their hearts palpitating. They had long since heard that the Calamity Church was brutal and ruthless, treating lives like weeds. They all turned into yes-men in response to Edwin's words upon seeing his impatient expression. Edwin was feeling a little bit smug upon seeing these people's fear. Extremely comfortable as he bathed in the feeling of superiority, Edwin softly humphed with arrogance before swinging his arm to order a tall, slim death guard at the front. "Forward, kill them all." The death guard was a group of people who worshipped the evil god. They were the most extreme of fanatics who offered all of their beliefs and spirits to the evil god. They carried with them the will of the evil god and terrifying power as they slaughtered the enemies of the Calamity Church all over the profound continent. They were a group of inhuman executioners. Having been granted certain powers after their sacrifices to the evil god, the death guards easily possessed the ability to dominate the life and death of others. The grey pupils of this death guard filled with a fanatical excitement like Lord Eaton going berserk thrice over after hearing Edwin's commands. His teeth tightly gritted, the death guard issued a horrifying sound like he was chewing on beast bones. His action was agile as he led the 300 death guards rushing into the mountain valley under the cloak of mist. Florida, Adam Menlo, and Qatar were also leading the 3 great powers and hurrying to the mountain valley. A fire burning in their hearts, the 3 constantly issued orders to urge their men forward, afraid that they wouldn't arrive in time. Chapter 296. Chapter 296, A Tragic Battle. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. In the mountain valley, members of the Alliance were either lightly snoring, nodding off, or dead asleep. Very few were able to stay awake. The few solitary, cautious folk also gradually closed their heavy eyelids beneath the sleeping effect of the fog. Everything seemed perfect. The outcome seemed predestined the moment the death guards started to advance into the mountain valley. This sneak attack could simply be considered a classic one for the books, if it hadn't been for a frightening, loud rumbling sound. Rumble. A surge of wind blew from who knew where, just as the death guards crossed the channel into the mountain valley. The power of it was violent. The wind first uprooted a small tree on the mountain, creating a strange butterfly effect. One tree after another fell in bizarre succession. This finally caused the unbelievable collapse of the rocks on the mountain. Moss-covered rocks, as large as a millstones, smashed straight down on the mountain valley. This kind of movement created earth-shattering sounds, waking up all of the mercenaries that were sound asleep. They abruptly jumped up, as if faced with the greatest enemy of their lives, grabbing their weapons before looking at the situation. Edwin was also an accomplished alchemist on the side. He understood that only sleeping drugs with minor effects would be the kind not as easily discovered by experts. Edwin had been gloating over the victory within his grasp when the rumbling sound completely destroyed his wishful thinking. He looked at the mercenaries stationed in the valley, all looking around with weapons in hand, and then at the death guards entering the mountain valley. Edwin had to swallow back his curses and issued an order to attack, forward, kill. Both Edwin and Loredan understood that their ambush would no longer be perfect thanks to the rumbling avalanche. The two secretly cursed as they hastily issued orders to attack, while their eyes looked up and down at the epicenter of that tumultuous incident. A strange suspicion filled their hearts. Why had that avalanche happened? How could its force have been so large? How could it have generated such an astonishing effect? If it were man-made, then who'd done it? Doubt after doubt instantly piled up in their hearts, but only for a moment. The two couldn't think much as all of their attention was pulled back to the slaughter that was about to take place in the mountain valley. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The 1,000 mercenaries in the mountain valley were jolted awake by the rock avalanche. A small portion of the mercenaries near the edge of the valley constantly dodged the falling rocks. The mercenaries at the outermost region, who were responsible for night patrol, had now discovered the death guards by now. They immediately started yelling loudly. The mercenaries of the Alliance immediately reacted. They took out weapons, started to chant magic incantations, and notched their arrows. They all aimed at the entrance of the mountain valley. The Calamity Church's 300 death guards spread out like wraiths in the night, whizzing about like faint shadows under the moonlight. Evil, sinister air permeated their bodies, their eyes filled with frenzy and excitement. Exotic spiked weapons were grasped in their hands, they speedily glided across the ground into the mountain valley. The ground trembled as a series of sharp earth spears pierced out of the ground. A blazing fire quickly gathered into a defensive firewall. Lightning bolts twisted and flashed across the sky above the mountain valley, then smashed downward. Mermen and water dragons gradually materialized and rushed away from the zone of the firewall. Whistling sounds accompanied arrows that fell endlessly upon the death guards. Mages and archers formed layer after layer of obstacles within the mountain valley. They instantly hindered the momentum of the rushing death guards, itching to kill the entire bunch of blatant invaders. However, as the religious scourge, whose notoriety had spread all over the profound continent for so many years, the Calamity Church's death guard naturally weren't that easy to deal with. The speed of the 300 death guards didn't decrease, but instead spiked at an alarming rate. The blackish-grey robes that they wore had a strong resistance to magic, the coming flames were snuffed with just a wave of their sleeves. Even the violent thunderbolts only made them pause a little without causing any fatal damage. Humph! The Death Guard's armory is one of the secrets of our Calamity Church. How could normal magic attacks have any effect? Dark Grand Magus Edwin landed behind and looked forward with a sinister face, speaking contemptuously. He could have soundlessly exterminated the majority of the force in the mountain valley. He naturally felt irritated now that this unexpected incident had thrown a wrench in his plans. Loredan stood next to Edwin, clutching the divine artifact Berserker's war axe. He let out a loud, malicious laugh and said, "It's also fine this way. We'll only waste a bit more time. It's more interesting to let them struggle in their death." The Cairo mercenary band had expended all of their elite forces for this battle. Add to that the Calamity Church's 300 death guards and the alliance of a dozen small forces, this was a proper amount of strength to annihilate the powers inside the mountain valley. Loredan was someone who thirsted for battle to begin with. This was why he'd been even more excited when the mercenaries of the alliance woke up, as the ambush had turned into open combat. Curling his lip, Edwin didn't say a thing. He looked at the waves of mercenaries rushing into the mountain valley and secretly calculated how much more he should extort from Lord Eden. After all, the cost of dispatching 300 death guards wasn't small. Even though their purpose had been to block the Church of Light, he'd also helped Lord Eden, hadn't he? Therefore, the latter should also pay up a little. The death guards were definitely worthy of their reputation as forces of the evil god. They rushed forward with an unstoppable momentum, even when attacked by violent magic spells. The 300 death guards scattered into groups of ghostly shadows, using sharp, spiked weapons to poke bloody holes into the mercenaries' bodies. These death guards cultivated a strange type of fighting aura. They seemed able to borrow the evil god's power in a fight. An evil presence naturally appeared on their bodies, and their eyes could attack the souls of their opponents. The strange fighting aura possessed an intense corrosion with it that could destroy the defense of the opponents, causing injuries to the body. Han Shuo was sitting cross-legged on a cliff of the mountain valley. After secretly lending a hand to help kick-start the dreadful battle, he silently circulated his magical yuan to absorb the power from the dead that had not yet dissipated. He also paid attention to the battle in the mountain valley at the same time. The astonishing performance of the death guards shocked Han Shuo. He could even sense a bit of the evil god's presence from their bodies. Clarendon, who'd ultimately died a tragic death in Han Shuo's hand in Valen City, had used an altar to call upon the three-eyed demon god Ansi Desi. The figure of an evil god, that was 300 meters tall, once again appeared in Han Shuo's mind in the lower layers of the cemetery of death. Han Shuo could sense a bit of the presences of Ansi Desi and the evil god from the death guards. The death guards could obtain a bit of the strange force from the evil god due to their fanatical belief. Perhaps they could only borrow 1 out of 100,000th of the evil god's power. However, that power released still couldn't be looked down upon, as evident in the tragic death of the mercenaries who faced them. 300 death guards wasn't a big number, but the damage they caused was terrifying. Since the temple knights of the Church of Light possessed were at a similar level of strength as these death guards, Han Shuo could imagine that the former's power was certainly just as impressive. "Ha, it's getting more and more interesting," Han Shuo muttered to himself with a cold smile. He abruptly heaved a breath of relief. What will come will come. Otherwise it would no longer be interesting. Dark Grand Magus Edwin also frowned when Han Shuo finished saying these words. He abruptly used the levitation skill to float up and out of the mountain valley. He carefully took note of his bearings before quickly returning to the mountain valley. He landed swiftly near the now twice berserk Lord Eden. A large number of mercenaries are gathering here. How could this happen? The Rainbow Sickle mercenary band isn't far from here. They must have discovered something because we've caused such a big movement in this place. 400 to 500 out of the 1,000 mercenaries in the mountain valley have already died. Florida will only be coming to his death if we make good use of time and kill them all. Just his rainbow sickles alone simply can't stop our momentum. Lord Eden randomly threw out an answer as he chopped a 2-meter-tall orc warrior in half with a wave of his berserker's war axe. He then rammed into the crowd in front, seemingly insane with happiness as he was able to indulge in battle. That's not it. It isn't just the rainbow sickles. There's also a large group of orcs. Edwin shouted to Lord Eden as if there was a fire was raging in his heart. Damn it! How can that be? Lord Eden was startled. He abruptly jumped to Edwin and asked with horror. Kill them! Adam Menlo was riding a 10-meter-long flaming bird in the air. He rushed forward with his family members, who were behind him, also riding various magic creatures. The dull sounds of iron hooves pounding against the ground outside of the mountain valley were heavy, like a beating drum. The experts of the three great powers were gathering in the valley, tightly blocking Lorden's group's retreat. Shove it all and bring forth all your efforts to bear, or none of us will be able to escape. Since the situation had become like this, Lord Eden naturally understood what was to follow. He let out a long howl to the heavens. His ferocity burst as he rushed straight forward to kill the remaining mercenaries in the mountain valley. Chapter 297. Chapter 297, Explosion. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. It was a scene of 3,000, including 300 notorious death guards from the Calamity Church, against 600 people. The difference in power was completely disproportionate. The fate of the remaining 600 people was destined to be death, just that the exact moment of their demise was dragged out for a few more minutes. Life became cheap with every ear-piercing, miserable scream of the mercenaries that were from various races and of different skin colors. They slowly and listlessly fell in a pool of blood. Streams of air, barely visible to the human eye, drifted upwards from the dead bodies before gathering in a corner of the mountain valley. Han Chuo was the hand in the shadows that had pulled the strings of this battle. With the three yin demons observing the overall battle, he sat on the sidelines in a surreptitious corner, extremely comfortable as he absorbed each burst of scattered energy. The desires of the bloodlust realm were churning, wanting to explode out. However, his rational mind tightly forced the urge down. Lives perished as time passed. The original group of 600 mercenaries guarding the mine were now down to 200. The mages in this group were ceaselessly releasing various spells. Their targets were naturally the mercenaries with the vivid colored outfits. No one would waste their magic on the death guards. Adam Menlo and the experts from his family were the first few to arrive. However, they could only use magic and arrows to attack Lorden's group in the mountain valley from a distance. They stood still as they watched their remaining family members in the valley get slaughtered. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but rather that they just didn't dare. Those elite members of the House of Menlo, who could fly in the air, were all magic creature riders. This elite army was the foundation of the family. It was a pity that their numbers were few, far fewer than the number of experts in Lorden's Cairo mercenary band. Adam Menlo's heart bled as he watched his family members die one by one. However, he didn't dare to come in close to rescue them. He knew full well that once he landed, what awaited his group would be destructive blows. He was waiting for Florida and Qatar's groups to arrive. The new arrivals would be able to surround Lorden's group from outside the mountain valley. He was waiting for more members of the three forces to assemble and then vent their accumulated rage towards Lord Eaton. Honorable Father, save me! A middle-aged man, with a face similar to Adam Menlo's, was riding an armored black buffalo in the middle of the valley. His eyes flooded with helplessness as he called out miserably to Adam Menlo, who hovered in the air on his fiery bird. Lord Eaton stood in front of this middle-aged man, holding his berserker's war axe, leering widely. Several berserkers were next to Lord Eaton, also grinning maliciously as they coordinated to keep watch on the middle-aged man. Lord Eaton wasn't in a hurry to kill him. Instead, he lifted his head to look to the sky, as if waiting for Adam Menlo to draw nearer. However, he only saw Adam Menlo turn around with his shoulders trembling slightly after waiting for a while. It seemed that Adam had made the right decision despite the agony he felt in his heart. No. The middle-aged man bitterly growled. Lord Eaton approached and cleaved him in two. The echoing sound of his dying cry made the distant Adam Menlo falter on the back of his flaming bird. The heavy sounds of dull hooves were finally heard. Florida and Qatar were leading a large number of mercenaries to advance upon the mountain valley. Adam Menlo's eyes were bloodshot as he held up beneath the heart-wrenching agony of the scenes displayed in front of him. He was the first to rush into the center of the valley. Fighting aura burst out from the spear in his hand and intersected with the blazing flames from the flaming bird's beak, instantly taking several lives. The battle had become even more devastating, taking place in the mountain valley like a raging fire. Han Chuo absorbed the killing intent quietly and indifferently. He coldly watched the battle that had turned the mountain valley into a level of hell and desperately suppressed his intense desire to join the fray. The evenly matched forces fought each other until they became crazed with bloodlust as time went on. 90% of the Valley of Sunshine's forces had become involved in this, either for the mithril mine, or to gain privilege in the valley, or to vent their deep hatred accumulated over the many years. The life force of the unyielding powerhouses was happily absorbed by an opportunist. Soon, the bodies piled up all over the whole mountain valley and began to hinder the battle itself. The races slaughtered each other to their heart's content out of interest and hatred. Blood-red mist began to materialize around Han Chuo from the large amount of energy he'd absorbed. The sky above the mountain valley was suddenly blotted out by a bloody red mist. This terrifying evil murderous intent brought along with it a nauseating, bloody smell as it enveloped the entire mountain valley. However, the forces were all obsessed by battle and didn't notice this strange happening. All of their attention was focused on the enemy in front of them. Each and every individual had gone completely insane, using their weapons, bare hands and feet, or even their teeth to attack. Han Chuo almost lost control of himself as he fought against his own bloodthirsty urges. He finally issued an order to the Earth Elite zombie lurking underground. Han Chuo understood that this wasn't the right time, since one side hadn't obtained victory yet. He could still wait a bit longer. Unfortunately, Han Chuo knew that he was in an extremely bad state. He'd absorbed far more killing intent than he could bear. He was afraid that he'd lose his rationality and miss his chance. 90% of the forces in the Valley of Sunshine was here, locked in battle. Of that, a fourth of this number had already perished. This battle was absolutely the most intense one that had ever occurred in the history of the Valley of Sunshine, with the greatest amount of participants as well. Suddenly, the forces that had been fighting to the death, felt a violent tremor from the ground. Every corner of the entire mountain valley seemed to explode before they could react, the strong smell of explosives instantly spreading. As every corner in the mountain valley had opponents fighting each other, the explosion caused massive damage. The mercenaries instantly exploded into clouds of blood mist. The earth was shaking and mountains cracked with the endlessly echoing series of explosions. More than half of the forces that had been lucky enough to survive until now died to the violent explosions. The huge rocks above ground shattered into pieces due to the underground explosion. Each piece was bigger than a person, and tumbled down like a shower of rain. The impact from the momentum of rocks that were falling from an altitude of several hundred meters was extremely terrifying. Careless experts were smashed into meat paste by them. The parties in the mountain valley were dumbfounded by this violent explosion. 90% of the Valley of Sunshine's forces were located here, but this earth-shattering bombardment hadn't distinguished between friend nor enemy. The damage it caused was amplified even more. No matter how dim-witted Lorden's group was, they too could smell a conspiracy going on here. Countless rocks were still falling. The entire mountain valley was sealed off. The startled experts were snapped out of their bloodlust by the sound of explosion and reacted abruptly. They looked up and cursed loudly before madly fleeing for their lives. The voices of Lorden's people were extremely resounding among the scene, each screaming and roaring before quickly evacuating. Perhaps these people would have discovered Han Chuo's existence if it weren't for the avalanche obscuring the bloody mist surrounding him. After all, the fiendish image that he'd established in people's hearts after using the blood mist to attack last time had left an unforgettable impact in their hearts. However, the big rolling boulders had dispersed the barely noticeable mist. In addition, the downpour of rocks was so terrifying that no one had the heart to carefully watch the sky. Everyone put all their effort into fleeing, so Han Chuo's existence wasn't exposed. The leader of the great powers could smell conspiracy, and so their resentment and hatred overflowed like rivers and seas. However, they knew full well this wasn't the time to pursue the matter. Like Loreden, all of the leaders ordered their subordinates to retreat from this place as quickly as possible. Florida's group had already felt an ominous premonition when they received the arrows. The bloody battle had already started by the time that they had arrived at the mountain valley. The series of explosions constantly bombarded them before they could finish distinguishing between friend and foe. Florida immediately understood that the people in the mountain valley had been plotted against. Florida's group was terrified. They even thought that this was an act from the three great empires surrounding the Valley of Sunshine, the purpose to eradicate all forces and take complete control of the valley. Due to this, Florida naturally believed that this attack using explosives was just the beginning. Perhaps a great number of soldiers from some empire was baring their fangs at them already. Therefore, when Lord Eden fled, they also chosen to flee in panic. No matter how they thought about it, they hadn't expected this to be orchestrated by a single person, and that an attack with such a massive impact was created by just the Earth elite zombie alone. This sent all of the forces into complete disarray. The leader of a force was naturally much more meticulous in his calculations. However, not all of his followers were as smart. The majority of these mercenaries, who lived by their blades, were simple-minded fellows. The disastrous battle in the mountain valley had taken the lives of their comrades, and their enemies were now running madly around them. They didn't think much and attacked immediately. And just like that, the great powers still fought each other tooth and nail even as they tried to escape, due to the irreconcilable hatred between each other. The sounds of metal colliding with metal echoed outside the mountain valley, tragic dying screams resounding endlessly for a long time. At this moment, however, the culprit was shrouded in a thick, blood-red mist, and was on the verge of breaking through. The Demon Slayer Edge hovered in the sky above the mountain valley, absorbing the various energies in Han Shuo's stead. Chapter 298. Chapter 298, Breakthrough. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. Corpses were scattered everywhere in the mountain valley after the tragedy. What was even more horrifying was that most of the corpses weren't complete. Broken off heads seemed to be leaking rubber balls as they had their own trail of blood. Fresh blood stains stood out on the big and small rocks on the valley's bottom. Bodies with their limbs cut off lay quietly in the narrow gullies of the mountain valley like hacked off tree trunks. The moon shone down serenely on this scene from hell. The souls that had yet to disperse upon death were pulled along the cliff of the mountain valley, gathering into a spiral that shimmered in and out of existence. This spiral was slowly and carefully absorbed by a sharp weapon sparkling with brown light. The Demon Slayer Edge currently lacked its dazzling luster as it hovered quietly over Han Shuo's head, like a loyal follower guarding its master. Its brown edge didn't shine beneath the moonlight. However, it emitted a strange combination of lights and killing intent around Han Shuo when the plumes of souls drifted over. Spots of light shone like the stars within the blood-red killing intent. The brilliant stars swayed and danced like little elves, slowly blossoming into a charmingly beautiful light for a moment before finally gathering in the dark brown Demon Slayer Edge. The strength of 2,000 dead souls wasn't weak at all, their combined power was immense. Han Shuo was able to absorb 60% of this soul energy, and the Demon Slayer Edge took in the remaining 40%. As the main instigator behind the scenes, Han Shuo's random eavesdropping had caused the leaders of the various powers in the Valley of Sunshine to speculate widely in fright. It had also created a chance for Han Shuo to break through the Bloodlust realm, and make the flames of battle dance along the length of the Demon Slayer Edge. There were clouds of red mist that were so dense they could not disperse. They wrapped tightly Han Shuo, twisting into bizarre knotted strands. His skin glinted with a deep red light from within the mist, the bones all over his body constantly emitting crisp crackling sounds. A terrifying deathly air and killing aura alternated non-stop between a weak and strong state. Han Shuo's tough, handsome face trembled in an aberrant manner. He maintained this state from night till sunrise. As the sun rose, it discovered a valley gradually blanketed in a crimson fog. Dense as only fog could be, it actually covered more than half of the skies above the mountain valley. Impervious to sunlight, the sun only made its crimson hue even more brilliant. The entire mountain valley looked as though it was relocated amidst a bloody hell. With the dead bodies scattered across the valley, this halo of blood mist made the scene even more desolate, evil, and terrifying. The powers in the Valley of Sunshine were confused and fearful day and night for the next 3 days. Clouds of blood were still constantly shifting into different forms within the mountain valley. Faint shadows started drifting out from the back of Han Shuo's neck, gradually merging with the bloody clouds. Devil heads then slowly took on clearer form, their appearance abnormal, frightening, and ferocious. Fog and clouds of blood all melded with the shadows. 12 uniquely shaped, but equally creepy and ferocious monsters finally took shape after 5 days. Some came with a spiky head and sharp claws, others had thick row of fangs like a shark, and some even had thorny barbs all over their backs. These 12 grim demons were each different in appearance but possessed a similar presence, Han Shuo's unique presence. They all possessed Han Shuo's unique presence as they were created from his body. The little skeleton, Earth Elite Zombie, and Wood Elite Zombie hiding in a valley gully didn't make any unfriendly moves towards the grim demons thanks to this familiar presence. 7 more days passed. The shapes of these 12 Kappa-ing monsters constantly changed. There were times when they even took Han Shuo's appearance. The strangest thing was that, on the 5th day, Han Shuo was surrounded by 12 exact copies of himself. On the last day, the 12 ever-changing things returned to their original grim demon appearance before turning into red rays and hiding in Han Shuo's body. Exhaling a soft breath, Han Shuo finally opened his fey-like eyes after all of the grim demons had concealed themselves in his body. Sweeping a glance around the mountain valley that exuded a dank stench rising to the skies, he murmured, "Finally, the separate demon realm." The mountain valley had violently shook and collapsed under the massive explosion. All of the paths into the mountain valley were blocked. The only thing able to enter was the warm sunlight pouring down from the sky. During this period, the 3 dark creatures, the little skeleton, Earth Elite Zombie, and Wood Elite Zombie, had dedicated their all to guarding Han Shuo. The forces in the Valley of Sunshine had sent out people to spy shortly after the tragedy, but unfortunately, no one could leave the place alive after being ambushed by the 3 dark creatures. The spies all turned into mournful souls just like the mercenaries in the mountain valley. In the end, even their corpses quickly rotted away. The stench in the mountain valley really was unpleasant. Han Shuo frowned as his mind spun. He reached out his hand to grab the hovering Demon Slayer edge next to him. The Demon Slayer edge instantly turned into brown spots of light and disappeared in a strange manner upon touching Han Shuo's hand. Utilizing the art of the demonic ninth heavens, Han Shuo tore through the air, leaving the mountain valley in a blink of an eye. On a low mountain top 5 miles to the north of the Valley of Sunshine, Lord Eaton of the Cairo Mercenary Band, Florida of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band, Chief Adam of the House of Menlo, Qatar of the Orc Tribe, and leaders of various forces, including even Trunks who'd just returned from his mission, had been invited. All of the major power holders in the Valley of Sunshine had gathered at this location today. Everyone had ugly expressions on their face, especially those who'd fallen victim to the Mithril Mines tragedy. They were all investigating the matter with the intent of visiting furious revenge on whoever was responsible. They were here today to brainstorm a strategy for the future of the Valley of Sunshine. Who did it? Everyone shared the same question in their hearts. With the exception of the great powers who'd suffered heavy damages, all those who hadn't participated in the battle were a suspect. Even those small forces who'd only come to watch and fled the quickest, thus suffering only small losses, were targets of suspicion. Trunks, your soul destroyers didn't participate in this battle. Your mercenary band is the strongest amongst those who didn't join. Currently, only your soul destroyer band is completely unharmed while we are all heavily damaged. Your strength isn't far off from ours now either. It seems like your group benefited the most this time. I'm thinking, was it you who did this good deed? Florida of the Rainbow Sickle stared at Trunks as he spoke in a sinister tone, his handsome face full of menace. Trunks was secretly delighted and had no idea how to repay the person behind the scenes. However, he maintained an expression dripping with sorrow. Trunks had been faking long, heavy sighs when he heard Florida's words. Trunks abruptly stood up and violently slammed his hand on the stone table, breaking it into pieces. Trunks didn't even spare a glance at the experts around him who were defending themselves against the stone fragments. He glared furiously at Florida and said, "If you want to slander us with unfounded accusations, then let's fight to the death. Our Soul Destroyer band accepted a mission half a month ago. All of the elite members, including me, had left the Valley of Sunshine to handle it. Chief Lord Eaton is the one most clear about this." Florida, Everyone is here today. If you want to kill me, then do it fair and square, no need for plots and schemes. When Trunks shattered the stone table with one blow, the ray of silver aura emitting from his palm hadn't escaped the eyes of those assembled. Everyone here was sharply intelligent, who didn't know what silver fighting aura meant for a swordsman. Thanks to his own efforts and the rebirth pill, Trunks had advanced to the rank of Great Sword Master. In addition to being a demonstration of his strength, the blow was warning the leaders here to think carefully. The Soul Destroyer mercenary band had been able to openly recruit experts in recent times. Add that to the abundant funding it received, Trunks' fame, and the mercenaries' previous foundations as Rainbow Sickle members, the mercenary band had developed at an astonishing rate in just a short amount of time. Perhaps the Soul Destroyers wouldn't have been noticed by Lord Eden and Florida if it weren't for the tragedy in the mountain valley. It was a pity that these forces had suffered a major blow in the valley, their accumulation of strength over many years destroyed in just the blink of an eye. Their power had dropped so drastically that they had no confidence that they could easily swallow Trunks. Moreover, the Soul Destroyers existed in the shadows. The various powers still didn't even know where the Soul Destroyer base was. This made them into a force that was truly on par with the four great powers. By displaying his powerful strength at the Great Sword Master rank in such a tough manner, Trunks was directly provoking Florida. This altitude was obviously far different from how he'd kept a low profile in the past. Even though he practiced thunder magic along with light magic, Light Archmage Florida still hadn't fully recovered from the last time in which Hanchuo had wounded him. If he fought Trunks, whose strength had rapidly advanced to Great Sword Master, with his current power, plus their previous bone-deep hatred, Florida had no doubt that Trunks would take this chance to rip him to shreds. Therefore, Florida's cheeks twitched in anger as he glared darkly at Trunks before he opened his mouth to speak in a stiff voice. The most important thing now is to find out who was behind this. I have no time to fight you. When these words sounded, the leaders in the Valley of Sunshine all understood one thing. Florida was afraid. Volume 4. Chapter 299. Chapter 299, Ceasefire. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Trunks didn't pursue things either. He said with a sigh, as a member of the Valley of Sunshine, it saddens me greatly that such a tragedy has occurred, but the first and most important thing is to determine the truth of the matter. Otherwise, we'd suffer a series of assaults if our enemy attacks us again after this. It will be unbearable for any of us. None of the leaders present believed one iota of Trunks' lamentations. The huge happenings in the mountain valley hadn't affected the Soul Destroyers in the slightest. They didn't believe that Trunks wasn't laughing at their disaster. Of course, they wouldn't be so stupid as to provoke Trunks at the moment, especially when the latter had just shown that he had the strength of a great sword master. After an awkward moment of silence, Lord Eden finally opened his mouth. I think the goal of the perpetrator was all of the forces in the Valley of Sunshine. The Soul Destroyers were lucky enough to avoid disaster. None of the people I sent to the mountain valley returned. Perhaps our Valley of Sunshine is facing a great deal of trouble this time. The forces had been locked in bloody battle just a few days before. They wouldn't be having such a friendly discussion if it hadn't been for mutual devastating damage. Florida stared discourteously at Lord Eden, his face clouded over with resentment, his voice cold and sinister. What do you think we should do then? Taking a deep breath, Lord Eden seemed to have chosen his words carefully. His eyes, as large as bronze bells, swept in a circle across everyone's faces. He finally said in a low voice, let's temporarily set aside the grudges between us and find out who the hand in the darkness belonged to. The power to control the Valley of Sunshine will be handed over to whoever figures out the truth first. What do you all think? As the person who'd always grasped the major power in the Valley of Sunshine, Lord Eden was absolutely not someone this generous. In fact, he was famous for being as stingy as he was berserk. Truthfully speaking, these words shouldn't have come from his mouth at all. However, the strength of the Cairo mercenary band was now far weaker than it had been due to the huge change of scenery in the mountain valley. On the other hand, although the other three great powers had also suffered heavy losses, the Cairo mercenaries still wouldn't be able to resist their combined might, even if they held the advantage of superior terrain in the Valley of Sunshine. In that case, he'd rather happily and openly let go of the privilege that he would no longer be able to hold onto. The power over the Valley of Sunshine could be the bait to seduce the three great powers, causing the alliance to fracture because of this hard-to-grasp benefit. Lord Eaton wasn't simple-minded, despite being brawny. This fellow was definitely a great schemer, as he was able to sit on the highest position in the Cairo mercenary band. The moment Lorton's words fell, the eyes of Adam Menlo and Qatar, who'd been following Florida's lead, flashed with wild ambition. The two silently glanced at each other for a few seconds before agreeing readily, seemingly unaware of Florida's desperate eye signals. The small forces, who'd cooperated with Lord Eaton, hesitated for a moment before nodding their heads in consent. Trunks also readily agreed upon seeing the majority of the forces nod with agreement. Everyone's eyes then fell on Florida. Originally, Florida would likely have grasped this power as long as Adam Menlo and Qatar supported him. He secretly cursed these two former allies and their families in his heart. Although Florida was extremely bitter inside, he could only nod and give his approval. The big decision had been made. Even Florida couldn't go against it. Very good. Then we can discuss the details for a bit and even draft an agreement. All of the forces in the Valley of Sunshine will be the supervisors in case someone refuses to admit to this later. Lord Eaton grinned blandly as he made a serious proposal. This agreement was as ridiculous as a prostitute claiming to be a virgin, however, sometimes this was necessary. Although everyone knew full well that the agreement would be instantly torn apart if one side became powerful enough, there was still a need for rituals. This could offer a bit of psychological comfort, especially when everyone felt that a secret enemy existed in the shadows. Therefore, even the great powers, with nefarious intentions, had to agree to these terms. The forces were temporarily agreeing to a truce as they put forth all of their effort to track down the Hand in the shadows. When Han Shuo learned all of this from Trunks, he only chuckled blandly without offering any comments. He didn't explain anything to Trunks either and quietly left the Valley of Sunshine, a place where everyone was sucked into a huge whirlpool of conspiracies and suspicions. Trunks' hair stood on end as he was creeped out by Han Shuo's smile. He saw in Han Shuo's eyes a trace of pride that was deliberately revealed, yet hard to see. Trunks suddenly realized something. However, Trunks didn't ask any questions. Upon Han Shuo's leave, he immediately led the Soul Destroyers to raise a great hue and cry in the form of a large manhunt for the perpetrator. They looked even more hard-working than Lorton's mercenary band. In the process of this open and righteous search for the perpetrator, Trunks took the opportunity to conveniently carry out recruitment activities. The fame of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band gradually began to spread, attracting many fine experts to join them. Han Shuo returned to the Asan city 7 days after he'd left the Valley of Sunshine. He gave some instructions to the steward in the mansion before secretly leaving through the transportation matrix in the Dark Mantle. Brettle City wasn't a firm, stable city. As the former city lords had been habitually weak against the invasions of the 7 Grand Duchies, the guards here had become a motley array of individuals. Whether it was the city lord or the soldiers, they'd save their strength to run and flee even faster than the civilians when faced with a real attack. Since Brettle City was often assaulted, the Lancelot Empire hadn't wasted a great amount of money to build a transportation matrix here. After all, if a transportation matrix leading everywhere just so conveniently existed when the other Grand Duchies occupied Brettle City, no one could guarantee that the blatant invaders wouldn't just invade other cities of the Empire through the transportation matrices. While Brettle City was barren, the Lancelot Empire had many flourishing and rich cities. Theoretically, if the invaders really entered the Empire's other cities by using the transportation matrices, it'd bring about a danger no one would dare to imagine. Therefore, building a transportation matrix in a place like this, that seemed to be an abandoned city, was a double-edged sword. This resulted in a never-ending situation of suspension. Spring is truly here. It's a pity that the scenery isn't very pleasing. Sitting inside a carriage, Han Chuo lifted the curtain to look at the scenery along the way and muttered to himself. Ever since arriving at the transportation matrix in Sea Mist City, neighbor to Brettle City, Han Chuo had been sitting in the carriage in a slow approach towards his destination. On the way, beggars wrapped in coarse clothes wandered all around. Flies flew back and forth over dead bodies on the two sides of the road. A thick stinking smell was always drifting about the place. Sea Mist City was a rich city with strict defences in the eastern part of the Lancelot Empire. However, when travelling to Brettle City from there, these desolate scenes were like heaven and earth compared to Sea Mist City. Han Chuo already discovered a dozen groups of bandits running rampant through the Yin Demons just 3 days into the trip. These bandits were just regular robbers from the Lancelot Empire, and not the official armies of the 7 Grand Duchies that disguised themselves as bandits. Even the steel-nerved Han Chuo was a little stunned at such a miserable situation. He personally killed no less than 50 of these beasts in human skin along the way. Brian, I didn't think your territory would be this kind of place. The tragic sights along the way are challenging enough for people's nerves already. I think Brettle City will be almost unbearable for you. Chester had disregarded life and death when he had begged to follow Han Chuo. He'd given up a good mission led by Emily and was even willing to be the coachman, so Han Chuo didn't have to go to such a notoriously dirty, chaotic city by himself. Han Chuo chuckled heartily as he thought about Chester's somewhat insane courage, asking, "Chester, why did you follow me, even after I rejected you?" Having focused wholeheartedly on being a coachman, Chester's nerves had been toughened along the way. He suddenly whipped the handsome, uncommon warhorse to prevent its curiosity from being drawn towards a corpse in the bushes. He answered Han Chuo like a philosopher, "If you wish to gain more, not only does the will need perseverance, but the vision has to be far and wide." Interesting thought. Han Chuo smiled slightly at Chester's answer. His elegant voice resounded softly and indifferently as he calmly watched the civilians struggle intensely for a loaf of bread. The situation in Brettle City was incredibly bad. Except for a few who were reluctant to leave their ancestral homes, plus the nobles and soldiers who couldn't leave due to their duties, the rest of the civilians tried to use every method to shake off the evil shackles here, desperately wanting to enter the rich and peaceful Sea Mist City. However, the road to Sea Mist City wasn't peaceful at all. Even if one risked their life to reach the gate, they'd be heartlessly refused without a huge entry fee. They would be left to fend for themselves even though they were also civilians of the Lancelot Empire. After all, the poor civilians coming to Sea Mist City could only be the lowest of unstable, petty beggars. Sea Mist City couldn't accommodate too many of these beggars to prevent an adverse impact on the image of the city. Therefore, noble merchants, who could enter the city, were those who could prove their worth to live in Sea Mist City. Civilians from Brettle City were also allowed entry if they paid quite a hefty sum. Otherwise, the city guards would watch with cold eyes if anyone even died outside the city gates. "My territory, I've finally arrived." Han Chuo looked at the wide-open Brettle City and murmured emotionally in front of the broken gates. Chapter 300. Chapter 300, Broken City, Broken Soldiers. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. A humble-looking carriage passed through the broken city gate that was riddled with holes. The streets were deserted, with an occasional sighting of 1 or 2 people. The eyes of those on the streets were filled with despair and resentment, a silent protest against their current tragic life. Brettle City was as dirty as Han Chuo had expected, looking only a tad bit better than the sights he'd seen on the road. A few lazy soldiers indifferently watched the carriage enter the city without asking about his background or for an entry fee. It seemed that Brettle City was on the verge of death. "Hey, can you please tell me where the city lord's mansion is?" Chester pulled on the reins and smiled at a civilian who looked like a beggar. This person was lying lazily in the sunlight, focused on picking out the fleas from his body. He seemed not to have heard Chester's question. He didn't even lift his head. "I'll give you 1 silver coin, where is the city lord's mansion?" Chester had been born poor, so he knew quite well about the poor's temper. A smile on his face, he patiently asked again. The mention of silver coin immediately showed its effectiveness. Sniffing the seductive aroma of money, the seemingly deaf beggar suddenly stared at Chester. He pointed in the direction of the street to the east. "Go straight for 300 meters. The tallest, most broken-down mansion is the city lord's mansion." A silver coin shining in the sunlight spun through the air, rolling to a stop on the ground in front of the beggar. Chester whipped the horse and left without saying thanks, following the directions to the city lord's mansion. The beggar hastily picked up the silver coin, clutching it tightly in his hand. He then looked towards the direction where the two left and murmured, "Some more people have come to Brettle City again. If it isn't some risk-taking merchant who'd come for profit, then it must be that legendary unlucky count. Poor fellow." Whenever Brettle City was invaded, the city lord would be the loving focus of their attention. As such, the walls of the big tall building weren't too sturdy, and there were still several holes decorating the ground nearby, remnants of a previous bombing, that hadn't yet been repaired. When Han Chuo's carriage arrived, only a smattering of 5 maids and less than a dozen soldiers were present. These maids and soldiers' attitude towards Han Chuo's arrival was quite indifferent. They weren't enthusiastic nor welcoming in the manner of a subordinate. Of course, a welcome banquet that would be normal in other areas was even more impossible. The city lord's mansion was at least 5 times bigger than Han Chuo's mansion in Asan City. However, it really had no other uses aside from being big. As the city lord was the first to flee upon every invasion, no soldiers had been stationed here. Therefore, the city lord's mansion was always the first place to be pillaged. Even some things that were hard to take away were all gone after successive attacks. What was incredibly ludicrous was that Han Chuo actually saw a large, rectangular hole in the ground, the remnants of a white jade table that had been peeled away. This was enough for Han Chuo to imagine the real situation in Brettle City. "Describe the current situation of Brettle City to me," Han Chuo asked Dick whilst sitting in the tattered lobby of the city lord's mansion hall. Dick was the dark mantle liaison in this city, and had arrived after hearing of Han Chuo's posting. Dick was a man who was roughly 40 years old. He looked ordinary, with his nose placed high on his face. It was a feature unique to the mountain people of Brettle City. Dick paid his respects to Han Chuo and answered in a somewhat awkward version of imperial tongue. The former city lord of Brettle took a total of 500 family members with him upon his leave. The entire city currently only has over 3,000 soldiers. The population in the city is less than 50,000. The 3,000 soldiers aren't enough to guard the city gates, not to mention they usually flee even faster than the civilians. The city's defenses have never been fixed after every attack due to the lack of funds, and now it's almost lost all defensive ability. The mountain folk are native to Brettle City, and the majority of them reside on several steep mountains in the area. These mountains produce valuable ores. The natives are very familiar with the terrain of the big mountains, and it's difficult to launch an attack at the mountains. This is why the mountain people can resist the invasions of the 7 Grand Duchies. In fact, Brettle City has actually been relatively safe up until now. After dozens of large and small invasions, the 7 Grand Duchies all know that there's nothing left to loot in this city anymore. Even if they spent the time and resources towards a raid, there's not enough to raid in the city to ensure a profit. That's why no further aggression has occurred in the past few months. It was rather the mines in the big mountains surrounding us that the natives protect and harvest from that have become the target for bandits and private armies. However, the mountain people there aren't as incompetent as the imperial soldiers. So far they've been able to barely resist the onslaught of attacks. Han Chuo gradually grew to understand the situation in Brettle City thanks to Dick's overview. When Dick finished speaking, Han Chuo looked at a soldier in the city lord's mansion and ordered, "Assemble all of the city's soldiers in front of the city lord's mansion. I want to see what they currently look like." "Yes, Sir Count." This soldier responded lazily and climbed unhurriedly onto a skinny horse before slowly moving out of the castle. "My lord, you will be disappointed." Dick shook his head with a long sigh as he spoke to Han Chuo. "I know. But I think I won't be disappointed again in the future." Han Chuo smiled blandly before sinking into silence with a frown. The city's scattered soldiers finally assembled unhurriedly after almost 2 hours. They gathered at the front of the castle with no order or discipline. Their bodies didn't look very strong, and their complexions were sickly, probably due to issues with food. No one had any trace of the kind of attitude and spirit that a soldier should have. It was clear that they wouldn't be able to withstand even one blow with their current combat strength. The swords, bows, and spears in their hands were of inferior quality, with rust stains all over them. Han Chuo felt that just about any weapon forged by the dwarves could break apart all of their weapons. Only 1/3 of the soldiers were middle-aged men and strong youngsters. The rest were much older old men who moved much more slowly. Who could expect to rely on these folks' fighting capabilities? Han Chuo stood on the high platform in front of the mansion, observing these soldiers for a while. He silently pondered before saying with a grin, "From today on, your happy days are over. Soldiers over 50 years old will be removed. For these people, I will guarantee you a normal life. As for the rest, not only will you have enough food to fill your stomachs, you'll also get new weapons and armor, plus strong war horses. Of course, you'll also be trained in a cruel, torturous manner to wait for the next chance to wash away our previous shame with the blood of the invaders. With me here, Brettle City has to change, completely." The elderly soldiers below broke out into an uproar. They were indifferent to Han Chuo's retirement order, but were doubtful of his guarantee for a life with enough food and clothing. The young people turned to look at each other as they processed his words, not knowing what he actually wanted to do. "Sir Count, do you mean that?" Dick was standing next to Han Chuo and asked Han Chuo with shock. "Your lordship, even if the 1,000 of us gets new weapons and war horses, do you think we'd be able to stand firmly against 10 or 20,000 bandits or tens of thousands of soldiers from the official armies of the 7 Grand Duchies with this broken city wall?" A crude-looking, bearded soldier lifted his head and shouted towards Han Chuo. "You don't need to worry about this. As a soldier, if you have no way to stop the enemy from invading, you should offer up your own head to wash off your failure and shame. I will personally cut off the heads of those who dares to escape in order to prolong their lives." Han Chuo looked coldly at this brawny guy and snapped. "Your lordship, I think you'd better leave while it's early. This place has been abandoned by the Empire. Do you think you alone can change the situation of Brettle City? Without 100,000 Imperial elite soldiers to guard this city, it'll forever be unable to escape its fate of being invaded. If you want to seek death, can you please not drag us with you?" This stubborn soldier was extremely arrogant as he ignored Han Chuo's cold eyes and rebutted in a rebellious manner. Whoosh! A dark brown ray of light flashed. No one knew what had been launched as something shot towards that rebellious soldier. The next second, a head rolled off a pair of shoulders, fresh blood spraying out from the neck like a brush sketching a beautiful painting. From now on, what you need to do was listen and execute commands. You have no need for doubts, and even if you do, you must keep them to yourself. Han Chuo looked murderous as he shouted, his face cruel and ruthless like a butcher. The soldiers below clamped their mouths shut one by one. At this moment, a shining troop of over 100 war horses, their riders holding shiny weapons in their hands, slowly entered the castle. A man in a full body, silver armor with a silver spear in his hand bent his body slightly on the warhorse to pay respects to Han Chuo. "Sir Count, Earth Rider Fok will dedicate my all to serve you and heed your every command." Han Chuo didn't need to think much at all to know that Fok had been sent by Lawrence. Han Chuo felt an atmosphere of slaughter from this man that only existed on true warriors who'd been through hundreds of battles. He immediately swept a glance filled with ill intent at Brettle City's soldiers and said with a sinister laugh, "Fok, from today on, these ones are under your care. Use the most cruel method you have to train them." I won't blame you if someone dies during training. Chapter 301. Chapter 301 Army of Undead. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. Brettle City had undergone a slight change. The civilians that dressed like beggars within the city often saw a different scene from what they usually saw. The soldiers of Brettle City that lived like cowardly boors had recently become energized. It was like they had been possessed by something. They would actually form a tidy troop and run while carrying weights, or practice their swordsmanship within the city lord's mansion that was undergoing steady repair. The originally cowardly and useless soldiers who'd worn fearful expressions on their faces gradually toughened up beneath the harsh training from the knights in silver armor. Their previously wax-colored, thin looks also hardened and had unknowingly become more defined. It wasn't just the soldiers in Brettle City, but some other areas also underwent significant changes. An example would include the pitted city wall that was now repaired by some old and retired soldiers. The changes were especially apparent at the city lord's mansion. It had suddenly become filled with life. The large numbers of people visiting and leaving it had even caused it to become a bit disorderly. For the civilians of Brettle City, who'd already given up hope, they weren't too affected by these changes. They were used to the city lord being the first to escape and didn't think that these changes would have any effect. Instead, some of them even maliciously speculated about the harm these actions might bring to them. They didn't know if the changes in the city would cause the bandits and soldiers of the Seven Duchies, who hadn't visited in several months, to think that there was loot worth pillaging in the city once again. It would be another terrible experience if they became interested and came back to rob the city once again. Han Chuo slowly walked out of the secret chamber within the city lord's mansion very early in the morning, to find Falk and Dick Chester already waiting in the living room. When he saw the three of them, the three people saw Han Chuo move his storage ring, dumping weapons as well as bags full of provisions onto the floor. Han Chuo looked towards Falk and said, "Use these weapons and chariots properly. You also have to control the provisions properly. Furthermore, start recruiting today. Civilians can enter the troops as long as they are young and strong. For now, promise them 1 gold coin aside from their meals." As an Earth Knight sent over by Lawrence, Falk naturally possessed uncommon strength. Several soldiers had already died from the intense training under Falk. However, the death of these soldiers had actually served as examples, causing all of the soldiers to truly realize the harshness of their training, meaning that none of them dared to be there just to make up the numbers. Falk would maniacally train these soldiers in the morning and then discuss military tactics with the high-ranking soldiers at night in the city lord's mansion. Han Chuo also felt that he learned a lot after listening in on the side for a few days, and felt that Falk was indeed an officer that he could place his trust in. Understood, Falk wasn't a man of many words. He normally had on a stern face and exuded the righteousness and bloodlust of a soldier. "Dick, have there been any unusual events in the surroundings recently?" Han Chuo smiled at Dick, who was in charge of the dark mantle operations in the area. "Sir Count, apart from some of the civilians not understanding your actions, nothing special has occurred recently around Brettle City. However, according to dark mantle reports, I believe a wave of bandits will pay a visit in a few days. Of course, their targets should only be the mountain people in Mount Talai near Brettle City," Dick replied respectfully. Although the soldiers in Brettle City were cowardly and useless, the local Dark Mantle branch still operated normally with Dark Star spies concealed in the surrounding mountains. Han Chuo nodded and then said with interest, "Very good. Keep your eye on this, figure out when the bandits will strike, along with their numbers and path. Falk, perhaps it's time we test these soldiers. If we don't stir them up a bit, I think it would be hard for them to truly grow." "My lord, you are very right about this. I will make them look more lively," Falk replied. 3 days later, a battle that often occurred happened intensely yet again on Mount Talai, the mountain southwest of Brettle City. Redbeard Trodal led 4,000 savage bandits and rushed up Mount Talai, disregarding his losses. On the other side, the mountain people hid in large bushes and behind large boulders beside the meandering paths of the mountain, using bows to stop the bandits from climbing the mountain. The mountain people had already become used to these sort of attacks. They naturally had their own way of handling it. Large rolling boulders and arrows caused quite a bit of damage to the bandit horde. The mountain people that hid behind the boulders on the mountain were much braver than the soldiers within Brettle City. They were not afraid of the bandits' attack at all, using a variety of tactics to harass and repel the invaders. "Fok, do you think those bandits can emerge victorious?" Han Chuo, a bit of distance away from the bandits, turned his head towards Fok at the foot of the mountain. Fok shook his head and answered bluntly, "It's impossible, although Redbeard Troda's bandits number plenty, the mountain people of Mount Talai have the geographical advantage. Furthermore, they are already used to the mountain battles. It's impossible for war horses to walk the meandering mountain paths, yet Troda does not have the determination to fight to the death, so he's destined to not gain any loot from these attacks. Only 100-something bandits are dead from 4,000 savage bandits. Hee, Fok, do you think that we have a chance of doing them in?" Han Chuo asked once again. "That's also impossible. The road at the foot of Mount Talai is flat, so we have no geographical advantage to make use of. What's more, these soldiers haven't been trained for that long, I don't think that their courage can immediately face the savagery of the Redbeard bandits. What's more, we merely have 1,300 people. Sire, this is not a good idea." Fok was shocked after hearing Han Chuo's words, causing him to immediately advise otherwise to Han Chuo. Sadly, Han Chuo didn't listen to Fok's suggestion. He chuckled and said, "Fok, you forget that I'm a necromancer. Necromancers specialize in this sort of large-scale battles. What's more, these bandits don't have any outstanding light archmages. I think we can give it a try." Before Fok could speak again, Han Chuo had already walked towards the Redbeard bandits with a smile, while saying, "Attack with me. I think you should know what to do." Han Chuo took out the skeletal wand from his spatial ring. With a low chant, dark beings began to appear one by one. Due to the existence of the skeletal wand, the power of the summoning magic was doubled. 50 warriors, 200-something zombies, 700-something skeletal warriors and 300 gargoyles led by 10 evil knights were summoned by Han Chuo as he used the skeletal wand and poured in a huge amount of mental power. 1,200-something dark beings, including powerful evil knights and hatred warriors, along with soaring gargoyles, stood in an organized fashion and marched towards the bandits under the direction of Han Chuo's skeletal wand. After seeing so many dark creatures appear with Han Chuo's chant, Fok felt his life suddenly turn bit surreal. Only when Han Chuo's figure had nearly disappeared from sight did he finally react and quickly roar towards the soldiers behind him, those ones that were terrified of him. "Today is the day to test your training. You have already seen the city lord's prowess. I don't doubt that he has the strength to kill all of you just by himself. The results of being a coward will definitely be quite pitiful, that's why your only choice is to listen to my orders and attack." The soldiers who were already frightened felt a chill grip their hearts after hearing Fok's roar. They glanced at Han Chuo waving the skeletal wand with a sinister expression. As courage and cowardliness warred against each other, all of them surprisingly found the courage to fight. They grasped their weapons with a determined gaze, and made the preparation to die in an effort to avoid falling at the city lord's hands. The little skeleton with glittering white bones rode a special undead creature full of spikes that was 5 meters long and 3 meters tall. This creature seemed to be a hedgehog that had been magnified 1,000 times. It carried a tail full of spikes and had only a single grey eye that was suffused with the aura of death. The Earth Elite Zombie and the Wood Elite Zombie each rode on a fire-breathing black armored warhorse. These were usually only owned by an evil knight. They stayed at the little skeleton's sides. These 3 little things were actually more cocky than the 10 evil knights and showed up at the very front of the troops. What was weird was that the 10 evil knights wasn't dissatisfied by this apparent assertion of the pecking order and followed docilely behind them. What was that? A cowardly bandit at the rear screamed shrilly after turning around to see what the dull roar behind him was. He was completely flabbergasted at the sight that greeted him. Focused on the battle in front of him, Redbeard Troda was annoyed and had a sullen expression on his face as he roared on top of a boulder. When he heard the clamor from his subordinates, he immediately cursed, "Stupid pigs, charge! Boss, behind! Look behind!" The bandit was terrified as he anxiously pointed behind him and continued to shriek. When Troda raised his head, he was met with a dark aura of death. He found that a horde of undead creatures emanating an icy air not of this world was marching inexorably towards them. Chapter 302. Chapter 302 Charge. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. Why are there dark creatures here? Redbeard Troda was shocked. He couldn't help but stop barking orders to his subordinates to charge up Mount Talai as he gazed, baffled, at the dense army of undead creatures that were advancing on him. "Boss, I think that the target of those damned dark creatures is us." When the shimmering purple eye of the little skeleton focused into a glare at the cowardly bandit, the bandit suddenly felt that the warm spring air had plummeted into the depths of midwinter. A bone-deep chill crept into his body. "Light mages, kill those filthy dark creatures." Troda noticed the disadvantageous situation by now as well, so he hurriedly roared at the mages ahead on Mount Talai. There weren't as many mages as there were swordsmen and knights in the profound continent. The fact that this bandit group could field a few mages was a clear demonstration of their strength. The journeyman mage as well as the light adept mage clearly realized that it would be up to them handle these dark creatures, so the two of them had already started their incantations the moment Troda finished speaking. Rays of light-shaped swords and balls of light shimmered in the air as they slowly barreled towards the undead creatures. Seeing the light magic descend, the Earth Elite zombie, who had been standing on the front lines, scratched his head ingenuously and suddenly sank into the earth from the body of the fire-breathing warhorse. Right after that, a barrier formed from dust suddenly appeared, blocking most of the light swords and balls of light. Although several light swords and balls of light managed to land on the dark creatures and purify a few skeletal warriors, they barely made a dent in the horde of dark creatures. These two light mages were not light archmages like Ferguson, who was able to cast a damaging area of effect spell such as Radiant Glory. Mere sparkles of light were snuffed out like candles in the wake of the inexorable advance of more than 1,000 undead creatures, especially since the undead army also boasted the little skeleton and elite zombie warriors who were not afraid of light magic in their ranks. Of course, the black armor of the high-ranked evil knights also gave them very good resistance to light magic. Thus, the army composed of dark creatures did not waver at all under the attacks from light swords and balls of light. They continued to rush vigorously towards the bandits led by Redbeard Troda. "Foolish pigs, feeding you guys was truly useless." Troda swore loudly and pulled out a bright dual-edged broadsword from his storage ring. He then roared towards the subordinate behind him, "Come, smash these dirty bones." Troda immediately charged out in the lead, 3,000 bandits by his side. The bandits, who didn't understand things like battle formations at all, only followed behind Troda like a crowd and charged towards the dark creatures with savage expressions. Falk led the group of terrified soldiers in another direction, different from the dark creatures' path. The soldiers from Brettle City looked fearfully at their city lord, not daring to retreat in the face of Han Chuo's ruthlessness. "Prepare the crossbows and bows, shoot until you see them fall. You gutless idiots, focus." Falk couldn't help but swear when he saw the soldiers actually daring to crane their necks around on the battlefield. The soldiers who were used to being scolded all raised the bows and crossbows in their hands and shot wildly at the Redbeard bandits running down the hill. Although these soldiers were far from accurate, the bandits were too densely packed together. Every arrow drew blood in the crowd as long as enough strength had been applied behind the shot. On one side stood soldiers that hadn't been trained for long and had worked up their courage for the first time to resist the bandits. On the other side were fiery bandits who didn't understand battle techniques and used brute force. As defenders, the bows and crossbows in the soldiers' hands were quite vicious. 300-something bandits were killed and 500 to 600 others were injured in the blink of an eye as a dense rain of arrows hurtled down. After the bandits had paid the price in 300 lives, they finally reached the foot of the mountain. They had two options now. They could either charge towards the Brettle City soldiers on their flank, or charge forward to meet the slowly advancing undead army. Troda was furious. He'd finally recognized the ones who dared to attack him were the cowardly soldiers of Brettle City. The same soldiers who would run away like cowardly dogs every single battle, and were a laughingstock for the 7 dukedoms and the bandits. Yet at this moment, these soldiers had actually dared to pick up their weapons and attack his men, inflicting quite a bit of damage. This was an unforgivable insult for Redbeard Troda. Thus, Troda roared maniacally when he'd reached the foot of the mountains, "Brothers, destroy these pieces of crap!" Troda once again led the charge as he rushed the soldiers led by Falk with a roar. He didn't bother attacking the undead creatures in front as per his previous plan. However, even though he didn't attack the undead creatures, these creatures of darkness controlled by Hanchuo and the little skeleton would not let them go peacefully. When the dark green from the canopy of necromancy crept over the ruby hue of dusk, a dense aura of death slowly spread out under the cover of the canopy. All of the bones of the undead creatures shimmered with evil light as they bathed in the undead atmosphere. Their slow marching immediately suddenly tripled in speed, and even the hate warriors that moved slowly became as fast as flying gargoyles. With a series of deep and archaic chants, rays of rippling grey liquid poured down from the sky. As the grey liquid poured down, patches of acidic swamps with azure smoke appeared in the middle of the path that bandits were taking towards Falk and the soldiers. The bandits that carelessly set foot in the acidic swamps all suddenly howled in pain. Due to the corrosion of the acidic swamp, their skin and muscles quickly separated from their bones. 50 to 60 living skeletons suddenly appeared in the acidic swamps in the blink of an eye. "Damn it, avoid those pools emitting azure smoke!" Troda yelled, then furiously glared at Hanchuo, who was elegantly releasing necromantic spells. Troda roared. "Evil necromancer, why are you opposing us? I shouldn't have wronged you before." Hanchuo temporarily stopped chanting and looked at Troda with interest. He said softly with a charming smile, "Brettle City is my territory, wouldn't killing and robbing in my territory count as offending me?" "Haha, so you are that unlucky new city lord. Do you think that Brettle City is Sea Mist City? Do you think that you, a necromancer, can change the situation of such an abandoned place?" Troda mocked Hanchuo after the latter revealed his identity. "How would I know if I don't try?" Hanchuo chuckled lightly in response. He then pointed the skeleton staff towards Troda's direction and ordered, "Children, tear them apart." The purple eye of the little skeleton riding on top of a giant undead creature shone with a ferocious light. He looked towards the undead creatures that were rushing towards Troda, and suddenly patted the undead creature underneath him. This undead creature, that looked like a supersized hedgehog, extended 3 pairs of 5-meter-long wings that seemed to be made of azure-colored rotted meat. With a flap of its azure wings, the giant undead creature brought the little skeleton into the sky towards Troda. This seemed to the signal for a charge. The moment the little skeleton and the undead creature took off, the gargoyles that had been circling above quickly flapped their bat-like wings and followed closely behind the enormous undead creature and attacked Redbeard Troda's bandits. Hanchuo floated in the air and observed the spiky undead creature through a yin demon. He didn't know why, but the dense white bones sticking out of its body actually seemed rather familiar. After a period of detailed observation through the yin demon, Hanchuo suddenly remembered that the little skeleton and Earth Elite zombie had collected a lot of super-ranked magical beasts' bones spikes. Those bone spikes had shimmered with a strange energy that was actually surprisingly similar to the energy coursing through the spikes on the undead creature. Can it be that this undead creature that I've never been seen before was actually refined by the little skeleton? This thought randomly popped up in Hanchuo's mind, but he quickly dismissed it as too fanciful. A little skeleton that he'd personally refined shouldn't have this kind of special ability. "Don't kill him, I want that leader alive!" Hanchuo suddenly yelled when he saw the little skeleton and the undead creature dive down at Troda. Han Chuo had found out from Dick that the bandit named Troda often robbed Brettle City in recent years. He was a bandit leader who'd amassed an unknown amount of wealth. Han Chuo was going to make him spit out all of the riches that his group had looted. Brettle City currently needed a large amount of gold coins, and the 200,000 gold coins Han Chuo had brought with him was not enough to continue supporting everything. Chapter 303. Chapter 303, Must Confess Even Unto Death. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. The undead creature that had been rushing at Troda suddenly changed direction to attack the bandits in Troda's group in accordance with Han Chuo's shout and the little skeleton follow-up pat. Troda roared as he shot out a series of arrows at the undead creature. A random few connected, but unfortunately didn't hinder it at all. This hedgehog-shaped undead creature rammed right into the middle of the dense group of bandits under the little skeleton's guidance. Pft, pft. The enormous body of this undead creature barged into the center of the bandits. Its sharp spikes pierced through 5 bandits, 3 of which were torn apart while 2 of them flew through the air, impaled on the spikes. 300 gargoyles roared as they flew over, flapping their bat-like wings as they shot forward. Roughly a dozen bandits didn't even have time to resist before iron hook-like claws mangled their flesh and blood. The dark creatures that couldn't fly united with the 10 evil knights charging down Troda's bandits under the leadership of the Earth and Wood elite zombie. Over 1,000 undead creatures of various kinds crashed directly into the middle of the bandits. These creatures didn't fear death or felt any pain. They used either sharp weapons or claws to crazily assault the bandits. The skeletal warriors were the weakest among the troop. Their bones often shattered upon impact of a strong collision, except for those whose bodies were at a higher level of defense. The power from the iron bars in their hands was very ferocious, able to create great trouble for the bandits. The huge hate warriors were even more difficult to deal with. It would take 4 or 5 bandits to barely handle one hate warrior. Only fire and lightning magic, in addition to light magic, could deal major damage to these powerful undead creatures. Even though normal physical attacks could cut off the hate warrior's limbs, they still couldn't stop the latter from attacking. The 10 evil knights were the fiercest as together they raised huge, sharp white bone spikes with great lethality. A swing of a huge bone spike would sweep 5 or 6 bandits to death. The black armor formed from the exotic or native to the abyss of death was even more resistant to magic, compared to normal armor, while the undead creatures themselves weren't easily injured by physical attacks. Therefore, the 10 evil knights were a nightmare for the bandits. The bandits seemed unable to find a suitable, timely method to deal with them. Han Chuo stood in the air, activating the bone staff and chanting some obscure magic incantation. Under the thick veil of the canopy of necromancy's green-black fog, water ripples descended from the sky to create puddles of acid bog. The acid bog was harmless towards the undead creatures. But when living people without the aura of death around them entered, they would be dissolved to the bone. Damned stupid pigs, you, do you only know to stand there and watch? Fok let out a loud curse. He clutched his silver spear and turned to the bandits, shouting, "Aim at them!" The brutal bandit group of 4,000 members really couldn't be underestimated. Han Chuo had only summoned over 1,000 undead creatures, the majority of which were the lowest level of zombie warriors. The power of these zombie warriors was too weak to pose a true threat to the bandits. Therefore, the amount of undead creatures were too few compared to the bandits. It was simply impossible to exterminate a large amount of these 4,000 bandits by relying on few hate warriors and evil knights. Amidst Fok's screams and shouts, series of arrows landed amongst the bandits and even the undead creatures. The arrows were basically harmless to the high-level hate warriors and evil knights, so most of these arrow attacks didn't even cause any damage to them. Seeing the hate warriors have no problem attacking the bandits even when stuck with arrows, the greenhorn archers heaved a visible sigh of relief and unleashed their skills even more fiercely. Now that they had nothing to worry about, the archers became better at deploying the shooting skills learned from their training. The attacks were becoming increasingly accurate. More and more bandits were hit and died from the arrows. Observing the situation with cold eyes, Han Shuo was startled and suddenly paused the acid bog magic. A narrow, twisting path that led to Fox Group had appeared next to Troda. The narrow path was enough for only 3 or 4 people to enter, but it gave rise to an opportunity to attack Fox Group. Attack! Kill those damned cowardly soldiers of Brettle City! Troda pointed towards Focky. The layers bandits around him rushed straight at Fok with Troda beneath the rain of arrows. The soldiers were becoming used to the fight. They mercilessly shot even more arrows at Troda's group as they faced the latter's incoming attack. The charging bandits fell one by one and rolled onto the ground like porcupines with arrows, spears and lances extending out of their bodies, their dying poses varied and exotic. Halfway up Mount Talai, the leader of the mountain people, tall Fukin with a high nose bridge was wearing not quite precious armor and at a loss as he watched the chaotic battle at the mountain foot, saying, "What's going on?" Fukin was the leader of the mountain people on Mount Talai. They lived on Mount Talai by mining to trade for living necessities. The group of roughly 1,000 mountain people had dropped continuously to less than 600 throughout endless conflicts. They would have already long been destroyed by the bandits if it hadn't been for the terrain of Mount Talai. I don't know who that necromancer is, but those soldiers should belong to Brettle City. Those Brettle bugs actually dare to wield weapons in their hands, I must be seeing things. Veteran miner Turiaf was tiptoeing on a tall stone, speaking with suspicion as he looked down below. I heard that Brettle City got a new city lord. Could it be this is the new city lord really wants to change the whole city? Fukin exclaimed involuntarily, a hint of shock appearing in his eyes. It's said that the new city lord is Brian. He seems to be a necromancer who killed the great sword master of the Brute Merchant Alliance. He's an evil man who's challenged many powerhouses of the Empire. No one could escape his palm of his hands. He's never spared a single life in any fight. Turiaf had recently heard some information from Brettle City thanks to the Fairweather merchants. He couldn't help but speak up now. Fukin, the chief of the mountain people on Mount Talai, pondered silently for a bit before opening his mouth to say, "That damnable bandit Troda has killed many of our people. Even my little brother died to his hands. Whatever it might be, Troda's situation doesn't look very good now. It seems we won't have to stay and defend ourselves on the mountain anymore." "Fukin, do you mean to descend down the mountain and fight to the death with Troda?" Turiaf asked, startled. Nodding his head, Fukin harumphed coldly and shouted loudly, "Perhaps today is the time for our revenge. These damnable Troda bandits have killed too many of our people. We must not let him leave Mount Talai alive." As his words sounded, Fukin stepped out from a mountain rock and sprinted downwards at the battle at the mountain foot. The mountain people who'd been hiding behind rocks and shrubs, all followed Fukin to charge the area where Fox Group was stationed, all of their long accumulated hatred abruptly exploding. For the Fukin's people, the undead creatures were strange existences from another world. It was best not to come in contact with them. These creatures didn't belong to this world after all, so it'd be a shame if the creatures turned to attack them. Moreover, there were acid puddles of various sizes on the ground beneath those undead creatures. There were dozens of stark white skeletons freshly denuded of their flesh that were still lying in the acid puddles. The creepy scene was too shocking for them. They naturally wouldn't be willing to enter such a dangerous place. Whoosh whoosh! 2 bone spears shot out from an unknown position. Troda suddenly felt pain on his 2 legs. Dozens of gargoyles abruptly swamped over him. Without waiting for him to react, they grabbed him with their claws, spiraling up with him into the sky. "My name is Brian, I'm the new city lord of Brettle City. Very pleased to meet you, Troda." Han Shuo's voice rang out elegantly. When Troda finally reacted, he saw Han Shuo's smiling face looking down at him, while the claws from 4 gargoyles pierced through his back. These 4 creatures flapped their wings, not letting him fall to his death. "What do you want?" Troda was indeed a leader in the bandit world. His face was still vicious and furious as he roared at Han Shuo despite the agony on his bloody back. "I don't want anything, only all of your wealth. Spit back everything you've pillaged from Brettle City in the past several years. Han Chuo was in a good mood as he spoke with a soft, happy laugh. Kill me. I won't give you anything even if I die. Haha, you won't get your hands on this weth. Troda let out a crazy laugh, seemingly not knowing how to spell the word death. Pfft. 3 bone spears nailed Troda's chest and lower abdomen. Han Chuo said smilingly. You seem to have forgotten that I'm a necromancer. In addition to the power ability to control dark creatures, necromancers are very familiar with the soul. Even if you die, I can still extract everything from your soul. Chapter 304. Chapter 304, Memory Search. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The boss is dead. A bandit screamed when he saw the 3 bone spears penetrate through Troda. When they saw Troda killed in addition from the undead creatures and Brettle soldiers, the bandits lost their fighting spirit. They were no longer fearless of death, and instead, suddenly felt an ardent desire to live. No one thought of getting revenge for Troda, they all fled in panic. Using the bone staff to cast a necromancy magic spell that wrapped around the hazy green of the souls, Han Chuo solemnly chanted obscure incantations to collect the memories of these souls. He flourished the bone staff a while later. The souls turned into green smoke and drifted away. The gargoyles dragged Troda's body over to Han Chuo. He relieved Troda's corpse of his space ring before promptly throwing the corpse away. Han Chuo let out a light breath of satisfaction after collecting Troda's wealth and memory. He looked to the distance to see that the chaotic battle still going on. A portion of the heavily injured Redbeard bandits rushed towards Fok. The soldiers who'd been shooting arrows from a safe distance were shocked and frightened as they switched gingerly from bows to broadswords and spears under Fok's orders. Fok arranged for the 100+ experienced knights to be out in front and started attacking the incoming bandits along with the soldiers. Fukin and the mountain people of Mount Talai had also sprinted down from the mountain. They cooperated with Brettle soldiers to surround and exterminate the Redbeard bandits, who were all dejected due to the death of their leader. Han Chuo firmly grasped the situation through the 3 yin demons. He knew for sure that the bandits were doomed for defeat this time. The undead creatures were still slaughtering the bandits as per his orders. Having reached the separate demon realm, Han Chuo no longer needed the power from these souls. However, the demon slayer edge on his chest still silently absorbed this energy that was difficult to observe by the naked eyes. Standing on a high altitude, Han Chuo discovered the little skeleton riding a huge, bizarre roaring porcupine and running all the escaped bandits down. The Earth Elite Zombie, Wood Elite Zombie, and 10 evil knights were fighting together as they scurried around, hunting down bandits. Han Chuo issued an order, and the little skeleton and zombie warriors in this area squatted down to collect the spoils of war from the bandits' bodies. The undead creatures diligently searched out every weapon, leather jacket, and even some fine clothes before piling them up according to Han Chuo's instructions. Han Chuo stopped supplying mental strength for the canopy of necromancy after the bandits had fled, letting it gradually scatter to the wind. The earth gradually absorbed the acid bog puddles under the sunlight. The skeletons in various weird postures suddenly let out cracking sounds and collapsed. There were no surprises now that the big picture had been set in stone. In this battle, more than 2,700 out of 4,000 bandits had died, the rest had fled in a bedraggled fashion. All spoils of war had been collected from the corpses, which Han Chuo ultimately handed over to Fok's management. Nearly 200 of Brettle City's new soldiers died from the bandits' savage attacks in this battle, while Fukin had lost only 50 of his people who'd rushed down from the mountain. This showed the weak power and incompetent abilities of the soldiers in the battlefield. Noble Sir Count, thank you for your help. When the battle was settled, Fukin went over to Han Chuo and bowed to pay his respects and gratitude. No need to stand on ceremony. Mount Talai is part of Brettle City territory. It's my responsibility as the city lord to ensure the safety of your lives. Han Chuo responded with a smile before adding, I hope this is a good start. Brettle City is also your hometown, I don't think you must continue staying on Mount Talai if you don't want to. Perhaps one day we'll return to Brettle City, but it's not yet the best time. Sir Count should understand our concerns. One battle wasn't enough to assure Fukin. He wouldn't dare to take the risk before Brettle City could display powerful military strength. Nodding his head, Han Shuo said smilingly, "You will see Brettle City change. All right, we can stop here today. I still have other things to handle." Paying no more attention to Fukin, Han Shuo went over to Fok and told him to clean up the battlefield. He then left for direction of the Helen Duchy by himself. Han Shuo had received the information about Redbeard Troda's hidden location from the latter's mouth. In addition to some miscellaneous crystal cards inside the space ring, the jewelry and ores that Troda had pillaged over years hadn't been sold, but hidden within a mountain with a bald top instead. Troda had originally been a criminal in the Helen Duchy. He was released thanks to general amnesty when Helentina succeeded the position. Troda left the prison and returned to his long-lost freedom, becoming a bandit. Even though he'd been making a mess everywhere over the past several years, he was still obsessed with his hometown. He'd hidden the wealth at a mountain not far from his hometown. The current Grand Duke of Helen Duchy was Helentina, rumored to be an extremely charming woman. This woman had obtained with finesse the Grand Duke position that her uncles had coveted, becoming the true power holder of Helen Duchy. None of the uncles who fought for the throne had escaped from her hands. She'd killed them all when she'd succeeded the seat. Helen Duchy, humph! Han Shuo snorted coldly. He traversed the dim sky while secretly thinking about when to make a move on this duchy. Even though Helentina was a woman, the army there had no hearts for mercy in her hands. Her Helen Duchy was the most frequent invader out of the 7 grand duchies that invaded Brettle City. Helen Duchy was 700 li to the northeast of Brettle City. It'd take a day to travel by a fast galloping horse, but Han Shuo only needed an hour using the art of the demonic ninth heavens. Upon his arrival at that bald-headed mountain, Han Shuo saw a large-scale battle campaign that involved 4 grand duchies in full swing on that precise mountain. The person who Han Shuo had been secretly cursing, Helentina, was valiantly sitting on a fiery red phoenix, calm and at ease as she commanded the troops in an attack. Chapter 305 Chapter 305, Hiding. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The 7 grand duchies included the Helen Duchy of Helentina, Bavenden Duchy of Alec Ambridge, Boulet Duchy of Bertzilli, Bonton Duchy of Randy Allard, Narsen Duchy of Benedict Sackville, Etmond Duchy of Argyll, and Basli Duchy of Neum Beige. The combined size of the 7 grand duchies wasn't much smaller than the Lancelot Empire, but the 7 grand duchies fought all year round and never seemed to stop. This battle was being conducted right outside of the Helen Duchy, the current participants being the Helen, the Narsen, the Etmond, and the Bonton duchies. Grand Duke Benedict of Narsen Duchy was in the prime of his life. He coveted Helentina's beauty, hence his cooperation with Helen Duchy against the invasion of Etmond and Bonton duchies to win the beauty's heart. Benedict desired Helen for her beauty as well as her duchy. However, Helen had always maintained a tepid attitude towards his aggressive pursuit. This tickled his heart, making him even more eager to please her. Benedict often accepted Helen's invitation to personally lead the army of Narsen Duchy in skirmishes. Helen wore a bright red magic robe, a mysterious magic pattern on her high, protruding chest, and her long red hair elegantly flying in the wind above the mountain. Helen looked like a dazzling goddess of fire as she rode the red-feathered fire phoenix. On the cliff beneath her was Grand Duke Benedict of Narsen Duchy in clean, exquisite formal attire. He stood next to a luxurious carriage, a calm and confident smile on his face. His eyes were watching the soldiers of Etmond and Bonton duchies advance deep into the mountain. Han Shuo arrived in the sky above the mountain valley. Glancing down on the raging battle, he recalled Troda's wealth being buried hidden here and momentarily zoned out. This place was completely different from the mountain valley with the mithril mine. The mountain was formed purely from the deposits of type of very durable rock. The darling of the earth elite zombie, could move unimpeded within the soft soil, but he couldn't do so at will with this rock-solid mountain. If the Metal Elite Zombie could be refined in the place of extreme metal, its ability to destroy stones and drill through mountains would enable it to enter easily. Unfortunately, the Metal Elite Zombie was currently unobtainable, since the location of the place of extreme metal was still unknown. Han Chuo could only helplessly watch the grand battle occur on the mountain while thinking of another way. Han Chuo stood on the sky, his vision scanning the entire mountain valley. He frowned, wondering if he should make use of this chance to enter. Troda's wealth was hidden at the spot beneath the carriage where Benedict was standing next to. Troda hadn't placed all of his wealth into the space ring, likely because he was scared that someone would assassinate him to seize his ring. Troda had also been quite a player. He'd had 3 lovers and 2 sons in the Helen Duchy. He'd already made the appropriate arrangements for his most trusted mistress. Once she learned of his death, the wealth in his mountain would become the pillar of support for this mistress and his sons. Therefore, Han Chuo needed to quickly clean out the 400,000 gold coins worth of treasures when the news had yet to reach her ears. As Han Chuo raptly watched the scene below and tried to think of a way, Helentina below suddenly discovered his gaze. She frowned, a magic staff embedded with an enormous flame stone abruptly appearing in her hand. This magic staff had the ability to increase the effectiveness of fire magic. Helen raised it and pointed at Han Chuo. A blazing fire coalesced into 5 human-sized fireballs, flying straight towards him on the sky. Hateful woman! Han Chuo softly cursed. The fingers on his left hand danced adroitly, shooting out rays of faint purple flame. The rays wove into a glacial net, tightly enveloping the 5 huge fireballs. Sizzling sounds and faint smoke instantly appeared when the magic net, woven from the purple spell fire of the mystical glacial spell fire, wrapped around the 5 fireballs. The cold air instantly snuffed out the fire elements within the fireballs. The fire remnants shimmered as they slowly scattered down, forcing Helen to pull on the hood of her magic robe. Who is it? Helentina looked up only to see a small black spot under the sunlight. She withdrew her contemptuous attitude and asked cautiously upon seeing her fireballs easily destroyed. Han Chuo paid no heed to Helentina and snorted before flying off towards the back of the mountain. He intended to temporarily depart this troublesome area and think of other methods later. At the back of the mountain, he saw Helen's soldiers hauling enormous war equipment to the top. Han Chuo intended to kill a soldier and changed outfits in order to enter the main battlefield. Helentina started panicking upon seeing Han Chuo fly to the back without any words but a snort. She looked down and shouted to Benedict, "You take care of matters here. The magic cannons are being delivered to the back of the mountain, but a dangerous character has appeared. I need to immediately go and take a look." Helentina patted the fire phoenix without waiting for Benedict Sackville to reply. The super-rank magic creature had brilliant, fiery red feathers that swayed and sashayed as the phoenix flapped its wings and flew up, bringing the bright red-robed woman to the back like a gout of blazing flame. The magic cannons contained a strange kind of magic element. This element seemed to repulse the space rings. The cannons couldn't be placed directly into space rings and could only be pushed up slowly via human power. Helentina had crafted the strategy for this grand battle for a long time, the killing blow being precisely the bombardment of magic cannons from the high altitude of this mountain. She had been planning this for far too long, using enormous effort to lure 2 grand duchies to the same place. She absolutely would not let anyone destroy her plan. Therefore, she expended full force in stopping Han Chuo when she saw him fly to the back. Han Chuo had yet to apply his plan when a red silhouette quickly flew over. In the sky, 5 huge but slender, vivid fire snakes twisted their roughly 7-meter-long bodies before shooting at Han Chuo from 5 different directions. The fire magic mad dance of fire snakes could only be casted when a fire mage advanced to the rank of archmage. The ring that Helentina wore on her left hand enhanced mental strength. Add to that the magic staff embedded with the flame stone, she was able to release 5 fire snakes instead of 3 that an ordinary archmage could summon. The 5 fire snakes meandered in the sky, the extremely high temperature creating sizzling sounds in the air. The fire was so violent that it seemed that it would only need a short while to burn Han Zhuo to ashes. Han Zhuo was stunned. He had originally looked down on Helentina, thinking she was only a woman with wild ambitions who only knew to use schemes and beauty to gain power. He hadn't expected her to have real strength. This terrifying strength coupled with her extraordinary beauty surprised Han Zhuo greatly. Snow-white bones shot out like flowers in full bloom, becoming as soft as silk threads. They were woven into a massive white bone shield under Han Zhuo's manipulations. Endless darkness blotted out the dazzling sunlight. The dark fog completely shrouded this space while the white bone shield materialized in front of Helentina. The fiery red halo of the 5 fire snakes wasn't enough to light up the surroundings. As the sunlight was blotted out, the snakes lost their targets and turned to entangle the white bone shield instead, burning it to crisp. Helentina suddenly couldn't feel a hint of Han Zhuo's presence anymore. The dark fog disappeared as quickly as it came, dispersing upon just a breeze. When the sunlight returned to scatter upon the hill, Han Zhuo had already vanished from the air without a trace, leaving behind only the burned bone shield that was cut off from its supply of magical energy. The shield shattered into small, inky black pieces and scattered down. Taking out a pair of snow-white gloves with silver embroidery, Helentina promptly caught a falling piece of bone. She was shocked upon looking at the pitch-black piece in her hand, her eyes vigilant as she swept a glance around and murmured, "Turns out he's a damnable necromancer. Just who is this person?" Mumbling to herself for a bit, Helentina still had no clues. She naturally thought that Han Zhuo had taken advantage of the dark fog to escape. Turning to look at the soldiers busily pushing the cannons, she ordered, "Hurry up, move all of these cannons to the top of the mountain." The bare-chested soldiers were hard at work and all shouted yes, upon hearing the order. Everyone snuck a glance at the goddess of their heart and felt themselves full of an inexplicable energy, their strength suddenly spiking up. On a huge rock, a soldier lightly rested his hands on the carriage containing the cannons. A trace of ridicule flashing in his eyes, he glanced at Helentina in the sky like a vicious beast lurking in the dark looking at its prey. He whispered with a chuckle, "Helen Duchy, Helentina. You pillaged Brettle City to fatten yourselves, now it's time for you people to spill some blood." Chapter 306. Chapter 306, Magic Crystal Cannons. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. As soon as the Grand Duchess of Helen Duchy had departed, the previously dispersing fog slowly gathered once again. The sunny sky was shrouded by an inky cloak so black that one couldn't see their own fingers. The Helen soldiers who'd been rigorously pushing the cannons, were so scared that they couldn't help but shriek. A shadow dashed erratically back and forth within the pitch-black darkness. Terrifying, desolate screams echoed from the places where the shadow had glided past. These shrill screams would start up briefly before being abruptly cut off. The soldiers had been fought on the edge of death many times in their lives, so they quickly understood what it meant for the sounds to come to an abrupt end. The screams of those not reconciled to their fate were isolated by the darkness. The thick dark fog hid the brutal slaughter that was happening. When it completely dispersed, more than 40 bodies lay on the ground. Each had died with their neck pierced through by a sharp weapon. 6 crystal cannons, each 5 meters tall and 6 meters long, displayed vivid colors after the fog had cleared. The crystal cannons were refined from magic silver and a variety of other exotic metals. Their barrels were engraved with obscure, microscopic magical arrays. The silver-gray crystal cannons were so heavy that they couldn't be moved easily. Black glossy spots sparkled like stars that were appearing together with the sunlight. Along with the glossy ephemeral sheen, stiff and heavy bodies appeared one by one out of thin air next to the crystal cannons. 60-some zombie warriors took careful control of the crystal cannons. Divided into 6 teams, they began to push the cannons down the bald mountain. The magic crystal cannons had been created in an ancient style, making them sturdy and heavy. Hauling them up the mountain was quite difficult, so it naturally didn't take much effort to push them down. The 6 magic crystal cannons were now pushed back down to the mountain's foot using less than a tenth of the time through the combined efforts of 60 zombie warriors. Of course, these extremely large and expensive magic crystal cannons weren't protected only by those dozens of toiling soldiers. The guards who protected them from a further distance were still trapped within the dark fog. When the 1,000+ Helen soldiers at the mountain's foot saw the magic crystal cannons that they'd just pushed up with much effort quickly roll downwards with the help of their adversaries, they immediately knew that there was a problem. Not waiting for the 1,000+ soldiers to react, the ground at the mountain's foot suddenly split open, forming a gully with a large rumbling sound. The 6 expensive magic crystal cannons rolled downwards one by one. The gully was very deep and narrow. Even after waiting some time, no sounds of the heavy cannons hitting the bottom could be heard from the gully. Mission accomplished, the 60 zombie warriors vanished one by one amidst a black shimmer under the dumbfounded gazes of the soldiers at the mountain's foot. Only the deep tracks left by the rolling of the magic crystal cannons proved that they had indeed existed. "Sir Lieutenant, what do we do?" A captain looked helplessly at his lieutenant, asking helplessly as he glanced at the gully that was quickly closing up. "Inform her lordship the Duke. The 6 magic crystal cannons are worth 600,000 gold coins. Our lives are finished if we can't find it." The lieutenant looked terrified. He had initially planned on ignoring everything to run away. However, thinking of the cruelty that the Grand Duke was capable of as well as his parents in Helen City, he secretly prepared for his death instead. As the two talked, the gully on the ground miraculously closed up after swallowing the 600,000 gold coins worth of magic crystal cannon. This incredible scene happening right before their eyes, as if everything was returning to normal, was both shocking and slightly calming, actually dissolving some of their inner fear. In the sky above the mountain, Helentina returned to Benedict Sackville's side with empty hands. The feathers of the fire phoenix danced, offsetting Helen's dazzling beauty even more as she rode in on the phoenix. "What happened? Nothing out of your expectations, right?" Benedict asked indulgently as he gazed at perhaps the most difficult prey he'd encountered in his life. Even though Benedict was already middle-aged, his elegant and noble intellectual temperament, coupled with the charisma of a mature man, were a fatal attraction for countless normal women. "He ran away. It was an evil necromancer." Helentina relaxed her face into a subtle smile. She didn't hold back her smiling countenance, her tone slow and gentle. "So it was just a cowardly necromancer. He, a minor character unrelated to the big picture, he shouldn't have any impact to our plan." Benedict secretly weighed the information and didn't comment much on the matter. He casually asked, "When will the magic crystal cannons arrive? I really want to see these despicable invaders blown to bits under their bombardment. They are halfway up the mountain and will soon appear. I've spent a lot of money to buy these 6 magic crystal cannons from the Brute Merchant Alliance thousands of miles away. Their power has been tested, you'll definitely see blood blooming like roses." Having destroyed an entire small forest in one test shot, Helentina could imagine the scene of her enemy's flesh and blood spewing messily in her head. She was so full of expectations after having gone through all this fire and blood to reach this point. Lord Duke, it's bad, things are very bad." The captain from the mountain's foot hurriedly scrambled over and shouted his report loudly with a terrified face. "What happened?" Helentina frowned, extremely displeased in her heart. She shouted at the lesser captain who'd disturbed her good mood. "The 6 magic crystal cannons have all disappeared." The captain was extremely horrified but had resigned himself to articulating the truth in fear. What? Helentina was momentarily stunned as her spirits tumbled from the peak of satisfaction to the bottom of a deep abyss. She couldn't adapt to this kind of sudden reversal in fortune. As a result, she didn't realize that her usual graceful voice had become shrill. Some zombies pushed the 6 cannons down from the hillside, then a crack appeared on the ground and swallowed them all. The crack then closed up and the ground returned to normal. "This is the truth." The captain hung his head as he quickly described the sequence of events. He didn't even dare lift his head to look at Helentina's eyes right now. An enormous fireball shot out, violently consuming the captain. Helentina's face was covered in a layer of frost as she screamed tragically. She rode the fire phoenix to the back of the mountain, her fury billowing to the skies. The phoenix flew quickly, surrounded by dancing embers. Benedict was certain that the soldiers responsible for transportation would face great suffering. "Lord Duke, what should we do now? Do we still need to defend this small mountain?" After Helentina left the bald mountain, a soldier standing tall next to Benedict with a straight posture and darkened face asked in a low voice. Shaking his head, the elegant and relaxed expression on Benedict Sackville's face vanished. His face turned stern as he barked, "This battle is purely a waste of troops without the magic crystal cannons. With no rewards to speak of, we naturally won't be engaging in this confrontation anymore. Let's go, we will immediately withdraw from this mountain. You only need to inform Kaba of Helen Duchy, I think he'll know what to do." Nodding, the soldier took his leave without another word and issued orders to retreat to high-ranked officers. While Benedict Sackville was certainly pursuing Helentina, he was also scheming to swallow the Helen Duchy at the same time. By nature, Benedict Sackville was a duke interested in nothing but profit. He wouldn't expend his own power solely in the pursuit of romance. With the withdrawal of Narsen Duchel in addition to Helentina's departure, the Helen soldiers also seemed to realize that the situation wasn't looking good. After some parleying, the commander of the Helen army decisively issued a retreat order. The soldiers from the two duchies defending the mountain valley withdrew as quickly as they could under a rain of arrows. The blazing fight had fizzled out as quickly as it had been ignited. 3,000 corpses had remained behind on the bald mountain after the battle stopped. The two enemy duchies who had painstakingly waited for the Helen army to emerge from their city, now saw their chance as the soldiers cleanly withdrew. Their leaders instantly commanded the troops to go around the mountain and chase down the armies of the Narsen and Helen duchies. There were only 300 soldiers from the Edmund and Bonton duchies left to clean up and scavenge the remnants of the battlefield on the mountain. The majority of troops had withdrawn after half an hour. The 300 soldiers cleaning the battlefield suddenly felt day turn into night as the sky was gradually covered by a thick layer of black clouds. As they gathered items off the corpses, the soldiers looked up at the green-black cloud layer in the sky with a head full of befuddlement. The 300 soldiers had only just completed the cleanup and collected all of the weapons and armor into 5 big piles when, much to their terror, the previously dead soldiers started to slowly writhe and stand up in grotesque postures. 3,000 corpses all over the place stood up and immediately surrounded the 300 soldiers cleaning up the battlefield. Under the canopy of necromancy, the 3,000 corpses didn't spend too much time to turn the 300 soldiers into more of their own. With now over 3,000 stiff, resurrected corpses properly lined up in formation under Han Chuo's evil manipulations, the undead army advanced towards Helen Duchy. Han Chuo arrived at the exact place where Benedict Sackville had been standing. According to Troda's memories, Han Chuo successfully dug his way underground and found the wealth that Troda had prepared for his children and mistress. Chapter 307 Chapter 307, Divine Power. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Chuo conveniently shoved all 5 piles of collected items from the mountain into his space ring. Suddenly, he saw an enormous halo of holy light shining upon the earth in a distance. He instinctively felt a disgust towards that sacred, pure light. Strand of faint smoke drifted up in the light and dispersed into heaven and earth. Having collected all of the valuables in the bald mountain, Han Chuo looked up to see the 3,000+ zombies that had been walking towards the Helen Duchy turned to ashes upon being bathed in the holy light. None was left after a short span of a few minutes. Through the yin demons, Han Chuo saw a group of 4 gracefully drifting over on the back of war horses. 3 of them wore silver-grey armor with the Church of Light's cross engraved on the chest. The 4th was a light mage in white robe, a thick book of scriptures in his hand. A vast holy force overflowed with each page of the book being flipped. Helentina was advancing by their side on the back of the fire phoenix. Her beautiful face full of fury and cold killing intent, she quickly approached the bald-peaked mountain. A yin demon was surveilling and about to close in on these people for close detail when the white-robed mage with the scriptures in hand seemed to discover it. His bright and wise eyes staring right at in the yin demon's direction, he paged through the scriptures in his hand. A bundle of white light abruptly shot out from a page and hit the invisible yin demon in a second. The yin demon that Han Chuo had spent a great deal of resources to refine was enveloped in a strange force upon being hit by the white beam. It turned instantly to ashes. Even Han Chuo's soul brand on it had vanished. A pair of thin eyes opened in the skies above Han Chuo. The white-robed light mage abruptly closed the scriptures, his eyes as if piercing through layers and layers of obstacles to nail down Han Chuo's body. The mage's peaceful voice resounded quietly, "He's on the bald mountain." The 3 silver-armored temple knights urged their war horses forward at the same time. The war horses moved like whirlwinds, galloping swiftly towards the mountain. The white-clad mage leisurely abandoned his war horse and floated up, his speed even faster than that of the 3 temple knights riding war horses. Helentina, gliding on the fire phoenix at a low altitude, cried out softly in anger after hearing the mage's words. The fire phoenix instantly shot in the air, tearing a blazing red across the sky and reaching the mountain in the span of a few breaths. Han Chuo's anger had been ignited when the yin demon was turned to ashes. He also became aware of the Church of Light's terrifying power at the same time. That light mage holding the scriptures in particular could easily kill a yin demon with a simple gesture. Han Chuo was instantly on his guard against this mysterious person and his scriptures. With the high speed of art of the demonic ninth heavens in addition to the Earth elite zombie becoming invisible within the Earth, Han Chuo wasn't worried about escaping. Therefore, he didn't choose to retreat upon seeing the sky's eyes above his head. He'd wanted to at least face the light mage who'd destroyed his yin demon and suss out the situation before deciding whether or not to temporarily retreat. The sky's eye formed over his head needed a constant supply of mental strength from the caster. When the light mage realized that Han Chuo was remaining in the same place, he no longer supplied the sky's eye with mental strength and immediately withdrew it. Helentina landed in front of Han Chuo like a flame under the brilliant sunlight in her fiery red magic robes. She was approximately 28 years old. Her soft expression covered in a layer of frost, she stared coldly at him from the super-rank magic creature and shouted, "The 6 magic crystal cannons, hand them back over to me now." Han Chuo looked up at her with a calm and natural expression. He pouted before saying with a bland smile, "This is but some interest from your Helen Duchy. Remember this well, these 6 magic crystal cannons is only the beginning. I will make you spit back out everything you people have robbed of us these past several years." "Who are you?" Helentina burned with rage upon hearing his words. However, she seemed to remember something and inquired him about his identity. "Heh, you will know." Han Chuo replied casually. He then stopped caring about her and focused all of his attention on the light mage who'd arrived by now. "Please come with us to the Church of Light for a visit. As long as you confess your sins, the God of Light will forgive your reckless arrogance." The Red Archbishop Koss looked peaceful, as if he was the host inviting his guest. Koss and Ferguson were both Grand Magi. However, Koss was also a wind mage in addition to being a light mage. Moreover, he held the divine artifact revelation of the Church of Light. He could borrow divine power from it, so his strength was much higher than the light Grand Magus Ferguson. Koss was only 45 years old, but had the honor of serving as the acclaimed Red Archbishop. This indicated that he was no simple character. The only person above the rank of Red Archbishop was the God of Light's messenger, the Pope. As the youngest Red Archbishop ever, he was the most promising candidate for the seat of the next Pope. "Sorry, I have no time." Han Chuo looked remotely at Koss, refusing outright. The 3 galloping temple knights had finally caught up. They'd come on the back of their war horses since the road on the bald mountain wasn't too windy. Standing on the mountain, Han Chuo looked into the far distance and discovered that a team of a dozen silver-armored knights was gradually materializing. They seemed to be left behind by the 4 in Koss's group. My lord, we don't have to waste words on this heretic. He brutally killed Lord Ferguson. He should be burned for this sin. A temple knight glanced coldly at Han Shuo and suggested to Cos. The temple knights were a group of dedicated fanatics completely faithful to the god of light. They themselves possessed extraordinary strength. Only when the god of light recognized their existence and bestowed a blessing upon them, could they be qualified as temple knights. The favor each temple knight earned was different in accordance to their strength of their faith as well as their own efforts. The strength of the temple knights could be distinguished based on the amount of the god's favor bestowed upon them. The temple knights who only received a hint of favor would have the insignia of the Holy Grail on the armor's chest. Those who received a lesser amount would have the olive branch insignia, those with a lot of favor had the cross insignia. The temple knights who earned the blessing of a miracle could display their power to the highest possible extent. This type of temple knights was extremely rare and few, their insignia on the armor's chest being an angel statue, their strength comparable to a sacred knight. If a temple knight of this kind was a sacred knight himself, then his strength would be even more terrifying. However, these temple knights were simply too rare in the Church of Light. They wouldn't randomly leave the Temple of Light under normal circumstances, so those with the cross insignia on their chests were already the most powerful outside. Currently, 3 of these temple knights with the cross insignia was staring raptly at Han Shuo with fervent, frenzied eyes. Han Shuo became cautious upon seeing this kind of stubborn madness that belonged only to stubborn religious followers. Brian, please come to the Church of Light with us to give a clear explanation. I guarantee that the God of Light will forgive your recklessness no matter how grave your sins are. At most you'll only be imprisoned within the church, we won't take your life. The Red Archbishop secretly recalled the warning of the Lancelot Empire and tried his best to sound polite. Brian? So you are indeed that unlucky new city lord of Brettle City. I finally know the meaning in your words just now. Humph, daring to grab my magic crystal cannons, you simply don't care about the lives of your people. Helentina had completely understood by now. Her pretty eyes drilled into Han Shuo's body as she snorted. You can try. Any duchy that dares try to pillage Brettle City will have to pay the price. Han Shuo remained unmoved, only throwing Helentina a glance along with a cold warning. He then slowly took out the Demon Slayer edge and nodded towards the Temple Knight who'd first spoken. Come on, brave Temple Knight. As long as you win against me, I'll consider following you guys to the Church of Light. I think your Church of Light won't gang up on me, will you? But a despicable necromancer, it simply won't need a second person from us to make a move. The Temple Knight swung his silver spear to point at Han Shuo and spoke in a righteous, awe-inspiring manner. The silver spear shone with a brilliant silver light. Han Shuo was long since been familiar with this kind of silver fighting aura. However, the silver spear also contained a pure divine power in addition to the energy of the silver fighting aura. When the strange divine power merged with the fighting aura, the combination was much more powerful than the simple silver fighting aura. The Temple Knights had exchanged their faithful, steadfast beliefs for blessings from the God of Light, earning a strange power in addition to the fighting aura they bitterly cultivated. Not only did strange power protect them from the erosion of evil force, it also gave them the ability to purify the evil in this world. Normally, the damage caused by dark and necromancy spells to Temple Knights was extremely limited. The Temple Knights possessed a very strong defense even against high-rank dark and necromancy spells with terrifying lethality. On the other hand, the Temple Knights' weapons, combined with the power bestowed by their god, was terribly fatal to mages of the 2 aforementioned majors. Any undead creature touched by the silver spear would be unable to withstand it and be immediately turned to ashes. Chapter 308 Chapter 308, Divine Weapon vs. Divine Weapon. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Shuo's mind was calm, his expression ruthless as he watched the high-ranked Temple Knight of the Church of Light slowly approaching on the warhorse. He held the Demon Slayer edge in his right hand. As the space ring flashed, a tricolored bone staff appeared in his previously empty left hand. Han Shuo was about to chant a high-level undead summoning spell when he saw revelation on the hand of Red Archbishop Kos burst out with a vast, brilliant holy light. This divine artifact flipped through its pages quickly without any wind, shocking even its owner. The tricolored bone staff of unknown material suddenly shone out brilliant yellow, blue and purple lights at the same time, the dark, evil power crazily circulating. The lights of the three colors converged before shooting towards revelation on Kos's hand. Continuous flapping sounds traveled out as revelation flipped rapidly. A beam of light drifted out with every page flipped, each light forming a miraculous word and joining a river of words flowing in front of Kos. As soon as the marvelous words came into contact with the light from the tricolored bone staff, holy power along with evil power exploded at the same time. Violent air surged and rushed in all directions between Han Shuo and Kos. The incoming temple knight who was challenging Han Shuo was pushed back by that terrifying power, along with the other two knights. Helentina was also overwhelmed by the pressure on the back of the phoenix. She immediately struggled up to higher skies, horrified as she looked down at the happenings below. The previously refined and commanding posture of Red Archbishop Kos had disappeared without a trace. He stood there trembling slightly, cold sweat flowing down his body as he looked at Han Shuo, dumbfounded. He could feel the power all over his body pour crazily into the revelation in his hand. This situation had never happened before. Revelation was a book of scriptures in the Church of Light that had been left behind after Kos's master had passed away. His luck had been excellent. He'd received this divine artifact after receiving the God of Light's recognition in a baptism in the Temple of Light. The artifact had been in his hands for merely 3 years, but everything had gone smoothly for Kos with his identity as a Light and Wind Grand Magus. The situation had always gone favorably every time he'd used revelation against evil powers. He had never encountered this situation at hand. Han Shuo held the bone staff, the mental strength in his entire being also madly attracted to it. The bone staff was rapidly absorbing his mental strength like a big sponge. When the mental strength poured into the staff, it seemed to resonate with the magic force of the bone staff itself, ultimately forming a strange tricolored light that all converged towards the revelation. Although he was at the rank of Grand Magus, Han Shuo still felt slightly woozy when his mental strength was crazily sucked by the bone staff. However, his mind was much more resolute than ordinary people's, in addition to his astoundingly strong body. This was why he wasn't trembling like Kos with cold sweat flowing down his body. As the evil and holy powers intertwined, the terrifying impact swept away all of the obstacles between Han Shuo and Kos. Rocks shattered wherever this force passed through, the bald mountain shuddering violently exploding where this impact spread through. Huge rumbling sounds echoed non-stop in the area between the two people. This evil force is so enormous that I'm sure that only the artifact of the Calamity Church's evil god can possess such power. Kill this ignorant heretic. The temple knight had been swept head over heels by the forces ricocheting between Han Shuo and Kos. After standing up with much effort, he was inwardly terrified of Han Shuo's power upon seeing Kos's body trembling. He immediately suggested taking advantage of this opportunity to kill Han Shuo. How would the temple knights not know how powerful Red Archbishop Kos was? The divine artifact of revelation in his hands had always been a nightmare for evil forces for many years. He hadn't expected that today, a weak petty heretic such as the one they were facing would be able to measure up to the Red Archbishop Kos. He was afraid of Han Shuo's immense power, so he proposed the idea of killing the latter. The remaining 2 temple knights were watching the scene develop in front of them as they stood on the sides. As soon as they heard their brethren's proposal, they immediately turned their war horses towards Han Shuo without another word. The 3 temple knights carefully avoided the center part of the still rumbling explosion, approaching Han Shuo from the rear and 2 sides. In the holy light flashing out from revelation, they started singing praises about the glory of the God of Light. Streams of fighting aura filled with divine power flared out from their spears and attacked Han Shuo. Seeing the Church of Light's despicable act, Helentina, overhead, curled up her lips with a trace of contempt. However, Han Shuo was her enemy, while the Church of Light wasn't an entity a small duchess could offend. She just there silently and observed happily. Han Shuo's mental strength infused the bone staff at a high speed. Coldly facing Kos in a difficult struggle, he also had to guard against the three temple knights quickly drawing close. He could neither move his body nor make use of his mental strength. However, his demonic magic was still available. A stream of magical yuan flowed into the demon slayer edge in his right hand under the control of his mind. After having absorbed a massive amount of the souls recently, the demon slayer edge now had a faint trace of terrifying killing intent that belonged to an unparalleled weapon. Upon being infused with magical yuan, it was akin to a murderous magic beast who'd caught the delicious smell of blood after being trapped for tens of thousand years. The demon slayer edge suddenly moved of its own accord and left Han Shuo's hand with a loud howl. A dense mass of star-like spots gathered into blood clouds. An endless resentment from the demon slayer edge, along with tyrannical murderous intent, had formed a massive layer of blood-red clouds. The blood clouds blotted out over half of the sky above the bald mountain. The thick blood smell seemed to contain an attack on the soul. The three temple knights weren't the only ones to feel that the situation had taken a bad turn. Even Helentina, who'd soon flown up high, was also surrounded by the vicious, terrifying air of endless fear. Her head dizzy and her chest heavy with the urge to vomit, a crazy obsession gradually surged within her heart. Helentina knew that things were very bad. She hurriedly chanted an incantation to form a fiery red magic cage, enveloping both herself and the phoenix. The phoenix's wings were like a colorful ribbon, fire sparkles flashing each time they flapped. Fiery light shot out in all directions from the fire magic cage. She finally managed to suppress the nauseous feeling of wanting to vomit. She urged the phoenix away from Han Shuo, angry and somewhat scared as she watched the battle of the two weapons above the mountain valley. The murderous intent reaching the sky from the demon slayer edge had even formed an attack on the soul. Its target wasn't Helentina in the sky, which was why she could defend herself, albeit with some difficulties by resorting to the fire magic cage and the purifying fire of the phoenix. On the other hand, the Church of Light's three temple knights weren't so comfortable like her. The demon slayer edge danced wildly above Han Shuo's head. The murderous intent of this peerless weapon wasn't weak at all against the other divine artifact. With the demon slayer edge as the center, layers and layers of thick clouds dyed the entire sky a blood red above the mountain. The three temple knights, who'd tried to take the opportunity to attack Han Shuo, was violently shaken by the soul attack. Their war horses let out a scream and fell down. The three knights jumped down with stumbling steps, their bodies shaking. Blood flowed from their nostrils, streaming down their necks and chests like two wiggling worms. The three temple knights temporarily didn't know what to do in the face of this unfamiliar evil force. This evil force wasn't like the quiet, mysterious darkness of the Calamity Church. It was a mad, furious bloodlust with the cruelty and arrogant desire for the destruction of everything. The three temple knights had to raise their spears and sing loud praises in order to obtain even more holy force whilst suffering through soul-piercing agony. Brilliant halos flashed on their bodies, constantly resisting against the force that was invading their flesh. The demon slayer edge had mobilized every ounce of its stored deathly soul force after having absorbed 90% of Han Shuo's magical yuan. It formed an evil magnetic field that also possessed the ability of attacking the soul and started eroding the essence of every living being that were enveloped within. Revelation was already struggling against the invasion of the tricolored bone staff. Kos couldn't help but almost groan audibly when he saw Han Shuo's demon slayer edge display an unfamiliar terrifying force. The demon slayer edge spun in a circle around Han Shuo's head and slowly gathered a beam of bloody light to shoot at Kos. Kos desperately controlled his mental force to chant an incantation after biting the tip of his tongue. A flower of blood bloomed on one of the pages on Revelation. The divine artifact immediately stopped turning its pages and was quickly put away by Kos. The bone staff that seemed to struggling with its rival also immediately dulled and stopped absorbing Han Shuo's mental strength when Kos speedily withdrew Revelation. Only the demon slayer edge's beam of bloody light still shot insistently towards Kos. Chapter 309. Chapter 309, The Mighty. Please continue reading on. Ox. Vel. M. Kos himself had suffered internal injuries. He instantly panicked upon facing this murderous intent from the Demon Slayer Edge's attack. He hastily took out a magic scroll from the space ring and released the magic within. A silver halo wrapped around his entire body, as he also hurriedly chanted a magic incantation at the same time. Cold winds whistled as sharply as knives, forming an enormous tornado that roiled up to block the Demon Slayer Edge's swift attack. The descending Demon Slayer Edge fell into the big tornado, its speed slowed by the cold winds. In addition, the raging murderous intent was also somewhat scattered. The Demon Slayer Edge destroyed the obstacles posed by the whirlwind and immediately shot towards the silver halo released from Kos's magic scroll. It was once again blocked by the strange energy in this silver halo. The Demon Slayer Edge was now at the end of its strength. It could only make Kos spit out a mouthful of blood, but couldn't threaten his life. Protect the Lord. The three temple knights couldn't help but cry out in panic upon seeing Kos's misery as well as Han Shuo's ferocity. Blood dripping out of their mouths, they staggered in a charge towards Han Shuo and Kos. Han Shuo's body was also currently in a very bad state. The bone staff had suddenly gone out of control and absorbed 9 out of 10 parts of his mental force. The three temple knights had then come attack him. Then, the Demon Slayer Edge had absorbed more than half of his magical yuan. His current strength was now far less than normal. Han Shuo was now unable to release another equally powerful attack after the Demon Slayer Edge returned after injuring Kos. He immediately chanted an incantation upon seeing the three temple knights approach. The little skeleton, Earth Elite Zombie, and Wood Elite Zombie suddenly appeared afterwards. The little skeleton was still riding the undead creature that looked like a giant, undead porcupine. The Earth Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie each rode a fire-spitting warhorse. The three fellows immediately caught the smell of something disgusting as soon as they appeared in this dimension. They were instinctively irritated at the smell of the three temple knights who were loudly singing praises for the god of light. The three strange dark creatures charged out without needing for Han Shuo's instructions. They flew straight at the three temple knights, seemingly wanting to destroy these hateful knights immediately. Humph! Lowly dark creatures, suffer the anger of the god of light. The temple knights raised their voice, waving their silver spears with the intention to send off these reckless dark creatures back to the dust. Unfortunately, these three undead creatures had been refined using the secret method of demonic magic. They were fearless towards the purification ability of the god of light. The silver spears didn't disperse their souls, turning them to ashes upon contact like the temple knights had expected. Among these three undead creatures, the little skeleton was first to attack. The bone knife in his hand swayed unhesitatingly to block the silver spear. During this process, the bone knife that the little skeleton was holding abruptly went through some weird changes. The solid bone knife suddenly wriggled madly like a living creature. The bone knife that originally possessed the length of only a dagger, grew at a very fast pace and turned into a 3 meters long blade in just a second. The long knife had yet to stop its peristalsis. A million of insects now seemed to be wiggling on its blade. It gave one a scalp-tingling feeling just by looking at it. Sharp little spikes slowly appeared on the knife's blade, covering it in sharp little spikes and making it look eerily ferocious. This process had taken a long time to describe, but had actually happened in just the blink of an eye. It finished transforming to a 3-meter-long sword in the instant that the little skeleton swung it up at the silver spear. The little skeleton himself was only 1 meter 30 centimeters tall, looking comical as he held the long blade. However, deathly aura filled the sky with a swing of the long sword in the little skeleton's hand. The dense sinister air encompassed tens of thousand years' accumulation of desolation. This despairing atmosphere revealed a taste of endless death in which the godly power within the temple knight's silver spears was simply unable to purify. Riding the massive porcupine-like undead creature, the little skeleton dove down from high above with an enormous rumbling sound. The long sword brought with it a deathly air that filled the skies, hammering straight down on a temple knight and forcing him to his knees. This temple knight had previously suffered serious internal injuries from the corrosion of the Demon Slayer Edge. Now that he took a violent blow from the little skeleton, his knees couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered with cracking sounds. Not waiting for the knight to react, the little skeleton's long sword pierced through his silver armor. The little skeleton lifted up the temple knight on the tip of the blade and flew over to Han Chuo in a triumphant manner. Han Chuo didn't need to take a look to know that this temple knight was already done for. Otherwise, the latter wouldn't be lying still without any resistance. When the little skeleton neared, the hideous 3-meter-long sword flicked. The temple knight spun and flew with the wind before crashing down right at Han Chuo's feet, his body completely devoid of life. Temple knights who could release silver fighting aura were naturally sky riders. It was a pity that Temple Knight had already been heavily injured and had somewhat underestimated the little skeleton. Therefore, the terrifying powerful little skeleton had easily slain him. As for the remaining 2 knights, they had stood quite a distance from Han Chuo, so they wasn't much affected by the Demon Slayer Edge's corrosion. Moreover, the Earth Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie weren't as horrifying as the little skeleton. The 2 Temple Knights didn't fall in defeat as fast even though they had difficulties defending against the 2 zombies' endless skill sets. Helentina was still hovering on the phoenix, shocked as she looked at the happenings below. She originally intended to take advantage of the situation whilst the 2 sides battled, but now could only stare dumbly at the situation of the Red Archbishop Kos and the 3 Temple Knights. Not only were they unable to kill Han Chuo, one of them was dead while the other 3 suffered serious injuries. Her heart fell into disarray with panic. Han Chuo stood arrogantly below, his eyes coldly watching the surroundings. Helentina constantly weighed up the gains and losses. On one hand, she was scared of Han Chuo's astonishing strength. On the other, she was heartbroken over the 6 magic crystal cannons. After a while of hesitation, the magic crystal cannons worth 600,000 gold coins washed away some of her fear for Han Chuo. Helentina saw Kos fleeing in a panic towards the foot of the mountain, the little skeleton astride the skeletal undead creature in hot pursuit with a 3-meter-long blade in his hand. Helentina had no time to debate any longer. She released a mass of flames that burned the clouds along with the phoenix. Her staff embedded with a fire stone and her ring that enhanced mental strength further spread out the flames to cover half the sky. The sea of fire churned and spread to envelop Red Archbishop Kos. Kos, who was escaping in panic, soon sensed the strangeness over his head. He didn't forget to release a wind magic despite his trepidation. The wind magic blew the blazing flames towards the little skeleton and Earth Elite Zombie, forcing them to suspend their chase. Undead creatures were born and lived in a gloomy and humid strange world, an endless realm of desolation that was forever unable to witness the sunlight. Therefore, they felt an instinctive disgust towards the light and high temperatures. When the raging flames shrouded over Kos, the 3 undead creatures, little skeleton, Earth Elite Zombie, and Wood Elite Zombie, didn't immediately charge at him. Lord Kos! Lord Kos! The distant group of Temple Knights had finally caught up with a great deal of road dust. These Temple Knights mostly had olive branches or Holy Grail insignias on their chests, which corresponded with the power of Senior Knight and Earth Rider. They were obviously weaker than the previous 3 experts, whose insignia was the cross. However, their numbers were numerous. Moreover, they all had the ability of purification towards undead creatures thanks to the God of Light's blessing. It was indeed unrealistic for Han Chuo to attempt to drown them in a grand army of undead creatures, particularly when considering the presence of the Light Grand Magus Kos. Kos was now seriously injured and had expended a great deal of spirit power. He immediately shouted upon seeing the Temple Knights finally arrive, "Kill this heretic, his dark heart should not exist in this world of light." Kos previously had wanted to persuade Han Chuo with kind words, but he had experienced the latter's power and even taken serious damage. Therefore, Kos no longer had benevolence or mercy heart. Absolutely frightened of Han Chuo's evil power, Kos immediately ordered everyone to kill him. The Temple Knights who'd just arrived saw Kos's group in their miserable state. They instantly followed Kos's order to charge at Han Chuo, standing on the mountain in a terrain full of holes and pockmarks. The 2 Temple Knights, who were out of breath in a struggle under the attacks of the Earth Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie, tried to shout a warning equals, "Be careful of his dark creatures. They don't fear the holy power, they even have mysterious skills. Be very careful." As the Temple Knights chatted, a team of the Calamity Church's death guards in pitch-black armor appeared in another corner of the mountain. A necromancer in black magic robes was amongst the death guards' troop. All them ran desperately in the mountain. The necromancer spoke in a lowered, worried voice, "Hurry. Brian cannot die no matter what. Even though he accidentally hurt some of our people, you absolutely shouldn't harbor any dissatisfaction." Many people among the death guards had bleeding noses and mouths. It seemed the demon slayer Edge's murderous intent had also hurt them. The eyes of the black-robed necromancer shone with excitement. He murmured, "Why is the divine artifact of the bone staff blessed by the evil god in his hands?" Chapter 310. Chapter 310, Captured Alive. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. Han Chuo stood tall on the bald mountain, looking without fear or anxiety at the incoming Temple Knights. His mental force and magical yuan had been restored somewhat. Although he'd be hard-pressed to win against the Temple Knights, it wouldn't be difficult if he wanted to leave leisurely. Han Chuo hadn't released the other two yin demons since Revelation had destroyed one of them. Thus, he didn't know that aid from the Calamity Church had appeared near Bald Mountain. He was about to leave when his consciousness sensed another presence. When Han Chuo's soul had formed a consciousness at the separate demon realm, his senses had become much more sensitive. When he'd sensed that sinister presence, a thought struck him. Last time in the Valley of Sunshine, Edwin had once said that the Calamity Church would appear when Han Chuo needed them the most. It seemed Edwin hadn't lied. Han Chuo had been standing on the mountain but immediately soared high with a thought. He saw a necromancer leading a group of death guards and death knights rushing over. The mountain had become riddled with potholes under the bombardment of the divine artifacts. However, these death guards and death knights were sprinting over as if they were on flat ground. Within the Temple Knight's thick layer of protection, Red Archbishop Kos was thinking to himself on a warhorse. He looked up at Han Chuo, not knowing what to do. These Temple Knights had extraordinary power and were high in number, but it was a pity that they didn't have flying magic beasts. They had no other way but to look helplessly at facing Han Chuo high in the sky. Red Archbishop Kos could use magic to fly, but didn't dare to pursue due to his grave injuries. Helentina looked indecisively at Han Chuo from the back of her phoenix, her pretty face darkened calculatingly. She hesitated, not knowing if she should take this opportunity to chase after Han Chuo. If Helentina hadn't seen the great battle between Han Chuo and the Church of Light, she certainly wouldn't have hesitated to charge at him right now and wrest back the 6 magic crystal cannons that he'd taken. Unfortunately, the battle right before her eyes just now had given her a clear understanding about Han Chuo's terrifying power. Pointing at Helentina, Han Chuo said with a jeering smile, "You still want the magic crystal cannons?